Chapter 571. Them. Could it be that there are more than two people? Dongfang Wuhan and the others turned pale with fright. Boom. Sure enough. A terrifying aura erupted from the forest on the right and in front at the same time. And they were all war masters. Counting the mysterious woman on the left, that was the 3 war masters. Clang. In the next moment, on the right, a huge yellow sword flew over, emitting an unparalleled sharpness. In front, a blood-red blade flew over, overflowing with bloodlight, drowning the sky. At the same time, on the left, another ice elephant appeared. It was ferocious and powerful, shocking everyone. Not good. These are 3 superior battle arts. Dong Jingyang, Qin Fiang, quickly come and help. Dongfang Wuhan shouted without turning his head as he evolved the battle arts. What should we do? Dong Jingyang looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, do you think that there is still a need to pay attention to them? What Lu Xingqian said was right. Only death could make these fools realize their mistakes. Dong Jingyang was stunned, shook his head and smiled. Indeed, there is no need. He looked at Dongfang Wuhan and sighed. I'm sorry, we can't even protect ourselves right now. We really have no time to help you. Damn it. Dongfang Wuhan cursed and shouted to Wu Yen and the others behind him, leave the swamp immediately. The group of people did not dare to hesitate and immediately turned to flee. However, the few people who ran to the front suddenly cried out in alarm and were bounced back, falling to the ground in a sorry state. There was a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and stopped in unison. Looking at the junction of the plains and the swamp, their faces were full of bewilderment. Not good. Between the plains and the swamp, there is an invisible force preventing us from leaving the swamp. Senior Brother Wuhan, Senior Brother Murong, what should we do? The people who had been sent flying were at first confused, but then they quickly got up and roared at Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan. What? Invisible force. Everyone's face suddenly turned pale. In other words, as long as one entered the death swamp, there was no turning back. Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan were also burning with anxiety. They never thought that such a situation would happen. If he had listened to Lu Xingqian's advice, he wouldn't have been so passive now. But it was too late for regrets. I'll block the giant's sword. Murong Xiong, you block the ice elephant. Everyone else, join hands and block that bloody blade. Remember to block it. Dongfang Wuhan roared. In front of him was a golden arrow that was several zhang long and as thick as an arm. It emitted a resplendent golden light. Sun-breaking arrow kill. Following his roar, the golden arrow pierced through the sky, carrying with it a world-destroying sharpness as it slammed into the earthen yellow sword. In the meantime, Murong Xiong once again transformed into a raging bull and crashed into the ice elephant. Wu Yen, Shenlong, and the other 200 people also executed their battle arts and attacked the bloody blades. For a moment, in this forest, battle chi was dazzling. All kinds of battle arts were like shooting stars, and their momentum was vast and mighty. Even from tens of miles away, they could sense the commotion here. Rumble. After a few breaths, the 2 sides' battle arts collided with a loud bang. Unsurprisingly, Dongfang Wuhan's battle arts shattered at the same time as the earthen yellow sword and ice elephant. They were evenly matched, but Wu Yen and the others' battle arts were no match for the bloody blades. Although in terms of numbers, Wu Yen and the others had the absolute advantage, but compared to the bloody blades, the difference in power could be said to be like heaven and earth. The bloody blades were like a hot knife through butter, crazily crushing wave after wave of battle arts, heading straight for Dongfang Wuhan and the others. Not good. Dongfang Wuhan's expression changed as he hurriedly executed his battle art again, sun-breaking arrow. Because if he didn't stop the bloody blades, then the final outcome would definitely be heavy casualties. However, just as the sun-breaking arrow was formed, the bloody blades came slashing down. The situation was extremely dangerous. Dongfang Wuhan gritted his teeth and waved his big hand. The sun-breaking arrow blasted towards the bloody blades. The 2 battle arts met above their heads. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, a destructive wave of air rushed out in all directions. Wu Yen and the others bore the brunt of it and were directly submerged by the air waves. Suddenly, miserable screams rang out incessantly, resounding through the sky. Although they all had good cultivation, one must know that this was a confrontation between battle masters. How could they withstand it? Dongfang Wuhan shouted, "Murong Xiong, quickly protect everyone." Just a group of cannon fodder, is it worth me risking my life to protect them? However, Murong Xiong smiled mercilessly and left without even looking back. Bastard! Dongfang Wuhan cursed again and again, his eyes filled with struggle. But in the end, he also turned around and fled. The escape of the two could be said to be a disaster for the others. That wave of air was earth-shattering, like a giant storm. People were constantly being strangled, and broken corpses and broken limbs flew all over the sky. Blood dyed the void red, dyeing the earth red. Before they died, they were filled with regret. Why didn't they listen to Lu Xingqian's advice? And why did they have to mess around with Dongfang Wuhan, this unreliable person with no leadership ability? Regret. This was the realization that they had exchanged their lives for. But now that they had realized it, it was useless. Ren Wushuang said anxiously, "Feiyang, we can no longer sit back and watch. If this continued, they would definitely be wiped out, and not a single one would be left. I'll go." Dong Zhengyang gritted his teeth, slapped away the skeleton in front of him, and entered the swamp of death without hesitation. As soon as he entered, the battle qi in his body surged out, forming a huge barrier. Those who were not dead were all enveloped inside, protecting them. Sigh. Qin Fiang sighed deeply and also resolutely entered the swamp of death. The moment he entered, he raised his arm and patted the air. Immediately, a bright golden light gushed out from his palm, like a wave, rushing towards the air waves that trapped Dong Zhengyang and the others. A shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Wherever the golden light passed, the air waves turned in the air and rushed towards the forest in front. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's body also trembled violently, and blood spurted out from his mouth. His arm was instantly smashed. Fortunately, the air waves were driven away, and everyone was able to escape. When the dust settled, there were only about 50 people left alive. Without exception, all of them were covered in wounds, breathing weakly, and their faces were pale. Fatso and the other three also entered the swamp, standing behind Qin Feiyang. Looking at Wu Yen and the others, they had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Whoosh! At this moment, 3 figures rushed out of the forest and stood side by side on a small hill, only a dozen meters away from Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang looked up. As expected, it was 3 familiar people: Yen Tianfeng, Mo Wuxian, and Pan Win, the 3 kings of Yunzhou. Who are you? Why are you so cruel? Wu Yen glanced at the 3 people, and his blood-stained face twisted. Cruel? Pan Win sneered and said, "You're too naive. This is the War of the 9 States, not a game. From now on, it's either you or us." Wu Yen said angrily, "You're right, but you, what about us? Sneak attack? Villain? What a joke. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Everyone only sees the glory of the winner, and no one cares about the death of losers like you." Pan Wuyen sneered. Wu Yen fell silent. The others also fell silent. Indeed, as long as they could win, it didn't matter whether the method was glorious or not. "You're stupid enough." Yen Tianfeng sneered and pointed at Lu Xingqian, but he looked at Wu Yen and the others and said, "He repeatedly advised you not to come in, but you insisted. Aren't you courting death? The most important thing is that the spiritual state chose a good captain. You actually abandoned your fellow disciples at the critical moment. I really don't know what your mansion master thinks." Yen Tianfeng laughed presumptuously. Hearing this, Ren Wushuang's face suddenly filled with anger. "Don't be angry," Qin Feiyang comforted in a low voice. He looked at Yen Tianfeng and the other 2 and said with a faint smile, "No matter how bad our mansion master is, he's still better than your mansion master." The 3's eyes turned cold. Mo Wuxian looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You're Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course." Mo Wuxian's eyes immediately turned cold and said, "Do you know what Master told us before we came to the 9 underworlds?" Master? Dong Jingyang and the others were shocked. Could this person be the Mansion Master's disciple? Of course, Qin Feiyang already knew that Mo Wuxian was the Mansion Master's disciple. He wasn't surprised at all and said calmly, "Tell me." Mo Wuxian said, "Master told us to kill you in the 9 underworlds." Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "That old witch is so concerned about me. Shouldn't I be honored?" Honored? Mo Wuxian and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh, but it was a laugh of ridicule. Is this person an idiot? How could he feel honored? He really doesn't know what he's talking about. Mo Wuxian stopped laughing and said, "Since things have come to this, why don't you tell us the truth? Are Ma San and Xia Hai in disguise? Are you the one who stole the alchemy fire of the inner palace?" Wu Yen and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mo Wuxian and the others, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's me." As Mo Wuxian said, there was no need to hide it now. Ha! Mo Wuxian immediately laughed. Amazing! A mere 8-star combat emperor broke into the Cloud Prefecture and stole 2 alchemy fires of the Cloud Prefecture, killed dozens of geniuses of the Inner Palace, and even killed Commander Nya. However, it wasn't until now that they found out the identity of this person. What a great irony! The hearts of Wu Yen and the others were filled with shock. Did this guy eat a leopard's guts? He went to the Cloud Prefecture and stole the alchemy fire of the Inner Palace? He's really a lawless devil. Qin Feiyang swallowed a regeneration pill. He looked at the 3 of them and said, "I reckon that you guys really want to kill me right now. Especially you, Mo Wuxian. Back then, in order to avenge your younger brother, you really racked your brains. Come, let us settle this now." The 3 of them clenched their fists. Chapter 572. At the same time, Wu Yen and the others couldn't help but panic. One had to know that although there were only 3 of them, they were all battle masters. On their side, the ones who were seriously injured and crippled were crippled. The only ones who could fight against the battle masters were Dong Jingyang and Qin Feiyang himself. But there was no chance of winning 2 against 3. It was unwise to provoke them at this time. They really couldn't understand why Qin Feiyang, who had always been smart, would make such a decision in such a situation. Dong Jingyang was also extremely puzzled, but he did not show it and only hid it in his heart. Because once he revealed his fear, the other 3 would know that he was afraid and would definitely be attacked by them. But if he was a little stronger, the other party might not dare to make a move. Time passed breath by breath. Although Mo Wuxian and the other 2 were furious, they did not make a move. What is it? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted as he chuckled. As the 3 great kings of the inner palace of the Cloud State, are you afraid of a group of defeated soldiers like us? Afraid of you? Yen Tianfeng immediately laughed out of anger and said, "All right, let's settle this today." But at this time, Mo Wuxian pulled him back, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "How about we talk about the conditions?" Qin Feiyang was slightly startled and asked, "What conditions?" Mo Wuxian said, "I can spare your life, but the others must be killed. As long as you stand by the side and don't interfere, I will let you leave." Qin Feiyang was stunned. But Wu Yen and the others immediately panicked. Su Yi hurriedly said, "Senior brother Qin, all of this is our fault. We insisted on coming in, but please be magnanimous. Don't leave us behind." "That's right, senior brother Qin. Even if we are wrong, we are still your junior brothers. What's more, now that we know our mistakes, we shouldn't have fooled around with Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Don't worry, we will definitely listen to you in the future. If you tell us to go east, we will definitely not go west." Everyone begged one after another, their eyes filled with helplessness. If Qin Feiyang really did not care, then they would only die today. There was no other way. However, Fatso sneered. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if the same thing happened again and again, who could stand it? Feiyang, they have indeed made a lot of mistakes along the way. However, The ancients also said that it is the greatest virtue to be able to correct one's mistakes. Just forgive them this time. I promise that this will be the last time I plead for them. If they do it again, you can punish them however you want. Ren Wushuang looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Not to mention the others, just Wu Yen and Wu Yen had repeatedly crossed the bottom line of this cheap little brother. According to this little brother's personality, he would have killed them long ago. However, she knew that Qin Feiyang had been holding back because he was concerned about her feelings. Therefore, she couldn't help but feel guilty when she pleaded for everyone again. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Ren Wushuang and said with a faint smile, "I didn't say I don't care." Immediately, Ren Wushuang was overjoyed. However, Mo Wushan and the other two's eyes darkened. Pan Wuyen said coldly, "I'm afraid you can't do anything about it." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang looked at the three and said playfully, "I really want to see who is stronger between you and Commander Nye." The three's pupils suddenly shrank. Boom! All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's aura exploded and his eyes became extremely sharp. He snorted and said, "Don't dilly-dally, I'm just an 8-star combat emperor. You can come at me." However, the three didn't move, because there was a trace of fear in their hearts. "All right, I'll let you go today, but next time, you won't be so lucky." Finally, Mo Wushan looked at the crowd gloomily and left without looking back. "Don't be complacent, there's still a long way to go. We'll see." "Yes, the best part is yet to come." Pan Wuyen and Wu Yen sneered and turned to leave. When the three of them disappeared from their sight, Wu Yen and the others immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and feeling lingering fear. Qin Feiyang also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, with his and Dong Xingyang's strength, it was indeed difficult to deal with Mo Wushan and the other two. But he believed that the three of them would definitely not make a move. At this moment, the blood sun had already risen. The skeletons on the plain had all drilled into the ground. Ren Wushuang walked to the edge of the death swamp and scanned the empty plain with a melancholic expression. If everyone had listened to Lu Xingxin's advice and entered the swamp after recuperating, would the casualties have been so heavy? "Everyone rest here." Qin Feiyang glanced at Ren Wushuang and reminded everyone. Then he walked to Ren Wushuang's side and whispered, "Sister, what are you thinking about?" 550 people, now there are only 50 left. Tell me, is it worth it to make such a sacrifice just to enter the imperial capital? Ren Wushuang's eyes were a little confused. "It's not worth it." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ren Wushuang said, "But why do so many people want to go, and even don't care about their lives?" Qin Feiyang said, "That's because they don't know much about the imperial capital. They think it's a holy land, but in fact, it's no different from Lingzhou or Yan County." "Brother Qin, it seems that you know the imperial capital very well." At this moment, Lu Xingxin walked forward and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I once read an ancient book that had records about the imperial capital." Lu Xingxin said in surprise, "There's such an ancient book? Can you lend it to me?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he nodded, "Sure, but I'm also very curious about self-sealing. Can you explain it to me in detail?" Lu Xingxin chuckled and immediately changed the topic. "Looking at your expression just now, you seem to be sure that Mo Wushan and the other two wouldn't dare to make a move? I'm also curious about this." Dong Xingyang also walked up and looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of surprise. Qin Feiyang said, "When I first entered the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, I had a conflict with Murong Xiong. At that time, didn't I say that I killed a 2-star combat grandmaster?" Dong Xingyang and the others nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "This person was a commander under the Yunzhou prefecture governor, and I killed him in the Yunzhou prison." "Heard about it." The three of them looked at each other. This guy was really crazy to kill someone in someone else's prison. Dong Xingyang said, "In that case, they are afraid of you because of this, so they don't dare to make a move?" Qin Feiyang said, "That's just one aspect." "Is there another aspect?" Dong Xingyang was surprised. "That's right. What you see is just the surface. In fact, there is a deep hatred between them. When I first entered the Yunzhou, Mo Wuxian almost died in the hands of Pan Weian and Yen Tianfeng. Qin Feiyang said. I understand. Mo Wuxian is worried that the same thing will happen again. Lu Xingqian said in realization. As long as there is a chance, Pan Weian and Yen Tianfeng will get rid of him again. Qin Feiyang nodded. I was quite worried at first, but after hearing what you said, the Yunzhou side is not a concern. In the future, when we meet people from the Yunzhou, we will specifically target Mo Wuxian. Lu Xingqian said with a smile. What do you mean? Dong Xingyang was puzzled. Lu Xingqian said, he is afraid of being schemed against by Yen Tianfeng and Yen Tianfeng, so he definitely won't dare to accept the challenge easily, because as long as he is injured, Yen Tianfeng and Yen Tianfeng will have a chance. Brother Qin, don't you think so? I don't care about the three of them. I'm thinking now, when will we meet people from the other major regions? What about their strength? Qin Feiyang said. No matter how much you think about it, it's useless to take one step at a time. Lu Xingqian smiled faintly and returned to his resting place. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to recuperate. Dong Xingyang glanced at Lu Xingqian and raised his eyebrows. This person was becoming more and more unfathomable, completely unfathomable. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, regarding the choice of captain, I want to discuss with you. Dongfang Wuhan had escaped, so the captain naturally had to be chosen again. Qin Feiyang laughed. There's nothing to discuss, you will be the captain. What captain? He wasn't interested in it at all. Because this was a thankless task. Dong Xingyang's face suddenly twitched. He didn't want to be the captain either. But now, other than Qin Feiyang, it seemed that he was the only one who had this ability. Suddenly, he looked at Ren Wushuang. Ren Wushuang was taken aback and frowned. What are you looking at me for? Dong Jiang said, you are the granddaughter of the mansion master, and your words carry more weight than Qin Feiyang and I. You will be the captain. Ren Wushuang wanted to say something. But Dong Jiang didn't give her the chance to speak. He turned to look at Wu Yen and the others and said loudly, now Ren Wushuang will be the captain, do you agree? Agree. Everyone nodded. Good, then it's decided. Dong Xingyang nodded and smiled. He turned to look at Ren Wushuang and said, Captain, I'm going to recuperate first. Call me if you need anything. Ren Wushuang wanted to say something again. But Dong Xingyang still didn't give her a chance to speak. He strode to the resting place, sat on the ground and closed his eyes. Ren Wushuang looked at Dong Xingyang, then glanced at the crowd, and finally looked at Qin Feiyang for help. Qin Feiyang laughed. Since it's what everyone wants, don't refuse. Bastard. Ren Wushuang glared at him fiercely and said helplessly, okay, but you have to do your best to help me. Qin Feiyang said, that's for sure. Ren Wushuang felt relieved. He felt that as long as he had Qin Feiyang's help, there seemed to be nothing impossible. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked in a low voice, what happened between you and Lu Xingqian just now? What was the conversation between the two of them? What self-sealing? What ancient book? It gave people a feeling that they couldn't figure it out. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, you will know in the future. Still hiding it? Ren Wushuang rolled her eyes at him and walked over to recuperate. Qin Feiyang swallowed a healing pill and turned his head to glance at Lu Xingqian. But beside Lu Xingqian, he found a familiar figure. Xiang Xiaolong. Suddenly, he was surprised. This person actually didn't die? One had to know. Those who were still alive were all 6-star combat emperors and above. And those who died, their cultivation was also higher than Xiang Xiaolong, but Xiang Xiaolong could survive? Strange. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to look at the vast plain, his eyes flickering. Time flew by. Half an hour passed by quickly. Ren Wushuang opened her beautiful eyes and stood up to look at everyone, saying, have you rested well? If you have, then get ready to set off. Immediately, everyone opened their eyes one after another and stood up. Although their bodies were covered in blood and emitted a pungent smell, they were all hale and hearty and full of fighting spirit. Looking at everyone's mental state, Ren Wushuang was quite satisfied. Although we haven't encountered any danger, the Death Swamp is definitely not a good place. The most important thing is that there are not only us in the Death Swamp, there are people from the other 8 provinces. Therefore, when we move forward, not only must we line up properly, we must also pay attention to the situation around us. Because any movement in the wind or grass may contain killing intent. Understand? Ren Wushuang shouted. Understood. Everyone nodded. Good, now I will arrange it. Qin Fiyang, Fatso, you two follow me and open up the path. Dong Jingyang, Lu Xingchen, you two are responsible for covering the rear. Shenlong, Jiang Wei, you two lead the 8-star combat emperors and protect everyone on both sides. The rest of you also need to protect each other. Also, if there is a dispute again, no matter who it is, kill them all. At the end, Ren Wushuang's voice became incomparably fierce, like an invisible blade, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Let's go! Immediately. As Ren Wushuang waved her jade-like hand, everyone quickly lined up and carefully walked towards the jungle in front of them. Fatso laughed in a low voice. Boss, this Ren Wushuang is quite dignified when she is serious. As the granddaughter of the prefecture master, it would be abnormal if she was not dignified. Don't talk nonsense, carefully observe the front. Qin Feiyang's face was very serious. His eyes were like lightning, sweeping back and forth in front. In particular, he paid special attention to the shrubs and weeds where people could hide. After the group had walked for a distance, Ren Wushuang came to the front row, walking side by side with Qin Feiyang and asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" "Not yet." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ren Wushuang said, "Even if not, we can't let our guard down." Along the way, everyone did not speak, their ears were listening to their surroundings, and their eyes were looking around. Even the most restless Su Yang and Wu Yen were unprecedentedly obedient. Everywhere they passed, except for the sound of everyone's footsteps, there was dead silence. At noon, someone suggested to find a place to rest first. After Ren Wushuang considered it, he also agreed with this suggestion. Because, although they did not encounter any danger along the way, everyone's nerves had been tense, and after a long time, it was inevitable that they would feel tired. After a while, they found the best place to rest. This place was still a wild forest, but within a radius of 500 or 600 meters, there was not a single tree, only weeds, shrubs, and a small pool. The terrain was also very flat. And naturally, the field of vision was very wide. If someone appeared or something abnormal happened, they would be able to detect it at once. However, Qin Feiyang and Fatso did not rest. The two stood on a black stone, scanning in all directions, not letting go of any suspicious places. After arranging everyone, Ren Wushuang walked over, jumped on the stone, stood beside Qin Feiyang and asked, "How is it?" "I didn't find anything, it should be fine." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "That's good." Ren Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "Are you tired? If you are, you should take a rest." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "This kind of environment is nothing to me, you go to rest." Since leaving the capital, he had been living a life of desperation. What place had he not been to? Therefore, whether it was the ability to accept unfamiliar environments or the ability to withstand unknown dangers, they were far superior to other people of the same age. "I'm not tired either." Ren Wushuang shook his head. Once in the ruins, she was able to persevere, and naturally here was no exception. Suddenly, Shen Mei opened her eyes and looked at the pool not far away, as if struggling with something. Finally, she got up, walked to Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said shyly, Qin Feiyang, can you help me to take a look at that pool?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Cough cough. Fatso clenched his fist, put it to his mouth and coughed and laughed. "Boss, you don't even know this, your EQ is worrying." Chapter 573. Since entering the 9 nether yellow springs, everyone had been fighting and fleeing. The blood, dirt, and dust on their bodies had never been washed. When she saw the pool, Shen Mei wanted to wash it. Of course, this was understandable. After all, as a woman, a beautiful woman, it was her nature to love beauty and cleanliness. Shen Mei said again, "If it really doesn't work, it doesn't matter, I can hold on." It's okay, I also think that everyone should wash up. Qin Feiyang smiled, jumped down from the stone, and carefully walked towards the pool. Before this, he really didn't care about this, but after Shin Mei said it, and looking at everyone's unkempt appearance, it was indeed time to wash up. However, under the water, any danger could exist, so he had to explore it clearly first. The pool was not far away. Qin Feiyang quickly walked to the pool. The pool was very clear, 56 meters wide, surrounded by aquatic plants, but he couldn't see the bottom of the pool. Qin Feiyang observed for a while. The water was always calm, giving people a sense of tranquility. But he didn't rashly go down. He found a wash-basin-sized stone and threw it into the pool. Immediately, water splashed everywhere. The stone quickly sank to the bottom of the pool. But after a long time, it still didn't sink to the bottom. It was enough to see that this pool was very deep. Do you want to go down and take a look? Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Finally, he gritted his teeth, jumped directly into the pool, and quickly sank to the bottom of the pool. The water was unexpectedly calm, and there wasn't even half a creature. But the more it was like this, the more cautious Qin Feiyang was, and even took out Chang Shui in case of an accident. After about 200 breaths, he finally saw the bottom of the pool. The moment he saw the bottom of the pool, he immediately stopped, his eyes full of horror. At the bottom of the pool, there were actually a lot of bones piled up. The stone that was thrown into the pool before was now on top of the bones. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one, and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. These bones, there were human skulls and beast skulls. It was like coming to hell, making people stop at sight. This was enough to prove that the pool was not safe. But where exactly was the danger? Because at the bottom of the lake, Qin Feiyang only saw bones and no other creatures. Qin Feiyang really wanted to go down and look for it, but there was a voice in his heart that told him not to take the risk. After pondering for a moment, he decisively swam towards the surface of the water. But suddenly, he stopped again and looked to the left of the bottom of the lake. A trace of bewilderment crept into his eyes. Over there, a strand of multicolored light seemed to appear, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Was it an illusion? Qin Feiyang frowned. However, in the next moment, the multicolored light appeared again and then disappeared. It's not an illusion. Qin Feiyang felt refreshed and immediately swam to the left. However, he did not enter the bottom of the pool and kept a distance from it. This kind of flashing multicolored light was most likely emitted by some kind of treasure. As they got closer, the multicolored light became more and more obvious. Vaguely, Qin Feiyang saw a vague glowing object at the bottom of the pool. There's really a treasure. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed, but he did not lose his mind because of this. He slowly approached, holding the Chang Shui tightly in his hand. After a few breaths, he finally saw the glowing object clearly. It was actually a flower. This flower, rooted in a piece of mud, was about the size of a palm and was shaped like a snow lotus. However, it only had 3 leaves, and each leaf seemed to be carved out of crystal without any flaws. Moreover, its whole body flickered with a hazy multicolored light. Although it was rooted in mud, it was not stained with the slightest bit of dirt. It was exceptionally beautiful. Qin Feiyang was entranced by it. What kind of flower was this? How could it grow in such a place? It also looked somewhat familiar. However, he was certain that this flower was definitely not an ordinary object. After carefully observing the situation around and seeing that there were no other creatures, Qin Feiyang slowly approached the flower. However, just as he was about to grab it, he seemed to have discovered something terrifying. He quickly retracted his arm and rushed towards the surface of the water without hesitation. Just as he retracted his arm, the mud near the flower violently surged. Whoosh! Following closely, a group of mysterious creatures rushed out of the mud and rushed towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. These mysterious creatures were as long as chopsticks, as thick as a thumb, and as black as ink. They looked like snakes, but they were not snakes, because they did not have snake scales or eyes. However, they could clearly sense Qin Feiyang's existence and chased after him relentlessly. Damn it! Why are there these damn things? Qin Feiyang looked down at those mysterious creatures, and his face was ashen. These creatures were very fast, but compared to Qin Feiyang, they were still a little slower. A moment later, Qin Feiyang rushed out of the water and quickly climbed ashore. After reaching the shore, he did not continue to escape. He stood on the shore and scanned the lake, red sword chi surging all over his body. What's going on? Fatso and the other two were surprised and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, "Don't come over. Be prepared to escape at any time." Escape? The three of them looked at each other. Was there some ferocious beast at the bottom of the lake? Thinking of this, Ren Wuxuang quivered and shouted, "There's a situation. Everyone be on guard." In an instant, everyone opened their eyes and got into a state of alert. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the group of mysterious creatures rushed out of the pool and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. What? Black demon locusts? Seeing this, not far away, Fatty and the others all had a change of expression. Black demon locusts and blood leech locusts were the same. They could drill into the bodies of creatures and suck their blood until the end of their lives. But black demon locusts were more terrifying than blood leech locusts. Because their bodies were very tough, it was very difficult for ordinary sharp weapons to break through their defense. And the most important point was that they could not only suck blood, but also absorb battle chi. Fatso shouted, "Boss, don't tangle with them." "But we can't leave yet," Qin Feiyang whispered. The red sword chi turned into a torrent and rushed towards the black demon locusts. At that moment, those black demon locusts began to absorb his battle chi. But some of the black demon locusts were cut into pieces and fell into the pool. However, these black demon locusts were also known to be immortal. Even if they were chopped into pieces, they would come back to life again. And they would form a brand new independent entity. For example, if there was only one black demon locust at the moment, if you cut it in half, it would become two. Unless it was burned to ashes, there would only be more and more of them. This was the most terrifying part of the black demon locusts. "Qin Feiyang, you can't kill all these damn things. Quickly retreat with us." Dong Zhengyang also shouted anxiously. "That's not necessarily true," Qin Feiyang muttered. The crimson sword chi retracted, and the flaming battle chi surged out with an earth-shattering momentum. But groups of black demon locusts came one after another. After one wave was burned, another wave came. And even if it was the flaming battle chi, they dared to absorb it. The most shocking thing was that as they kept absorbing the battle chi, their bodies became bigger and bigger, more and more ferocious. Several black demon locusts had swelled to the size of an arm, which made one's hair stand on end. They can absorb battle chi, but they can't absorb real flames. "Why don't we just set them on fire?" someone suggested. Setting them on fire can only deal with ordinary locusts. But these black demon locusts, even ordinary weapons can't cut their flesh, let alone ordinary flames. Dong Jingyang immediately rejected this suggestion. Shen Mei frowned. "So, don't the black demon locusts have invincible bodies?" "You can say that." Dong Jingyang nodded. "Set them on fire?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This reminded him. Ordinary flames couldn't, flaming battle chi couldn't, then what about alchemy fire? Alchemy fire didn't belong to any battle chi. Could it effectively prevent these black demon locusts from coming back to life? Thinking of this, with a thought, the nether devil flame appeared. The temperature released by a 5th-grade alchemy fire was very shocking. As soon as the nether devil flame was revived, the temperature between heaven and earth soared rapidly, like a big furnace in an instant. The surrounding bushes and weeds dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then burned. A few breaths passed. This place became a sea of fire. What grade is this alchemy fire? Even I can't stand the temperature released? Wu Yen and the others in the resting area were shocked. At the same time, Lu Xingchen looked at the nether devil flame with a strange light in his eyes. "If I'm not wrong, this alchemy fire should be 5th grade. "What? 5th grade?" Everyone was dumbfounded. In the entire spiritual state, only the inner palace had the highest grade of alchemy fire, but it was only 4th grade. Where did this Qin Feiyang get a 5th grade alchemy fire? Could it be Yunzhou? The appearance of the nether devil flame did play a significant role. Those black demon locusts weren't as crazy as before. Some of them surrounded Qin Fei Yang, and some didn't dare to approach. Some retreated to the pool and floated on the water surface, watching covetously. Only a small portion of the black demon locusts were still rushing toward Qin Fei Yang. The few black demon locusts that had swelled to the size of an arm were among them, and vaguely emitted the aura of a king. Qin Fei Yang's gaze was locked on them, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because he couldn't let them continue to grow, or they would inevitably become a threat to him. Clang. Just as those black demon locusts were approaching, he raised his arm and waved the Chang Shui in his hand like lightning, cutting those black demon locusts into pieces on the spot. With a thought, the nether devil flame rushed over. The horrifying heat shrouded over, and those pieces were quickly burned to ashes. This scene seemed to have frightened the other black demon locusts, and they all retreated to the pool. Pumph! Qin Fei Yang snorted and waved his hand. The nether devil flame turned into a stream of light and directly entered the pool. Immediately, the pool began to boil, bubbling, and wisps of white mist rose. What is he trying to do? Everyone was puzzled. Lu Xingchen said, he probably wants to evaporate the water in the pool. Why is he doing this? Just to deal with the black demon locusts? Isn't it boring? Everyone couldn't help but frown. Pumph! Fatso snorted secretly, his eyes full of disdain. Boring? What a joke. Boss never did meaningless things. There must be something in the pool that moved Boss's heart. Whoosh! Chapter 574. Arriving beside Qin Fei Yang, Fatso whispered, Boss, what did you find? Qin Fei Yang said, a strange flower. Strange flower. Fatso's eyes immediately lit up. The water temperature was getting higher and higher, and the steam was getting more and more. The water level was rapidly decreasing. Suddenly, Fatso seemed to have thought of something and said, Boss, since that strange flower grows at the bottom of the pool, will you destroy it by doing this? His words woke the dreamer up. Qin Fei Yang anxiously recalled the nether devil flame. Looking at the pool, he really couldn't think of a better idea. Finally, he gritted his teeth, looked at Fatso and said, I'll go down again, you stay here and watch carefully, I'm worried that the commotion just now has already attracted the attention of others. The others? Fatso was secretly shocked and said in a low voice, You mean the people from the other 8 continents? Qin Fei Yang scanned his surroundings and said in a deep voice, Although we haven't seen them yet, we still have to be on guard. All right. Fatso nodded. Don't. Qin Fei Yang held onto the Chang Shui, the nether devil flame above his head, and jumped into the pool once again. The water temperature was very high. However, with his current cultivation, it was still within his tolerance range. However, not long after he jumped into the pool, 5 figures shot out from the forest in front of him like lightning. When Fatso saw them, his face suddenly changed and he roared, Boss, come out quickly, Mo Wushan and the others are here. Dong Xingyang and the rest immediately gathered together and looked at the 5 of them gloomily. That's right. The people who came were Mo Wushan, Pan Huiyan, Yen Tianfeng, Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher. Mo Wushan swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes filled with a cold light. He waved his hand and shouted, Attack! Boom! The aura of the 5 of them exploded. Mo Wushan rushed towards Fatso, while Yen Tianfeng and the other 3 rushed towards Dong Xingyang and the others. Fatso's face was pale white. Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher had actually already broken through to the War Master. In other words, there were currently 5 King-s of the War Master level in the Cloud State. How were they supposed to fight? With just Dong Xingyang alone, it was impossible to block the attacks of these 5 people. Without any hesitation, he leaped and jumped into the pool. You're pretty smart. Mo Wushan sneered, and immediately flew towards Ren Wushuang and the others. Dong Xingyang hurriedly shouted, You guys go quickly, I'll stop them. Yen Tianfeng sneered, No one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, all of you will die. Pan Huiyan said, If you surrender obediently and don't resist, we may let you live. Ren Wushuang frowned. What exactly do you want? What do you want? You'll know soon enough. Mo Wushan smiled coldly. The 5 of them didn't kill them. They just surrounded Ren Wushuang and the others in the middle. Then, they looked at the pool as if they were waiting for something. Dong! So, Qin Feiyang and Fatso both jumped out of the water and landed on the shore. Seeing Mo Wuxian and the others, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Finally out. Hand over that strange flower. Mo Wuxian said. You guys know about it too? Qin Feiyang frowned. We knew about it long ago, but we couldn't do anything to those black demon locusts. Originally, we were all prepared to give up. Who knew that you guys would come here and find a way to restrain those black demon locusts? So, we hid in the forest nearby, waiting for the best time to strike. Qin Feiyang, I have to say, you're really a talent. You actually have a 5th grade alchemy fire. Pan Wuyan said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, you guys are one step too early. I haven't gotten the strange flower yet. If you guys have the ability, go down yourself. Didn't get it? The 5 of them immediately raised their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, I'm very confused. Do you know what that strange flower is? Why do you want it so badly? I don't know, but looking at it, I know it's not an ordinary thing. Since you didn't get it, then give me your 5th grade alchemy fire. If you dare to refuse, all of them will die in front of you. Mo Wuxian pointed at Ren Wushuang and the others and said coldly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He looked at Mo Wuxian and said with a faint smile, to be honest, I'm also very annoyed with them. If you really kill them, it will save me a lot of trouble. Senior brother Qin, you can't do this. Please give them the alchemy fire and save us. Wu Yen and the others panicked and begged. Is your life worth this 5th grade alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang sneered. Bastard, I've been so loyal to you. I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person. I was blind. Dong Zhengyang immediately roared. Heart and lungs? Don't be funny. Who doesn't know that you want to kill me to avenge the Dong family? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. Mo Wuxian glanced at Dong Zhengyang and looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. It seems that you have a deep grudge in the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang shrugged and said helplessly, I can't help it. I'm just too likable. Pan Wuyan and the others' faces twitched. Not ashamed but proud. How could there be such a thick-skinned person in the world? However, Mo Wuxian's gaze swept back and forth between Dong Zhengyang and Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he gave the two a thumbs up. Amazing. I didn't expect you to be so talented in acting. I almost believed it. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang's heart sank. That's right. They were indeed acting before to make Mo Wuxian and the others careless and then cooperate to save everyone. However, they didn't expect Mo Wuxian to see through it so quickly. Acting. Pan Wuyan and the others were stunned and their eyes turned cold. Yen Tianfeng waved his hand and his battle chi emerged, turning into a giant yellow hand and grabbing towards Ren Wushuang and the others. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Dong Zhengyang shouted coldly and stepped in front of everyone. The black demonic seal instantly condensed and blasted towards the giant hand. At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso and the netherworld demonic flame into the castle. He then used phantom steps and rushed towards Ren Wushuang and the others. Pumph! Mo Wuxian and Pan Wuyan snorted and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the black demonic seal and the giant hand collided. The giant hand was just an ordinary attack and naturally couldn't block the black demonic seal. It instantly shattered and then the black demonic seal carried the power to destroy the world and blasted towards Yen Tianfeng. Heaven Dipper Art, Battle Shield. Yen Tianfeng bellowed, his fan-like hands stretched out in the air, his battle chi surged, condensing into a thick and heavy shield in front of him, blocking the black demonic seal. After a short exchange, the two of them retreated a few steps at the same time, a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of their mouths. Yen Tianfeng was furious and shouted, Lu Yunfeng, Pei Sancher, follow me and destroy them. The two of them released their battle chi and their auras soared into the clouds. But at this time, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said loudly, Lu Yunfeng, Pei Sancher, Have you forgotten how they humiliated you in the past? Don't you want to wash away this humiliation? Immediately, Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sanchi's bodies stiffened. A raging anger burned in their hearts. Back then in the Spirit Cloud Mountain range, the slap that Yen Tianfeng gave them was like a stain that was branded in their hearts, something that they would never be able to forget. A good chance. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Dong Xingyang's eyes. He took a mysterious step and rushed towards Yen Tianfeng. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Emo Wushan's battle also began. 7 killing arts, open. Emo Wushan's body trembled, blood qi coiled around his entire body, and his killing intent boiled. Was following closely. 100 zhang long blood-red blade appeared out of nowhere, charging towards Qin Feiyang, its sharpness tearing through the earth. Ice Heaven Manifestation. Above Pan Wuyen's head, a frost vortex also appeared, and a huge ice elephant roared out, its ferocious might unparalleled, and swooped down towards Qin Feiyang. The two of them used their battle arts the moment they made their move. From this, it could be seen how much they feared Qin Feiyang. But Qin Feiyang had no intention of fighting them head-on. When the two great battle arts rushed over, he directly entered the ancient castle. When the two great battle arts whistled past, he walked out of the ancient castle. Using the phantom steps, he left behind an incomparably real afterimage around Emo Wushan and Pei Sanchi. Emo Wushan and Pei Sanchi looked at those illusions, a little confused. Who exactly was Qin Feiyang's original body? Destroy all of them. Pan Wuyen suddenly let out a fierce roar. Chirp. Accompanied by a sharp chirp, an ice phoenix soared out of the vortex above her head. Wherever it passed, the illusions continued to dissipate. Looks like you didn't remember Commander Nie's lesson. But suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind Pan Wuyen. She suddenly tensed up and hurriedly turned around. A cold face immediately entered her line of sight. It was Qin Feiyang, and it was close at hand. Out of fear of Qin Feiyang, she did not hesitate and immediately retreated. However, at the same time, she felt a pain in her chest and instinctively looked down, only to see a pure white jade dagger sinking into her heart. The intense pain swept over like a tide, and she could not help but scream. But at the same time, a crazed look appeared in her eyes. She suddenly stretched out her hands, hugging Qin Feiyang tightly, and shouted, "Emo Wushan, quickly!" Seeing this, Emo Wushan's murderous aura soared, and several blood blades condensed in an instant, slashing towards Qin Feiyang's neck. Are you crazy? Qin Feiyang was furious. He really did not expect Pan Wuyen to be so crazy. Women were indeed creatures that should not be provoked. Pan Wuyen laughed sinisterly. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Then you'd better die by yourself. Qin Feiyang's heart moved, and directly brought Pan Wuyen to the ancient castle. Boom! The moment he disappeared, several blood blades arrived, smashing into the ground. This place immediately exploded, leaving behind a huge crater. Damn it! Emo Wushan was furious. Originally, this was the best opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang, but he did not expect him to escape. All of you must die. He seemed to have transformed into a violent beast, and turned to stare at Ren Wushuang and the rest. Boom! He took a step forward, and madly rushed over. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he forcefully pushed Pan Wuyen away, and punched her lower abdomen. Ah! With a shrill scream, Pan Wuyen was sent flying on the spot, crashing into the wall behind her. Kill her! Qin Feiyang said to Fatso, and his killing intent was bone-piercing. Pan Wuyen's heart was pierced by Chang Shui, and she was already at the end of her rope. So even if she stayed in the ancient castle, she would not be a threat to Fatso and the rest. He took Chang Shui and left the ancient castle. When he saw Emo Wushan rushing towards Ren Wushuang and the rest, he used the phantom steps, and quickly chased after him, at the same time roaring, "Emo Wushan, if you dare to touch them, when I leave the 9 nether yellow springs, I will definitely go to Yunzhou and slaughter everyone in your Mo family. You have to have the ability to do so." Chapter 575. Qin Feiyang was furious and pushed his speed to the limit. However, Even though he had the perfect phantom steps, Mo Wuxian was a war master and his speed was much faster than him. He really couldn't catch up. However, could it be that they were just going to watch Mo Wushuang kill Ren Wushuang and the others? He didn't care about the others. But Ren Wushuang, he had no choice but to care. Senior brother Qin, save us. I don't want to die yet. At the same time, seeing the crazed Mo Wuxian, Wu Yen and the others turned pale with fright. They began to call for Qin Feiyang's help nonstop. Looking at Dong Xingyang, he was tightly entangled by Yen Tianfeng and was unable to escape. Qin Feiyang, I want you to watch them die one by one in front of you. This is the price of provoking me. Go to hell. Mo Wuxian went completely crazy, the murderous aura around his body turned into bloody sharp blades, exuding an astonishing destructive power, and rushed towards Ren Wushuang and the others. Shenlong, Jiangwei, please, you must block it. Please rest assured, even if your sea of qi is shattered, I can still save you. At this moment, only Shenlong and Jiangwei could save everyone from the fire and water. Although it was very likely that they would die because of this, there was no other way now. Mo Wuxian mocked. You can still save a shattered sea of qi, a shattered sea of consciousness. Do you think you are a god? Whether he can save us or not, we will still take action. Without hesitation, Shenlong and Jiang Wei looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. The two of them took a step forward at the same time and stood in front of everyone. Then, their bodies shook and their battle qi surged out like a torrent. Hurricane/Tiger subduing celestial phenomenon. With a low shout from the two, their battle qi soared into the sky, condensing into a huge hurricane and a huge golden tiger above their heads, releasing a destructive aura. Ooh! Ayo! The two of them waved their hands and the hurricane howled, the tiger's roar shook the sky, and two battle arts blasted towards the blood blades at the same time. Boom! Immediately, a deafening explosion echoed in the area. Retreat! Ren Wushuang shouted. Everyone quickly retreated, but their eyes were firmly locked onto Shenlong and Yi Shiwen. They kept praying in their hearts that they absolutely could not fall. Why am I so weak? If my cultivation is strong enough, I can protect everyone. To think that I'm the granddaughter of the manor head. What a joke! Ren Wushuang looked at the fearless Shenlong duo and blamed himself in his heart. But in the end, Shenlong and the other man were still unable to persevere. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, his body was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth, and the two battle arts were destroyed by the blood blade. While flying, the two of them glanced at Qin Feiyang behind Mo Wuxian. Jiang Wei said, Qin Feiyang won't be able to arrive in time. We still have to do something. Then let's do it, Shenlong said. The two of them knew that they would definitely die this time, but both their tone and expression were extremely calm. In fact, they were also afraid of death. But for the dignity of the spiritual state, they chose to defend it to the end. Compared to Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, they were indeed much better and worthy of admiration. Clang! Two loud noises exploded, as if divine weapons were unsheathed, resounding through the sky. Behind the two of them, two bright lights rushed out at the same time. And in the light, there were two battle souls. Shenlong's battle soul was a giant sword that was more than 100 feet long. It was as if it was cast in gold, emitting a dazzling light. Jiang Wei's battle soul was a long halberd that was about the same size as the golden giant sword. It was surrounded by an invisible storm that was whining. In the blink of an eye, as soon as the two battle souls appeared, they carried the power to destroy the world and blasted towards the blood blades. Boom! Immediately, the two battle souls collapsed. The two of them spat out blood again and crashed into the forest beside them. Ancient trees fell one after another, and leaves flew all over the sky. Finally, the two of them crashed into a short mountain that was more than 100 feet high. The short mountain collapsed on the spot, and the two of them were instantly buried in the mud. At the same time, those blood blades also collapsed. Mo Wuxian took a few steps back, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! His face was ferocious. He didn't expect that there would be such a fearless person in the spiritual state. It was also at this time. Qin Feiyang took the opportunity to approach Mo Wuxian, but did not attack him. He swept past him and went straight to Ren Wushuang and the others. He was not afraid of confronting Mo Wuxian head-on. But now, there were two uncertain factors. The first factor was Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher. No matter what grudges they had with Mo Wuxian, the two of them were still from the cloud state. In the end, it was likely that they would still choose to attack. The second factor was that the battle here was too intense. If there were other people nearby, they would definitely be on their way. So, he had to send Ren Wushuang and the others away first. In this way, he could give it his all. Senior brother Qin, what should we do? Quickly think of a way. As soon as Qin Feiyang stopped in front of Ren Wushuang, everyone rushed forward. But at this time, Mo Wuxian roared, Lu Yunfeng, Pei Sancher, what are you still standing there for? Don't forget the warning master gave you before you left. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw Mo Wuxian rushing over with a murderous aura. He saw Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher again. The two of them were silent for a moment and finally made their move. Qin Feiyang's heart sank, and he turned to Ren Wushuang and said, take everyone away immediately and find a hidden place to hide. What about you? Ren Wushuang said anxiously. When the matter here is over, I will come to find you. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Ren Wushuang nodded and whispered in Qin Feiyang's ear, I will leave a mark on the road, be careful. After saying that, she led everyone to retreat into the forest behind. Mo Wuxian shouted, stop them. Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher immediately chased after Ren Wushuang and the others. Qin Feiyang turned around, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and stood in front of the two. You are very strong. If you escape alone, no one can stop you. Why do you care about their life and death? Pei Sancher was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, they are my companions. Of course I have to protect them. Companions? If they are true companions, then there is nothing wrong with that. But according to my observation, they only treat you as a companion because you can protect them. If you don't have this ability, I believe they would have abandoned you long ago. Is it worth it? Pei Sancher asked. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the ruins in the forest behind them. That was where Shenlong and Jiang Wei were buried. Qin Feiyang's expression was somewhat complicated. He looked back at Pei Sancher and shook his head. I don't know if it is worth it or not, but Shenlong and Jiang Wei's actions moved me. Mo Wuxian shouted, what are you still talking about? Let's kill him together. At this time, he was only a dozen meters away from Qin Feiyang. After he finished speaking, a blood-red light rushed out from his back. It was a blood-red sword the size of a thumb. Although it looked inconspicuous, it emitted a shocking sharpness. This was his battle spirit. He did not dare to be careless when dealing with Qin Feiyang. Therefore he used his trump card. Pei Sancher glanced at Mo Wuxian and then looked at Qin Feiyang. I admire your character and courage, but we are enemies. Therefore, this battle is inevitable. Lu Yunfeng also said, after knowing your true identity, I also want to fight with you. Today, let us have a good fight. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. He was not stupid enough to fight with the three great sections. He used the phantom steps and rushed toward Dong Zheneng. Want to leave? No way. Mo Wuxian shouted. The small blood-red sword trembled in the void. Then, it shot toward Qin Feiyang like a sharp arrow. Lu Yunfeng and the other two also activated their battle arts. Following closely behind the blood-colored sword, they aggressively charged towards Qin Feiyang. Fight. At this moment, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate to use the battle art. His black hair and eyes instantly turned blood red, as if they were dyed with blood. Immediately after, he slapped with his palm. In his palm, the return art appeared. A golden wave appeared, containing a hidden power, and rushed toward the blood-red sword and the two battle arts. Boom! The two collided. The blood-red sword and the two battle arts suddenly changed sides and attacked Mo Wuxian and the other two. This kind of battle art again. The three of them were shocked and hurriedly retreated to the side, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's arm also shattered, flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, he did not even frown. Instead, he borrowed the force of the impact to speed up and rush toward Dong Xingyang. Just in time. Yen Tianfeng, who was locked in battle with Dong Xingyang, saw Qin Feiyang approaching and immediately abandoned Dong Xingyang and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. "Your opponent is me," Dong Xingyang shouted and immediately chased after him. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang shouted to Dong Xingyang, "I'll hold them back, quickly go and see if Shenlong and Jiang Wei are dead." Dong Xingyang was bewildered. Hold them back? Was he crazy? One had to know that there were 4 battle masters in front of him. Even if Qin Feiyang's battle strength was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. Putting this aside, with the current situation, was there a need to care about the life and death of Shenlong and Jiang Wei? "Go quickly," Qin Feiyang said angrily. Dong Xingyang's heart trembled. At this moment he seemed to feel the majesty of an emperor from Qin Feiyang. The words that came out of his mouth made him not dare to disobey. He swallowed his saliva, turned around and rushed into the forest, rushing toward the ruins. Want to save them? No way. Yen Tianfeng, who was rushing toward Qin Feiyang, immediately turned around and chased after Dong Xingyang. "Don't chase, kill Qin Feiyang first," Mo Wuxian shouted coldly. But Yen Tianfeng immediately turned around and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Indeed, Qin Feiyang was the biggest threat. As long as he got rid of Qin Feiyang, the rest of the people in the spiritual state were nothing to worry about. Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher also followed Mo Wuxian. Facing the 4 battle masters, Qin Feiyang not only did not panic, but was also unprecedentedly calm. Inside the ancient castle. "Little Qin Zi, what's going on?" Wolf King had already been awakened. It had been waiting for Qin Feiyang to enter the ancient castle and take it out to fight. It was also mentally prepared for a bloody battle, but Qin Feiyang did not come in. Chapter 576. Brother Wolf, don't worry. If he doesn't come in, it means that he is still confident. Lu Hong advised from the side. Yes, I believe in Brother Feiyang. Linny followed. Having said that, the deep worry on their faces was enough to show that their hearts were not calm at this moment. Boom! A loud noise came into the castle. Everyone knew that the battle outside had begun. Outside, Qin Feiyang and Mo Wuxian's group of 4 launched a fierce battle. He was at an absolute disadvantage fighting against 4 people alone. In less than 3 breaths, his body was full of scars. But relying on the battle character tactic, no matter how serious the blow he received, he was still lively. The battle character tactic couldn't give Qin Feiyang a true immortal body. There was also a limit to his endurance. As long as he reached the limit, he would still die. However, the strength of Mo Wuxian's group had obviously not reached this limit. As the battle heated up, Mo Wuxian's group of 4 became more and more surprised. This guy's ability to withstand a beating is too terrifying, right? If it were someone else, not to mention an 8-star war emperor, even a 1-star war ancestor with the same realm as them would have died in their hands long ago. But this person didn't show any signs of weakness? Is this a dream? I don't believe it. Yen Tianfeng suddenly roared. His fist was covered with battle qi, and he punched Qin Feiyang's back with all his strength. Boom! Immediately, Qin Feiyang was like a meteorite, smashing into a boulder in front of him. The boulder shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang fell to the ground, spurting blood from his mouth. His back was lacerated, his bones were broken, and even his internal organs were damaged. However, the next moment, he turned over and jumped up, standing firmly on the ground. His whole body was in high spirits, and his fighting spirit was unparalleled. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Yen Tianfeng was dumbfounded. Monster? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, revealing a bright smile. You can still smile? I don't believe that I can't kill you. Yen Tianfeng was furious and attacked Qin Feiyang again. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang didn't retreat but advanced instead. The two of them collided like lightning. Yen Tianfeng's fist landed on Qin Feiyang's chest. His khaki-colored battle qi exuded a heavy aura. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang also grabbed Chang Shui and cut off Yan Tianfeng's arm, causing blood to gush out. He can still fight back? Mo Wuxian and the other two turned pale with fright. Did this person consume some kind of miraculous pill? Qin Feiyang, they are still alive. At this moment, Dong Jingyang's voice came from the forest. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He turned around without hesitation and rushed into the jungle. Trying to escape. Mo Wuxian smiled disdainfully and chased after them with Yan Tianfeng and the other two. Boom. Behind the four of them, a fighting soul sword. Mo Wuxian's battle soul blood-red sword was the first to attack Qin Feiyang. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, Qin Feiyang roared and slapped with his right palm. Golden light surged and pounced on the blood-red sword. Boom! The sword was instantly sent flying. Qin Feiyang's arm finally reached its limit and shattered. The blood in his mouth was spurting out like crazy. But at this moment, Yan Tianfeng and the other two's fighting souls also attacked. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and kept Chang Shui. His left hand shot out and the return formula appeared again. In the end, the three fighting souls were sent flying. But his left hand was also instantly shattered. Mo Wuxian sneered. Let's see what else you can do after losing your hands. Yan Tianfeng, petrify him. The four of them were faster than Qin Feiyang. Very soon, they caught up with Qin Feiyang. Yan Tianfeng stretched out his arm and grabbed Qin Feiyang's left shoulder. Wisps of battle qi gushed out from his palm. Upon hearing the word petrify, Qin Feiyang's expression changed on the spot. If he was really petrified by Yan Tianfeng, then even if he had the battle formula, he would not be able to escape death today. So, when Yan Tianfeng grabbed him, he decisively entered the castle. Little Qin Zi, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you come in earlier? With my help, you wouldn't have fallen to this point. Wolf King immediately said angrily. Just focus on your seclusion. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and looked at Fatso. Give me a regeneration pill. Fatso quickly took out the regeneration pill and fed it to Qin Feiyang. Don't worry about me, I won't die yet. After hurriedly leaving these words, Qin Feiyang left the castle and saw Mo Wuxian and the other three rushing towards Dong Jingyang. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running now? Qin Feiyang sneered, full of provocation. But Mo Wuxian and the other three didn't even look at him. After fighting for so long, they deeply realized a problem. It was impossible to kill Qin Feiyang, because Qin Feiyang had a treasure that could hide. As long as they hid in it, even if they had heaven-defying instincts, they could only stare helplessly. So, instead of continuing to tangle with Qin Feiyang, it was better to take down Dong Jingyang and the other two to threaten Qin Feiyang. Even if Qin Feiyang was not threatened, he could still directly kill the three of them and cause the spiritual state to lose three powerful combat forces. Qin Feiyang's face darkened when he saw that the four of them had failed in their provocation. He shouted, Dong Jingyang, take them and flee quickly. You have the same cultivation as them. They won't be able to catch up to you. Dong Jingyang was running over with the unconscious Shenlong and the other two, trying to help Qin Feiyang escape. Hearing this, he immediately stopped and frowned. What about you? Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Okay. Dong Jingyang looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, and without hesitation he turned around and rushed into the depths of the forest. Yan Tianfeng roared, Today, even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will chase him to the end. But at this time, Lu Yunfeng stopped and shook his head. He also has a high-grade auxiliary battle art, we can't catch up. Slap. Before he finished speaking, a scene that left Qin Feiyang dumbfounded appeared. Yan Tianfeng slapped Lu Yunfeng and Dong Jingyang's faces and roared, Isn't this all your fault? If you had attacked from the beginning, how could they have had the chance to escape? Lu Yunfeng and Dong Jingyang stared at Yan Tianfeng and touched their burning faces, their eyes gradually darkening. Mo Wuxian, who was at the side, glanced at the three of them, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang, without any intention of interfering. Qin Feiyang watched all of this, and the corner of his mouth gradually curled up into a playful smile. If it was in the past, when Yen Tianfeng gave Lu Yunfeng and Dong Xingyang a slap, the two of them could only silently endure it. But now, the two of them were no longer the same as before. Yen Tianfeng still slapped them in the face, which was undoubtedly a very unwise action. As for Mo Wuxian, he obviously had his own plans. Because whether it was Yen Tianfeng or Lu Yunfeng, they were just chess pieces in his eyes. Sooner or later, they would be eliminated. Therefore, he was very happy to see this kind of thing, so he naturally wouldn't care about it. But to Qin Feiyang, this was an opportunity. He looked at Lu Yunfeng and Dong Xingyang, shook his head and sighed. It seems that even if you two break through to War Master, your status in the Cloud region will not increase in the slightest. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang in unison, their eyes shining with a cold light. Could it be that I'm wrong? There's an old saying that goes, don't hit people in the face. But now, he slapped you in the face in front of me. Doesn't this prove that in his eyes, you are still ants? You two, I have a suggestion. Why don't we form an alliance and kill them here? With the strength of the three of us, killing Yen Tianfeng and Mo Wuxian is easy. As for my character, all of you have seen it for yourselves. I am completely worthy of your trust. After we kill them, we will go to the other side of the 9 nether yellow springs together, and then enter the imperial capital together. How about it? Qin Feiyang laughed. Lu Yunfeng and Dong Xingyang looked at each other, clearly moved. Although they didn't spend much time with Qin Feiyang, and didn't know much about Qin Feiyang, compared to Mo Wuxian and Dong Xingyang, it made them feel more at ease. Seeing this, Mo Wuxian's heart skipped a beat. If Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher really changed sides at the last minute, it would be a disaster for him. He never thought that at this time, Qin Feiyang would still be able to come up with a plan to sow discord and directly destroy his little plan. He turned to look at Yen Tianfeng and shouted, "What are you doing? Who gave you the right to slap them in the face? Why aren't you apologizing to them?" Yen Tianfeng clenched his fists. His heart was full of unwillingness. But he also knew the consequences of Lu Yunfeng and Dong Xingyang's betrayal, so he could only put down his face and bow to the two. "I'm sorry, I was impulsive before, I hope you can forgive me." Mo Wuxian also laughed and said, "Lu Yunfeng, Pei Sancher, we are the most outstanding people in Yunzhou. We carry a heavy burden on our shoulders, please don't be bewitched by scoundrels." The two lowered their heads and remained silent. Mo Wuxian said, "If you still can't let it go, you can return it, I won't interfere." Yen Tianfeng said angrily, "Mo Wuxian, what do you mean? This is the consequence of your own actions, who's to blame?" Mo Wuxian sneered. "All right." Lu Yunfeng nodded, raised his head and looked at Yen Tianfeng and said, "As long as you can obediently let us slap you a few times, we will let bygones be bygones." "You dare?" Yen Tianfeng shouted. "Then there's nothing I can do." Lu Yunfeng laughed coldly, turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "All right, we." But before he could finish, Mo Wuxian's face suddenly changed. He stepped forward and covered Lu Yunfeng's mouth, and smiled apologetically, "I'll try to persuade you again." Following that, he looked at Yen Tianfeng and roared, "What exactly are you trying to do? Do you really want to die here?" Yen Tianfeng's gaze trembled. He looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily, looked at Lu Yunfeng and said while gritting his teeth, "All right, I'll let you guys hit me." Pa. Just as Yen Tianfeng finished speaking, Pei Sancher raised his arm and ruthlessly slapped Yen Tianfeng's face. A blood-red palm print immediately appeared. "You didn't expect this day to come, right?" Pei Sancher sneered and slapped him again, causing half of Yen Tianfeng's face to swell up. Following that, Lu Yunfeng also slapped him twice. The other half of Yen Tianfeng's face also swelled up, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Yen Tianfeng was about to go crazy. Like a wild beast that was about to go berserk, his eyes were completely red. The hatred in his heart towards Lu Yunfeng, Pei Sancher, and Mo Wuxian was so intense that it could not be restrained. Similarly, there was also Qin Feiyang. Because, if not for Qin Feiyang fanning the flames, he would not have suffered such humiliation. However, Qin Feiyang was rather disappointed. Chapter 577. However, it was not without gains. At least, it bought enough time for Dong Xingyang and Ren Wushuang to escape. Now, it was impossible for Mo Wushan and the rest to continue chasing after them. Qin Feiyang did not delay any longer. He smiled and said, "The four of you, it's a small world. We'll meet again next time." Wait. Mo Wushan hurriedly said, "Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang asked. Mo Wushan said in a deep voice, "Where's Pan Win? Quickly hand her over to us." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't know if she's dead or not. But I can return her to you." As he spoke, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a bloody person appeared on the ground in front of him. It was Pan Win. But at this moment, Pan Win's aura was gone and her face was as pale as paper. She was clearly dead. "I'm sorry. My fat brother was too heavy-handed and accidentally killed her. You guys find a place to bury her. Goodbye." Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. He waved at the four of them and disappeared without a trace in a flash. Looking at Pan Win's cold corpse, the four of them had ugly expressions. Especially Yen Tianfeng. He had the best relationship with Pan Win and they had been partners for a long time. Now that Pan Win was dead, he was alone. How could he compete with Mo Wushan and Lu Yunfeng in the future? "Lu Yunfeng, Pei Sanshi, I know that I have no right to blame you for what happened today. After all, we used to bully you guys. It's normal for you guys to have resentment. But I still have to say that you guys are indeed in the wrong. You have to know that only the 5 of us came to the 9 Nether Yellow Springs from Yunzhou. Any one of us is extremely important. But now, Pan Win died not long after we entered the Death Swamp. Only the 4 of us are left. To us, this is not good news. So I hope that before we reach the other side, we can put down our grudges and stop killing each other." Mo Wushan said in a painful tone. "All right, we'll listen to you. But the condition is that you stop telling us what to do." Lu Yunfeng and the other 2 pondered for a moment before taking the lead to express their stance. Yen Tianfeng glanced at the 3 of them and snorted coldly. "Do I have a choice now?" Mo Wushan said, "Since we've reached an agreement, then let's bury her." After burying Pan Win, Pei Sanshi frowned and asked, "What about the strange flower under the pond?" "Forget it. Qin Feiyang won't give up. We can't beat him. In the future, let's not provoke him. Let's set out immediately and rush towards the depths of the Swamp of Death. We'll strive to be the first to arrive at the other side." Mo Wushan said. Lu Yunfeng and the other 2 nodded. Comparing Qin Feiyang to the imperial capital was obviously more important. Mo Wushan said, "There's no time to lose, let's go." The 4 of them disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. This place quickly fell into a deathly silence. Inside the castle, hearing the 4's conversation, Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. He was wondering why Mo Wushan and the others entered the Death Swamp so quickly and even found a good place to ambush them. It turned out that only the 5 of them came to participate in the great battle of the 9 states. The people of the Cloud State were smart. They knew that those below the War Master realm could only be cannon fodder in the 9 underworlds, so they gave up. This way, Mo Wushan and the others had an easier time. On the other hand, the people of the Spirit State rushed in. But what was the result? They didn't even know what the Death Swamp was like. They lost their lives for nothing. How stupid! Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and looked at Fatso. The situation of the great battle of the 9 states is far beyond my expectations. Before you break through to the War Master realm, don't go out again. Fatso nodded. Although he was usually timid with his current strength, he definitely had the ability to dominate those below the War Master realm. For people like Wu Yen, even 10 of them together wouldn't be his opponent. But in the face of experts above the War Master realm, his strength was not enough. So, breaking through to the War Master realm became a top priority for Fatso. As for Wolf King, he had already broken through to the 9-star Combat Emperor. He was not far from breaking through to the War Master realm. The Pangolin, Lu Hong, Luo Qianxue, and Lin Yi's strength had also improved greatly. But in the 9 underworlds, they obviously couldn't help Qin Feiyang. The only ones who could help him were Fatso and Wolf King. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave the castle, Lin Yi suddenly said, Brother Feiyong, didn't you say that you have a surprise for me? Surprise? Qin Feiyong was taken aback for a moment, then patted his forehead, shook his head, and smiled. Look at me, I was so busy that I almost forgot about it. Wait a moment. After saying that, Qin Feiyong walked to the altar and opened the furnace to refine pills. In less than 10 breaths, a crimson fire-colored glass pill with 4 pill patterns came out of the furnace. Qin Feiyong grabbed the medicinal pill, walked to Lin Yi, and smiled. Crimson fire-colored glass pill is different from Juku yellow dragon pill. A crimson fire-colored glass pill with 4 pill patterns is enough for you to break through 5 small realms. 5 small realms? Lin Yi's gaze trembled. Sure enough, it was a great surprise. Qin Feiyong said, in fact, you don't have to think so much. I believe that I have the ability to protect you. Lin Yi took the medicinal pill, lowered her head and said, but I want to protect you and help you. Qin Feiyong was stunned. Wolf King smiled and said, little girl, it's not that I want to discourage you, but with your strength, you will never be able to help us. Lin Yi suddenly felt lost. No one will treat you as a mute if you don't talk. Qin Feiyong glared at Wolf King fiercely and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Don't listen to its nonsense. I believe that you can protect me one day, but I am afraid that others will say that I rely on women behind my back. Lin Yi immediately laughed through her tears. Well, you guys cultivate. I will go out and see if I can get that strange flower. Qin Feiyong smiled, left the castle, and walked toward the pool. He always had a feeling in his heart that if he missed that strange flower, he would regret it for a lifetime. He was also familiar with that strange flower, but he couldn't remember its name for a while. After a while, he came to the pool, but when he saw the current pool, his heart skipped a beat. The previous battle not only caused serious damage to this land, but the pool was also unrecognizable at this moment. Qin Feiyong was worried that the strange flower would also be affected. Boom! He did not hesitate and jumped in directly. However, as soon as he jumped into the water, more than a dozen black demon locusts swarmed up and attached themselves to his body. He immediately felt that these disgusting bugs were crazily sucking his blood and desperately trying to burrow into his body. Anyone who encountered this situation would feel their scalp tingle. Qin Feiyong was no exception. He quickly climbed ashore and summoned the netherworld demonic flame. The terrifying high temperatures suddenly shrouded all directions. More than a dozen black demon locusts suddenly left his body in panic and rushed toward the pool. Qin Feiyong pointed his finger, and the red sword aura surged out, instantly tearing their flesh body apart. Coupled with the burning of the pill fire, they were quickly burned to ashes. Qin Feiyong looked at the dozens of bloody holes on his body, and he couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, when the black demon locusts got into his body, he was equivalent to a delicious cake that they could only suck. Boom! Without hesitation, Qin Feiyong jumped into the pool again with the netherworld demonic flame. The netherworld demonic flame was in a half-awakened state. As soon as it entered the water, the temperature of the pool began to rise. Qin Feiyong was afraid that something would happen to the strange flower, so he quickly sank to the bottom. On the way, the black demon locusts he encountered did not dare to approach him, but they all followed behind him. A moment later, Qin Feiyong finally arrived at the bottom of the pool. The eerie white bones were a ghastly sight. Black demon locusts lay around the strange flower and were very resistant to Qin Feiyong, an outsider. Qin Feiyong looked at the strange flower and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although the fluctuations of the battle before were very terrifying, but fortunately the pool was very deep and did not affect the strange flower. Immediately, he held his breath and gradually approached the strange flower. The netherworld demonic flame in his hand emitted a hot wave, and the black demon locusts around the strange flower were constantly forced to retreat. Seeing this situation, Qin Feiyong was very excited. If there was no accident, he would be able to smoothly obtain the strange flower. However, an accident just happened. When he was only 1 meter away from the strange flower, the black demon locusts that were forced to retreat were not afraid of the high temperature of the netherworld demonic flame and once again surrounded the strange flower. Obviously, They swore to protect the strange flower even if they died. Qin Feiyang had to stop and looked very angry. But from the side, it also showed that this strange flower was definitely not ordinary. What to do? Just as he was thinking of a way, suddenly two faint sounds came from above, as if something fell into the pool. Mo Wuxian and the other three haven't given up yet? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and immediately looked up, his eyes full of vigilance. But as time passed, Qin Feiyang gradually felt that something was wrong. Now more than 300 breaths had passed. If it was really Mo Wuxian and the others, they must have reached the bottom of the pool. But now no one came down, and he could only feel the water above moving. What was going on? Qin Feiyang frowned, but suddenly thought, could it be that someone was bathing above? If so, then it was definitely not Mo Wuxian and the others. But then again, this person was really careless. With the nether demonic flame, the temperature of the pool continued to rise, and it was easy to sense that something was wrong here. If it was him, he would definitely come down to check first. Maybe in this person's eyes, this was a natural hot spring. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang could not help but shake his head and laugh. At this time, he still had the mood to think about this. He lowered his head again, looking at the black demon locusts. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth, stretched out his left hand, and directly reached into the group of black demon locusts, and then grabbed the strange flower. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain came from his arm. He felt that, at this moment, there were dozens of black demon locusts attached to his arm. But he did not care, and used force to pull out the strange flower, and quickly entered the ancient castle. The moment he entered the ancient castle, he took out the Chang Shui, and without any hesitation, slashed at his left shoulder. Immediately, his arm was cut off, and blood poured out like a waterfall. Bang! The broken left arm fell to the ground, and dozens of black demon locusts climbed out one after another, and immediately rushed towards the group. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Lu Hong suddenly turned pale. Chapter 578. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Fatso, I want to revive the nether devil flame. Quickly put away that strange flower." While speaking, he took a big stride and stood in front of Lin Yi and the others. He then took out the Chang Shui and kept waving it in the air. His waving movements were so fast that it was dazzling. But every time he waved, he could cut off a black demon locust. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. In a few breaths, dozens of black demon locusts fell to the ground one after another and were cut into several pieces. But they were still wriggling. This was a process of their rebirth, but this process was very short. If they were not dealt with in time, hundreds of black demon locusts would appear in this castle later. At that time, the castle would be occupied by these terrifying creatures, and there would be no place for them to stay. At the same time, Fatso stretched out his hand to grab the strange flower, but he retracted his arm in lightning speed and hid in a corner as if he was running for his life. Because there were 3 black demon locusts entangled on the strange flower. "Look at you!" Wolf King glared at Fatso disdainfully. Yes, this emperor has never seen such a timid person like you." The pangolin beast next to him echoed. However, looking at the 3 black demon locusts, they also hesitated. Qin Feiyang looked at these 3 beasts and couldn't help but feel annoyed. It seems that at the critical moment he still had to step in. "Protect Yi and the others." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly, and the nether devil flame was fully revived. The terrifying high temperatures suddenly filled every corner of the castle. Wolf King immediately condensed a battle chi barrier to protect Lin Yi and the others. Those black demon locusts that were cut off earlier were quickly burned to ashes under this high temperature. But the 3 black demon locusts entangled on the strange flower did not retreat at all. "You guys are quite brave." Qin Feiyang was afraid that the strange flower would also be burned by this high temperature, so he immediately rushed towards the strange flower. However, at this time, all of a sudden, the 3 black demon locusts dashed towards Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. Their targets were Qin Feiyang's eyes and ears. If the black demon locusts really got into his ears or eyes, his brain would probably be sucked dry by the black demon locusts. Just thinking about it made him shudder. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also noticed that the strange flower had withered and was even emitting green smoke. It was obvious that it was about to burn. Fatso, quick! Qin Feiyang roared. Chang Shui streaked across the sky and cut the 3 black demon locusts into pieces. Without the black demon locusts, Fatso was no longer afraid. He quickly pounced forward, grabbed the strange flower, and put it into his Qiankuan bag. Very soon, the 3 black demon locusts were also burned to ashes by the nether devil flame. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, the high temperature of the netherworld demonic flame immediately receded like a receding tide. He immediately looked at Fatso and said, "Quickly let me see the strange flower." Fatso took out the strange flower. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand, looked left and right, looked up and down, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. The water in the strange flower was gone, but its essence was still there, and it would not lose its medicinal efficacy. Lu Hong said at this time, "Qin Feiyang, can you throw your arm out first and watch it beat people up?" Beat people up? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked down at the left arm that he had cut off, but saw that it was full of holes and blood was flowing out. It did look a little creepy. He had wanted to reattach it, but now he was not in the mood. He waved his hand and threw the arm out. Fatso said, "Boss, don't bring this kind of thing in next time. It's scary." This time, I support Fatso. Let's not talk about whether or not this thing will harm everyone. Merely, your behavior is simply too dangerous. Have you ever thought about what if these things drill into your heart, your lower abdomen, or even your brain? Wolf King said. I had no choice. They surrounded the strange flower 3 times on the inside and 3 times on the outside. I could only take it by force. But I also calculated it in advance. At that time, I only put my arm in. If they want to drill, they can only drill into my arm. As long as I enter the castle in time and cut off my arm, they can't drill into other places. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Fine, we were worried for nothing. Wolf King rolled his eyes at him, then lay down on the side and closed his eyes to meditate. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. He took out a regeneration pill and a healing pill and swallowed them, then looked down at the strange flower carefully. Fatso went up, his eyes shining, and said, "Boss, think carefully. What kind of treasure is this?" At the bottom of the lake. When Qin Feiyang snatched the strange flower, the black demon locusts immediately went crazy and rushed around at the bottom. When Qin Feiyang threw out his arm, they immediately swarmed up. In the blink of an eye, all the flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only a white bone. The swarm of black demon locusts rushed up. At the same time, above the pool, 2 young women were playing in the water. Sister, it's so comfortable. I didn't expect there to be such a natural hot spring in this damned place. The only flaw is that the water temperature is a bit too high. You should be satisfied. It's already very lucky to find a water source here. After washing off the dirt on our bodies, we'll go down and look for it. Maybe there are some treasures. The 2 women were very beautiful. Their skin was delicate and had a charming luster. Their big eyes were as clear as a mirror. Their wet hair, as well as their bodies that were faintly discernible in the water, exuded a fatal temptation. And they looked exactly the same. Even their hair was light gold. But on the shore, there were 2 blood-stained white gauze dresses. This proved that the 2 women were not simple people. And on the dresses, there were 2 exquisite Qiankuan bags, as well as 2 sets of underwear that would make one's nose bleed. In other words, the 2 women were completely naked in the water. There's movement below. Suddenly, one of the women stopped playing and her face became very serious. The other woman also floated on the water surface and listened carefully. Suddenly, her face changed and she shouted, "Go ashore!" Splash! The 2 women rushed to the shore with a splash. Then, they grabbed their respective Qiankuan bags and took out 2 sets of brand new dresses. Of course, they also had underwear and quickly put them on. The 2 women stared at the water surface. Whoosh! In less than 3 breaths, a swarm of black demon locusts rushed out of the pool. When they saw the 2 women, they immediately rushed towards them. What? There's actually such disgusting things under the pool? The two women's faces changed and they immediately turned to the side of the forest. At the same time, one of the women shouted, "Men!" Immediately, in the side of the forest, a dozen figures rushed out. They were all young men around 25 or 26 years old. They were also wearing white clothes. But on their chests, there was a small word embroidered. Empty. And their bodies were also stained with blood. Their hair was disheveled and their faces were dirty. They looked quite miserable. A young man in white who rushed to the front asked, "Shuening, Shueruo, what's wrong?" "There are black demon locusts in the pool. They're too much. They hid down there and peeped at us bathing. Quickly get rid of them." The two women said angrily. "Black demon locusts." The young men looked towards the pool. When they saw the swarm of black demon locusts, their faces changed. But then, a row of black lines appeared on their foreheads. The black demon locusts did not have eyes at all. They only relied on smell to track their prey. How could they peep at them bathing? Moreover, they were just insects. Even if they peeped, it was nothing. Was there a need to make such a fuss? This pair of sisters really knew how to talk nonsense. But in their eyes, it was full of doting. The leading man frowned and said, "Shuening, Shuerwa, didn't I just tell you to check if there's any danger in the pool? Why did you only notice them now?" "We looked, but we didn't go to the bottom of the pool to check. We wanted to wait until we were clean before going down. But we didn't expect them to suddenly rush up." The two women said innocently. Hearing that, everyone was helpless. The leading man said, "You guys, I don't know what to say. You guys are really careless. Yeah, if anything happens to you, how are we going to explain it to your parents?" A young man next to him said helplessly, "Okay, we know we're wrong. Can you guys go and kill them?" The two blinked their charming eyes and looked at them pleadingly. The young men looked at each other. They all looked like they had a headache. The leading young man said, "Shuaning Shu, these things are not to be trifled with. Since you've already washed up, why don't you leave this place quickly? Senior brother Fenghua is right. We shouldn't stay here for long. And look, there's a large area of damage near the pool. It means that there was a battle here not long ago. I think it's the people from the other 8 provinces. Although we're not afraid of them, it's not good for us to fight with them too early. Ladies, don't be stubborn. Let's go." The rest of the people also persuaded them. "But we'll listen to you." The sisters hesitated for a while, but finally nodded in agreement. "Let's go." The leading young man waved his hand. The dozen of people immediately protected the sisters and rushed into the forest. But the black demon locusts chased after them. And more black demon locusts rushed out of the pool. Obviously, they thought that group of people were Qin Feiyang's accomplices. Just as the group of people entered the forest, a figure rushed out of the pool and landed on the shore. It was Qin Feiyang. The nether demonic flame in his hand was fully awakened. The area within a few hundred meters was suddenly turned into a burning furnace. What's going on? Seeing the black demon locusts rush into the forest, Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. When he looked over and saw the group of people in the forest, his eyes suddenly focused. This group of people's aura was very strong. Based on his initial judgment, half of them should be battle masters. There's someone? At the same time, the dozen of people who entered the forest all turned their heads to look at the pool. When they saw Qin Feiyang, they were also surprised. Where did he come from? No! He's covered in water. He should have come out of the pool. That means that when we were bathing, he was hiding under the water. He's a pervert. Chapter 579. Pervert. Qin Feiyang faintly heard the voices of the two girls, and could not help but feel puzzled. Whoosh! He did not have time to think, because when the black demon locusts saw him appear from the pool, they all turned around and rushed towards him. So troublesome! Qin Feiyang was quite annoyed. He turned around and used the phantom steps, and rushed into the forest without looking back. The direction he went was the direction Dong Xingyang escaped. He must be peeping at us bathing. You guys go and stop him. I'm going to dig out his eyeballs. Seeing Qin Feiyang leave, the sisters hurriedly shouted to the dozen young men beside them. Xuening, Shuero, don't worry. The leading young man comforted them and looked at the others. Did you see the words on his chest? Everyone shook their heads. The distance was a little far, and coupled with the blood mist in the air, it was really difficult to see the words on his chest. Similarly, Qin Feiyang also did not see the words on their chests. The leading young man raised his head and looked at the black demon locusts swarming towards Qin Feiyang. His eyes flashed and said, I think this person is not peeping at Xuening and Shuero bathing. Someone asked, then what is he doing in the pool? The leading young man said, I think he is looking for some treasure and has already gotten it. Why do you think so? Someone next to him questioned. Did you see those black demon locusts? At first, they chased us crazily, but when this person appeared, they immediately gave up on us and chased after him. Think about it, what does this mean? The leading young man said. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. If there was really a treasure, it must not be an ordinary treasure. Otherwise, the black demon locusts would not be so crazy. But we can't rule out the possibility that he is peeping at Xuening and Shuero bathing. Let's chase after him, but remember, we can't be impulsive. Ask him first. The leading young man reminded. Everyone nodded. Let's go. So, under the lead of the young man called Fenghua, the group of more than a dozen people hid their aura, avoided the black demon locusts, and rushed through the forest, trying to intercept Qin Feiyang. In the meantime, as Qin Feiyang sped along, he carefully observed his surroundings. With Dong Xingyang's intelligence, he would definitely have left behind some clues during his escape so that it would be easier for him to find them. True enough. Soon, Qin Feiyang found an arrowhead symbol on one of the tree trunks. The arrow pointed to the northwest. He waved his hand and released a stream of battle chi to destroy the arrowhead symbol. Then he rushed towards the northwest. The black demon locusts at the back were like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they passed, the grass and trees were blown away, leaving behind a mess. However, although they were terrifying, their speed was much slower than Qin Feiyang's, so the distance between them was getting further and further. He changed his direction. Should we continue chasing him? In the meantime, Fire Beacon's group stopped on a small hill and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar. Of course. He's alone. What's there to be afraid of? Also, we don't have to be so secretive. The pair of sisters said in dissatisfaction. The young man called Fire Beacon lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while, then nodded. Xuening and Shuero are right. I am the one who worries too much. There is indeed no need to hide. Fire Beacon looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Friend, please wait. Then, the group of people chased after Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, who was searching for the mark, stopped and turned to look at the group of people, his eyebrows slightly raised. From his tone, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions. But in this place, it was obvious that he couldn't just look at the surface. Moreover, this group of people's cultivation was stronger than his, so he had to be on guard. He turned around and scanned the front. In front of him was still a dense forest. However, not far ahead, there was a small valley. He activated phantom steps and rushed towards the small valley. After a dozen breaths of time, Qin Feiyang arrived at the entrance of the small valley, but Fire Beacon and the others were not far from the small valley, because their speed was much faster than Qin Feiyang's by a large margin. As for those black demon locusts, they had already completely shaken them off. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at those people. A light flashed in his eyes, and he entered the valley without hesitation. The valley was not big, and weeds were growing everywhere. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked around, and on the left side of the mountain, he found a dark cave. Judging from its ancient appearance, the cave had existed for a very long time. However, the valley was halfway up the mountain, and it was impossible to fly now. It was obviously too late to climb up, because the footsteps had already arrived at the entrance of the valley. Shua! Qin Feiyang flashed and entered the castle. The moment he entered the castle, Fire Beacon and the others strode into the valley. They stood in the grass and scanned their surroundings. One of them lowered his head to look at the ground and discovered a row of footprints. These should be his footprints. Then why don't we see him? Could it be that he's hiding in the cave above? The pair of sisters looked at the cave halfway up the mountain, their eyes filled with doubt. It shouldn't be. If he really went to the cave in such a hurry, he would definitely leave behind traces of climbing. But from what I can see, there's nothing. Unless he can fly. Fire Beacon said. Fly? Everyone shook their heads. In this place, flying was simply an extravagant hope. Fire Beacon looked at the cave with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Why was there a cave here? Could it be left behind by a senior who had participated in the Great War of the 9 States? Thinking of this, he looked at a young man beside him and said, Feng Wuxie, go inside the cave and take a look. Be careful. Feng Wuxie nodded and walked to the bottom of the cave. Like an ape, he quickly climbed to the entrance of the cave. Be careful. Fire Beacon warned again. Don't worry. Feng Wuxie grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This person was like his name, a very evil young man. He was about 185 meters tall, and his face was as sharp as a knife. He could be called a handsome man. His eyes were especially beautiful, like 2 black gems, and they were unruly. Feng Wuxie smiled at Fire Beacon and the others, then turned around and strode into the cave. Boom! But in less than 5 breaths, a loud sound came from the cave. The entire valley shook violently. What's going on? Everyone in the valley was shocked. Fire Beacon said, Don't panic. Feng Wuxie's strength is unfathomable. Even I am not confident that I can defeat him. Even if he encounters any danger, he can escape unscathed. Indeed. Before he finished speaking, Feng Wuxie exited the cave and landed steadily beside Fire Beacon. Fire Beacon asked, What's inside? A person. Feng Wuxie looked at the cave with an evil smile and said, Sir, is it necessary to continue hiding? Tut, tut. Along with a series of steady footsteps, a young man walked out of the cave and stood at the entrance. He looked down at Feng Wuxie and the others. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and was quite muscular. His thick black hair reached his shoulders, and his eyes were like stars. He gave off a wild aura. Fire Beacon sized up this person. When he saw the words on the person's chest, his pupils shrank. He cupped his hands and smiled. So it's a friend from the spiritual state. Spiritual state? Inside the castle. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Who was hiding in the cave? At the same time, the person standing in the cave also looked at the chest of Fire Beacon and the others and frowned. You are from the Kong state? This voice, it's Dong Xingyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect Dong Xingyang to be hiding in the cave. What a coincidence! Facing Dong Xingyang's question, Fire Beacon nodded and smiled. That's right. May I know your name? Dong Xingyang said lightly, We just met by chance. Is there a need to know my name? Fire Beacon was speechless. Yes, there is no need to know your name. But you sneak attacked me, so I must return the favor. Come down and fight with me. Feng Wuxie chuckled with an evil aura. Not interested. Dong Xingyang glanced at him lightly and turned to walk into the cave. That's not up to you. Feng Wuxie pointed in the air, and a fiery red battle chi appeared and blasted toward the cave like a tide. What? You want to bully me with your numbers? Dong Xingyang suddenly turned around. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, extremely sharp. Feng Wuxie smiled. Don't worry, I don't need their help to deal with you. I alone am enough. Arrogant. Dong Xingyang harumphed coldly and waved his hand. His battle chi surged out and collided with Feng Wuxie's battle chi. Boom. In the valley, the wind howled and the ground trembled. The mountains around the valley began to collapse. Not bad. Feng Wuxie smiled sinisterly. However, Dong Xingyang did not continue to entangle with him. When he saw the mountains collapsing, he immediately turned and rushed into the cave. Not long after, inside the cave, another deafening sound rang out. The entire mountain collapsed instantly and turned into ruins with dust filling the sky. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a stream of light shot out from the dust. It was Dong Xingyang. However, at this moment, he rushed out of the dust with one person in each hand and fled into the forest. No wonder you don't dare to fight with me. It turns out that you have severely injured and unconscious companions. However, shouldn't you ask for my opinion before leaving? Feng Wuxie chuckled and chased after Dong Xingyang. His speed was not slower than Dong Xingyang's. Feng Hua and the others followed behind Feng Wuxie. Severely injured companions? Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. It had been so long, but Shen Long and Feng Wuxie had not woken up. It seemed that their injuries were more serious than he had imagined. He could not continue to hide, or the three of them would be in grave danger. Sush. He left the ancient castle without hesitation. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he raised his eyebrows. He looked up and saw the group of people from the Kong state. However, Dong Xingyang had already disappeared into the forest. Who was talking just now? Do we need your opinion on whether the people of the spiritual state stay or leave? Who do you think you are? He said calmly, but his eyes were cold. Feng Hua and the others immediately stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. It's him. At the same time. Chapter 580. At the same time. Feng Wuxie turned around and walked to Feng Hua. He looked at Qin Feiyang from afar and teased, I was the one who spoke just now. Are you not convinced? So arrogant? Qin Feiyang was stunned and laughed. You guys are so strong. How could I not be convinced? Is that so? Feng Wuxie's lips curled up and said playfully, but why do I feel like you're provoking me? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If you think I'm provoking you, then I'm provoking you. Feng Wuxie was stunned. Feng Hua and the others were also shocked. Judging from his aura, he was only an 8-star combat emperor. How could he be so confident? At this moment, Dong Xingyang walked around and came to Qin Feiyang's side. Seeing this, Feng Wuxie suddenly realized and said, so you're just stalling for time. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Obviously, I've achieved my goal. Feng Wuxie smiled disapprovingly and said, do you think you can escape from so many of us? Don't be too confident. Now, I'll teach you a lesson. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. I'll play with you guys when I'm free. Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly and disappeared with Dong Xingyang and the other two. Feng Wuxie raised his eyebrows and immediately looked around. However, there was no one in sight. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Feng Hua said, it seems like we've underestimated him. Feng Wuxie's eyes turned cold, but then he smiled evilly. It's okay. We'll meet him sooner or later. We'll settle the score then. Then we'll forget about him peeping on us bathing? Feng Hua, Feng Wuxie, you guys are too unreliable. If I knew, I wouldn't have let you guys come. The sisters snorted. The two of them were stunned and looked at each other helplessly. Inside the ancient castle, Dong Xingyang placed Shen Long and his wife flat on the ground. He got up and looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. You still have the time to peek at others bathing? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He shook his head and said, no such thing. Dong Xingyang stared blankly for a moment, then said with disdain, you dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. This is not the Qin Feiyang I know. I really didn't. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Dong Xingyang was puzzled. If that's the case, why would those two women say that? I think it might be because of that. At that time, when I was at the bottom of the lake, trying to find a way to pluck that strange flower, I sensed that someone was bathing on it. At first, I didn't know who it was, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now that I think about it, the people who were bathing might be those two women. Then, when they saw me coming out of the pool, they probably thought that I was a peeping Tom. Qin Feiyang guessed. Dong Xingyang said suspiciously, so, you really didn't peep? Forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to explain. He glanced at Shen Long and Dong Xingyang and asked, how are they? Not good. Although they're not dead, their sea of qi is broken. Unless there's a divine elixir, there's no way to save them. Dong Xingyang sighed. So it's because their sea of qi is broken. Qin Feiyang muttered and breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing his attitude, Dong Xingyang suddenly became angry and said, what do you mean? I have a way to save them. Qin Feiyang smiled, walked to the altar, and opened a jade box. A majestic life force suddenly surged out. What kind of elixir fire is this? Dong Jingyang was surprised. Inside the jade box lay a cluster of green flames, which was the fire of life. The form of the fire of life was very similar to that of elixir fire, so Dong Jingyang mistook it for elixir fire. Qin Feiyang did not explain. He took out the fire of life and placed it above Shenlong and Dong Jingyang. The vigorous life force immediately surrounded the two and seeped into their bodies through their pores, surging into their sea of qi. Qin Feiyang also sank his consciousness into their sea of qi. He found that the damage to their sea of qi was not very serious. There was only a small crack, which he believed would be repaired soon. What kind of treasure is this? Dong Jingyang was also observing their sea of qi. When he saw that the life force could really repair the crack in their sea of qi, he was shocked. Qin Feiyang withdrew his consciousness and said, "Let them rest here. We'll go find the others." Dong Jingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang listened carefully for a moment. When he did not hear anything outside, he brought Dong Jingyang outside. Feng Wuxie and the others had already disappeared. Dong Jingyang glanced around and frowned. This 9 nether yellow springs is boundless. Where are we going to find them? Qin Feiyang said. Ren Wushuang said that he would leave a mark on the way, so we have to go back to the pool and start from the beginning. Then let's go. The two turned and rushed towards the pool. Dong Jingyang said, "By the way, how did you get rid of Mo Wushan and the others?" "It's quite funny." Qin Feiyang gave a detailed account of the situation back then. After Dong Jingyang heard this, he could not help but laugh. This Yen Tianfeng was really silly to the point of being cute. Boom. Crack. But at this moment, a loud sound came from the forest in the distance. What's going on? Dong Jingyang stopped laughing and looked up, his eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Let's go and take a look." The two immediately turned around and rushed towards the place where the loud sound came from. Very soon, the two sensed a strong battle fluctuation. Obviously, someone was fighting over there. As they got closer, the battle fluctuation became more obvious. Suddenly, Dong Jingyang frowned and said, "Don't you feel that this aura is a little familiar?" Qin Feiyang carefully sensed for a while, and a light flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "It's them." "That's right, it's them." Dong Jingyang also nodded, his face full of coldness. More than 10 breaths later, the two of them climbed up a short mountain that was several hundred feet high. They stood in the thick grass and looked ahead. More than 200 meters in front of them, at this moment, the mountains were collapsing, and the grass and trees were flying everywhere. Waves of intense battle ripples transformed into formless waves that swept out in all directions. There were a total of 3 people fighting, and they were all people that Qin Feiyang and Dong Jingyang knew. One of them was Feng Wuxie that they had met before. The other 2 were even more familiar. They were Dong Feng Wuhan and Murong Xiong. How did they meet? Dong Jingyang frowned. Qin Feiyang remained silent, his gaze firmly locked onto Feng Wuxie. Although Dong Feng Wuhan and Murong Xiong's character was not good, their strength was not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, Feng Wuxie was actually fighting 1 against 2, and was not at a disadvantage. He turned his gaze and looked at the other side of the battlefield. The sisters and the others all stood there watching, without the slightest intention of going up to help. Qin Feiyang could see that these people did not help not because they were cold, nor because they wanted Feng Wuxie to die, but because they were completely confident in Feng Wuxie. Dong Jingyang also looked at Feng Hua and the others and said in a low voice, "The Kong region's strength is very terrifying." "Indeed." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Can you see through all of their cultivations?" Dong Jingyang shook his head. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Even Dong Jingyang, who was a 1-star battle sect, could not see through them. Could it be that the Kong region had a 2-star battle sect? According to my observation, they have a total of 6 1-star battle sect and 10 9-star battle emperors. The person fighting with Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong is a 1-star battle sect. Dong Jingyang said. Qin Feiyang's mind trembled. This lineup was enough to instantly kill their spirit state. He asked again, "Then whose cultivation can you not see through?" Dong Xingyang's gaze turned and locked onto the twin sisters and said, "It's them." Them? Qin Feiyang was stunned. If it was the young man in the lead, he would believe it. But these twin sisters, no matter how he looked at them, they didn't look like experts? "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I'm sure." Dong Xingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang's gaze focused. It seemed that he had to pay more attention to these twin sisters in the future. Boom. At this time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong had a huge collision with Feng Wuxia. At the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood and their faces were somewhat pale. Dongfang Wuhan retreated a few steps, stared at Feng Wuxia gloomily, and said, "How did we offend you?" Feng Wuxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with an evil smile, "You didn't offend me. Since you didn't, then why did you fight the moment you met?" Dongfang Wuhan was furious. "You didn't offend me, but someone in your spirit state did. Do you know these two people?" Feng Wuxia waved his hand, and battle chi surged out, condensing into two shadows in the air. Seeing the two shadows, Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang, who were standing on the short mountain, immediately frowned. Because this was their illusory image. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong couldn't help but frown when they saw their shadows. Dongfang Wuhan looked at Feng Wuxia and nodded. "We know them. One of them is called Qin Feiyang, and the other is called Dong Xingyang." "Which one is Qin Feiyang?" As soon as they heard the three words Qin Feiyang, the sisters became spirited. The eyes of the others also changed at this moment. Dongfang Wuhan looked at the expressions of these people and asked suspiciously, "Do you know Qin Feiyang?" "No, but we have all heard of his rumors. It is said that he is not only an alchemy genius, but also a cultivation monster. The Lord even told us that when we came to the 9 nether underworld, the first person to pay attention to is him. So, we all want to meet him." Feng Hua laughed. Dong Xingyang shook his head and said, "I didn't expect your name to have already spread to the Kong state. It's really amazing." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He also didn't expect that his name would spread so far. Not only did the Cloud state know, but even the Kong state knew. Did the other major states also know? However, when Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong heard Feng Hua's words, they couldn't help but feel jealousy and hatred in their hearts. On what basis? They were the kings of the spirit state's inner palace, and the ones who should be paid attention to should be them. But now no one knew their names, but they all knew the name of Qin Feiyang. They felt extremely unbalanced in their hearts. Chapter 581. I'm asking you, which one of you is Qin Feiyang? The twin sisters looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong without worry. The two of them were already very unbalanced in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw the slight contempt in the twin sisters' eyes, they immediately burned with anger. Dongfang Wuhan pointed at Qin Feiyang's shadow and said coldly, "He is Qin Feiyang." "So it's this pervert. This is outrageous. Don't let this young lady catch you, or I'll teach you a lesson." The twin sisters glared at him and said fiercely, "Pervert?" Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. What was going on? Didn't Qin Feiyang never have any interest in women? How could he suddenly become a pervert? However, this was a good thing. Dongfang Wuhan frowned and said, "Since they offended you, you should go and settle the score with them. Why are you looking for us? Who told you to be their accomplices? Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Take us to them immediately." The twin sisters said. Murong Xiong said in a deep voice, "We don't know where they are?" "That's right. As soon as we entered the death swamp, we parted ways. We also want to know." Dongfang Wuhan said. "You don't know? Then aren't you useless? Feng Wuxia, do as you see fit." The twin sisters smiled. "Leave it to me." Feng Wuxia smiled evilly and walked towards the two step by step. "Do you think I'm really afraid of you?" Murong Xiong could no longer bear it, but just as he was about to kill Feng Wuxia, Dongfang Wuhan stopped him. "What? You still want to endure it?" Murong Xiong said angrily. "Don't be impatient." Dongfang Wuhan secretly transmitted his voice, then looked at Feng Wuxia and the others and said with a smile, Actually, we can cooperate. Everyone was stunned. Dongfang Wuhan said, to tell you the truth, we also have a deep grudge with Qin Feiyang. Feng Wuxia said, tell me about it. Originally, the mansion master appointed me as the captain in this 9 regions war, but he instigated the others to repeatedly go against me. Furthermore, he has the face of a vile character. On the way to the death swamp, he tried his best to please the granddaughter of the manor lord. The manor head's granddaughter is rather naive, so she is easily bewitched by him. She often helps him reprimand us. This is the main reason why we parted ways. There's one more thing. He is very arrogant. He is only an 8-star combat emperor, but he always acts as if he is the most important person in the world. Even when the Great War of the 9 states began, he publicly declared that the people from the other states would be his stepping stones to enter the imperial capital. Dongfang Wuhan said. Hearing this, Feng Wuxia and the others frowned. Seeing this, Dongfang Wuhan struck while the iron was hot and said with a smile, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can definitely join hands to deal with him. Feng Wuxia looked at Feng Hua. Feng Hua frowned and lowered his head to ponder. This is too much. I've never seen such a despicable and shameless person. On top of the short mountain, Dong Jingyang clenched his fists as he stared at Dongfang Wuhan. His eyes were burning with rage. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang's expression was unexpectedly calm, as if he didn't take it to heart at all. Seeing this, Dong Jingyang frowned and said, You're not angry at all? Qin Feiyang laughed and said, It's not worth getting angry over such a person. You're really open-minded. Dong Jingyang shook his head. But in his heart he was more and more fearful of Qin Feiyang. Because in the face of such a thing, if it was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to remain calm. But Qin Feiyang acted as if he didn't hear it at all. Such a terrifying temperament was unique in the world. This was. Feng Hua finally raised his head, looked at Dongfang Wuhan and nodded. All right, we'll cooperate, but I have a condition. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong looked at each other and smiled. Dongfang Wuhan looked at Feng Hua and laughed. There's no harm in saying it. Feng Hua retreated to the side, pointed at the sisters and said, During our cooperation, you must unconditionally listen to their orders. The two of them looked at the sisters, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Feng Hua said, If you can't do it, then there's no need for us to cooperate. We are, after all, the kings of the spiritual state's inner palace. Don't you think it's too much for us to listen to the orders of 2 women? Murong Xiong said angrily. You are still the kings of the spiritual state's inner palace? Feng Wuxia was surprised. That's right. Murong Xiong smiled proudly. Feng Wuxia raised the corner of his mouth again and said with an evil smile, Is the king amazing? Murong Xiong was stunned, his gaze suddenly darkened, and said, What do you mean? Nothing. I just want to say, it's just a war master, what's there to be proud of? You have to be clear, it's you who are shamelessly asking to cooperate with us, not us asking you to cooperate. Feng Wuxia laughed. TSK. What a slap in the face. Qin Feiyang, believe it or not, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong will definitely cooperate with the people of the Kong state. Dong Jingyang laughed gloatingly. I don't think so. People with a little bit of dignity will choose to leave immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Dong Jingyang said, Then how about we make a bet? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, What bet? Dong Jingyang said, If I lose, I won't take revenge on you in the future, but if you lose, you have to agree to one of my requests. But Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. Although Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were a bit despicable, as the kings of the spiritual state's inner palace, he didn't believe that they would be so spineless. At this moment, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's faces were extremely gloomy. However, in the end, Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, Okay, as you wish, we will listen unconditionally. That's right. Feng Wuxia chuckled. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. At the same time, Murong Xiong also raised his eyebrows and shouted, Dongfang Wuhan, are you crazy? Don't talk so much, I have my own plans. Dong Fong Wuhan secretly said and stretched out his hand to Feng Wuxia, smiling, happy cooperation. But Feng Wuxia's face was full of disdain, and he had no intention of shaking hands with him. Dong Fong Wuhan resentfully retracted his arm and asked, "Do you have any plans?" "Go find Qin Feiyang now and trick him to come here," Feng Wuxia said. Dong Fong Wuhan frowned. "But we really don't know where they are now? The image crystal can't send messages, and the death swamp is so big, finding them is harder than ascending to the sky." Feng Wuxia said, "Whether you can find them or not is your business. Anyway, I will only give you 3 days." "Okay, we will try our best." Dong Fong Wuhan nodded and turned to look at Murong Xiong. "Let's go." Murong Xiong frowned and followed behind Dong Fong Wuhan, quickly disappearing into the forest. Dong Xingyang retracted his gaze and said proudly, "Qin Feiyang, what do you think?" Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Say it, what is your request?" "I haven't thought about it yet. I will owe you. Of course, you can rest assured that I will not ask you to commit suicide or do anything to harm your friends." Dong Xingyang said. Qin Feiyang smiled, "I have my principles. Even if you ask me, I will not do it." Dong Xingyang smiled and asked, "What are your plans next?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Although Dong Fong Wuhan chose to continue cooperating with them, I feel that he is planning something, so we might as well leave some clues and let them find us." Dong Xingyang frowned. "Isn't this too risky?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with the people of Kong Province." "All right, we'll do as you say." Dong Xingyang nodded. Although he didn't know what method Qin Feiyang would use, with Qin Feiyang's usual character, since he dared to make such a boast, he must be confident. Subsequently, the two of them quietly retreated and rushed towards the pool. So, they came to the forest near the pool. After searching for a moment, the two of them found a word on a stone. Qin. There was also an arrow symbol next to it, pointing to the south. Dong Xingyang asked, "Could this be the symbol left behind by Ren Wushuang?" "It's very possible." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then let's go," Dong Xingyang said. "Wait a minute." Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui and engraved the 2 words Feiyang below Qin, which added up to his complete name. Seeing this, Dong Xingyang frowned. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "If I don't do this, can Dong Fong Wuhan and Murong Xiong find us?" Dong Xingyang felt helpless. It seemed that this guy was determined to fight with Dong Fong Wuhan and Murong Xiong to the end. The two of them rushed in the direction indicated by the arrow. Not long after, they found the same symbol on the trunk of a big tree. The two of them were basically sure that this was left behind by Ren Wushuang. Half an hour later, they followed the mark and came to a mountain ridge. There was also a mark on the stone next to it, pointing to the top of the mountain ridge. When Qin Feiyang engraved the 2 words Feiyang next to the mark, he and Dong Xingyang climbed up. But when they climbed halfway up the mountain, the two of them looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. They smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. It was enough to show that there was a massacre nearby. The two of them rushed up the mountain ridge, stood at a commanding height, and looked down. Immediately, the two of them suddenly changed color. Below, there was a lake of about 1,000 feet, and there were obvious traces of battle around it. And on the grass on the left side of the lake, a group of people gathered. There were men and women in this group, and they all looked young with outstanding temperament. Moreover, the aura they exuded was also very strong. But this was not the point. The point was that there were more than 20 people not far from this group of people. They sat back to back, their clothes were ragged, their bodies were stained with blood, and their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. These people were all familiar faces: Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang. There was Ren Wushuang, Lu Xingchen, Shen Mei, Wu Yan, Su Yang, and so on. And there were many corpses lying nearby. Obviously, Ren Wushuang and the others were in trouble. How could this be? Dong Xingyang looked at this scene, his eyes full of disbelief. Suddenly, a crisp sound entered his ears. Dong Xingyang turned to look and was shocked. At this moment, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, his eyes were red, and his body was surrounded by a murderous aura. Dong Jingyang hurriedly reached out and grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulder, saying, I know that seeing Ren Wushuang injured makes you feel very sad, but you must calm down now. They knew nothing about the other party's background and identity. If they rushed down rashly, not only would they not be able to save everyone, but they would also die. Don't worry, I haven't lost my mind. But these people will all die today. You stay here and monitor them. I'll go to the castle. Let me know if anything happens. I can hear your voice. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he instantly disappeared without a trace. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Dong Jingyang's heart trembled, and he became more and more surprised. What was the relationship between this person and Ren Wushuang? Inside the castle. Boss, what happened? Did someone hurt Ren Wushuang? As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, Fatso and Wolf King surrounded him, their eyes flashing with cold light. Ren Wushuang was not only important to Qin Feiyang, but also to them. Because along the way, Ren Wushuang had helped them too much. In their eyes, Ren Wushuang was their sister. Prepare for battle. Qin Feiyang did not say much, only said these 4 words, and then sank his mind into Shen Long and Jiang Wei's qi si. There was still a little crack in their qi si that had not been repaired. He believed that they would wake up soon. Fatso was puzzled. Why are you looking at them? Qin Feiyang said, Our strength alone is not enough, we need to nurture a few more war masters. So you plan to nurture them? Fatso frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right, their character is hundreds of times better than Dongfang Wuhan's. They are completely worth nurturing. Fatso and Wolf King looked at each other with a trace of schadenfreude in their eyes. Those people were really blind. They actually dared to bully Ren Wushuang. Wasn't this courting death? Although no one in their small team had broken through to the War Master realm, as long as Qin Feiyang was willing, he could nurture a large number of them at any time. Time passed breath by breath. Qin Feiyang also refined 3 9-chew yellow dragon pills. Fatso and Wolf King were a little puzzled. Who was the extra one prepared for? But they didn't ask. They believed in Qin Feiyang's judgment. At the same time, 2 figures were lurking in the forest below the mountain ridge. It was Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. They had followed the mark left behind by Qin Feiyang to this place. Murong Xiong swept his gaze across the mountain ridge and suddenly locked onto a stone, saying, Look, there's also a mark there. They should have gone up. Let's go. With a wave of Dongfang Wuhan's hand, the 2 of them quietly ran up. There's the smell of blood. Could it be that they encountered some strong enemy? Halfway up the mountain, the 2 of them also smelled the smell of blood and couldn't help but be surprised. When they reached a certain vantage point at the top of the mountain, the 2 of them looked down and their pupils immediately shrank. The vantage point they were at was adjacent to the vantage point Dong Jingyang was at, but due to the lush vegetation and the fact that they were all hiding their auras, they didn't discover each other. Murong Xiong whispered, Who are they? They actually imprisoned Ren Wushuang and the others. How would I know? Dongfang Wuhan muttered, then turned his gaze and scanned the forest around the lake. Murong Xiong was puzzled. What are you looking at? I'm looking for Dong Jingyang and Qin Feiyang. Dongfang Wuhan said. Murong Xiong said, I don't think they've arrived yet. Otherwise, seeing Ren Wushuang and the others trapped, they would have already started fighting. That makes sense. Dongfang Wuhan nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, Qin Feiyang will appear sooner or later. You immediately inform the people of Kong province to gather here. Are you really going to help them? Do you know that if you do this, when we leave the 9 nether yellow springs and return to the inner hall, the mansion master will definitely not let us go? Murong Xiong frowned. Don't worry, I know what to do. Dongfang Wuhan's eyes flashed. Murong Xiong looked at him deeply and nodded. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Chapter 582. After Murong Xiong left, Dongfang Wuhan looked down at Ren Wushuang and the others, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Half an hour passed quickly. Shen Long and Jiang Wei finally woke up. The moment they opened their eyes, both of them looked confused. Qin Feiyang smiled, You're finally awake. The 2 looked at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Feiyang walked up, grabbed the fire of life, and put it into the jade box on the altar. He turned to look at the two and said, "You are now in my castle, and I am the one who saved you." "This is the castle?" The two got up and looked around in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, "There's no time to talk nonsense now, because Ren Wushuang and the others are imprisoned. We have to save them." "Who imprisoned them?" The two's faces changed. "I don't know yet." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "But according to my observation, excluding us, there are only 20 people left in our spiritual state." "What?" The two of them looked miserable. There were 550 people, and only 20 people were left. How were they going to go on? Suddenly, Shenlong quivered and hurriedly asked, "Where's Shenmei? Is she still alive?" "She's still alive." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's good." Shenlong breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. What was going on? Shenlong sighed. "To tell you the truth, Shenmei is my cousin." "Cousin?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was such a thing? "Actually, my relationship with her has never been good. Because since we were young, Grandpa has always spoiled her and listened to her in everything. But to me, he rarely said a word of concern and always had a very strict attitude, so I was very jealous of her. Even last time, when I learned that she was bullied by Lu Xingchen, I felt happy in my heart. But after this life and death tribulation, I've thought it through. Humans should live happily. After all, no one knows how long you can live." Shenlong sighed. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. "You're a man, yet you're jealous of your younger sister. Aren't you embarrassed?" Wolf King interjected from the side, his eyes full of disdain. Shenlong felt bitter in his heart. He nodded and said, "You are right. The past me was indeed not like a man. Don't listen to its nonsense. I've seen old Master Shen before. He's an upright person who can distinguish between kindness and hatred. I believe he won't side with anyone. It's because we men and women are naturally incomparable. Men need to be sharpened from a young age. There's a saying that goes, if a jade isn't cut, it won't amount to anything. As for women, they are born to be loved." Qin Feiyang smiled. "If a jade isn't cut, it won't amount to anything." Shenlong thought about this sentence, and suddenly his gaze trembled. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Qin's words have enlightened me. I was really too ignorant in the past. I hope Brother Qin can help save my cousin." Qin Feiyang said, "You'll have to save her yourself." "I'll go?" Shenlong was slightly startled and frowned. "Can I do it with my little strength?" "Sure." Qin Feiyang took out 2 9-chew yellow dragon pills from his bosom and handed them to Shenlong and Jiang Wei, saying, "I specially prepared these for you." "What pill?" The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, "The reason why Dong Xingyang was able to step into the War Master so quickly is because of this pill." The two of them trembled and their eyes lit up. Shenlong asked, "Why are you giving it to us?" Jiang Wei also had a face full of bewilderment. According to Qin Feiyang's personality, he definitely wouldn't give such a precious pill to others. "If I have to give a reason, it's because you guys risked your lives to protect Ren Wushuang and the others, to defend the dignity of the spiritual state. It touched me," Qin Feiyang said. "Thank you, Brother Qin." The two of them bowed and thanked him. Without hesitation, they each grabbed a 9-chew yellow dragon pill and put it into their mouths. The pill melted as soon as it entered their mouths. A majestic energy flowed to their limbs and bones. They could clearly feel that both their bodies and their minds were undergoing a transformation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out a pile of battle chi pills, saying, "Go into seclusion immediately. It won't be long before you guys break through." "All right." The two of them sat cross-legged beside the pile of battle chi pills and began to meditate. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, "I'll go out with White-Eyed Wolf to scout out the other party's situation. You have to be prepared for battle at any time." Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Wolf King to Dong Xingyang's side. He looked down. The group of people were still gathered on the grass by the lake. Some were washing the dirt off their bodies by the lake. Some were sitting cross-legged to recuperate. Some had set up a bonfire, roasted meat, and were eating heartily. These damn bastards. When Wolf King saw Ren Wushuang, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't worry. Soon they will pay the price. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, turned to look at Dong Xingyang and asked, Did you find any other abnormalities? As you can see, they are very comfortable. Dong Xingyang sneered. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look. Suddenly, he frowned and said, Have you ever thought about why they imprisoned everyone? Dong Xingyang was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this question. How cruel was the War of the 9 States? When the people of the 2 states met, they should kill each other, leaving no one alive. Because everyone was a potential competitor. But now, they only killed a portion of them and imprisoned a portion of them. Why? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, I think either they are full of confidence, or they are waiting for someone to save Ren Wushuang and the others. You mean, they used Ren Wushuang and the others as bait and want to catch all the people of the spiritual state in one fell swoop? Dong Xingyang was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, We can't rule out this possibility. Dong Xingyang clenched his hands tightly, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Qin Feiyang said, Let's go closer and take a look. Dong Xingyang nodded. The two were about to go down, but Wolf King suddenly spoke. What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Wolf King looked at Dong Xingyang and asked, Are you sure nothing happened before? Dong Xingyang said, I've been guarding here the whole time, nothing happened. It was a little strange. Why did Wolf King ask this? Wolf King pointed to the neighboring mountain and said, Then why is there the smell of other people over there? Dong Xingyang immediately looked over, his eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang also scanned the mountain, but the vegetation was too dense and he couldn't see anything at all. He looked at Wolf King and said, Are you sure? Of course. Wolf King rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Could it be them? Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang looked at each other, immediately restrained their auras, and quietly rushed towards the mountain. So, they arrived at the mountain and hid behind a large rock. Looking ahead, they saw Dongfang Wuhan standing in the grass at the edge of the cliff, also looking at the group of people below. It really is him. Dong Xingyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He looked around and sent a sound transmission. Why don't I see Murong Xiong? Qin Feiyang said, Why don't we go and ask? You still want to see him? Dong Xingyang was surprised. That's what I plan to do. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, then walked out from behind the rock and said indifferently, Why are you here? Qin Feiyang. Dongfang Wuhan was shocked. When he turned his head and saw Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, his pupils immediately shrank. I asked you a question, didn't you hear me? 2 people and 1 wolf walked to the opposite side of Dongfang Wuhan, looking at him with unkind eyes. Dongfang Wuhan said, I followed your mark and found this place. Qin Feiyang sneered, facing Mo Wushan and the others, why didn't I see you so capable? Dongfang Wuhan looked at the 2 people and 1 wolf and sighed, It seems that you still hate me. I don't want to hate you, but I can't. Dong Xingyang snorted. Dongfang Wuhan said, I know, at that time, I chickened out and let everyone down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Sorry to interrupt, we never had any expectations for you. Dongfang Wuhan's expression stiffened, and then with a plop, he knelt in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. What are you doing? 2 people and 1 wolf were bewildered. Dongfang Wuhan said regretfully, I am already very regretful now, I hope you can forgive my foolish behavior at that time. What's the situation? Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and secretly transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He also couldn't figure out what Dongfang Wuhan was doing. Dongfang Wuhan said again, If you don't forgive me, I will kneel and not get up. Qin Feiyang pointed to Ren Wushuang and the others below, and said in a deep voice, This matter, it's not enough for us to forgive you, it's enough for them to forgive you. I know. So I thought of a way to rescue them. Dongfang Wuhan said. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, What way? Dongfang Wuhan got up and said, Earlier, Murong Xiong and I met people from the Kong province. I heard from them that they also met you. I believe you all know their strength. They are very strong. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dongfang Wuhan said, at that time, they wanted to kill me and Murong Xiong. Due to their strength, I could only compromise and pretend to cooperate with them. Pretend? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, are you sure it's just pretending? I swear. Pretending to cooperate with them was just an expedient way to get away. But when I tracked them here and found that Ren Wushuang and the others were imprisoned, I thought of a perfect plan. Dongfang Wuhan said. Tell me about it. Qin Feiyang said. Dongfang Wuhan said, we can use the people from the Kong province to let them fight with the group below, and then we can reap the benefits. Qin Feiyang asked. Dongfang Wuhan said, to tell you the truth, the people from the Kong province want to deal with you now. Deal with me? Qin Feiyang pretended to be suspicious. Dongfang Wuhan's face suddenly became strange, and he coughed. I heard them say that you were peeping at the two women bathing in the pool. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang choked on his saliva. Chapter 583. Seeing Qin Feiyang's reaction, Dongfang Wuhan asked cautiously, is there really such a thing? Qin Feiyang said lightly, whether there is or not, it has nothing to do with you. Just tell me your plan. All right. My plan is, I will tell the people of the Kong state that Ren Wushuang and the others are very important to you. Knowing this, I think they will definitely find a way to capture Ren Wushuang and the others as a bargaining chip to lure you out. At that time, there will inevitably be a fierce battle with those people below. Dongfang Wuhan said. The two men and one wolf looked at each other. Needless to say, this idea was really good. On the one hand, it could preserve the strength of their side, and on the other hand, it could weaken the background of the other two states. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Qin Feiyang said, so, you have already asked Murong Xiong to inform the people of the Kong state? Dongfang Wuhan nodded. Well, we will carry out your plan, but don't play tricks, otherwise you will have no way back. Qin Feiyang said. I know. Please rest assured, this time I really want to save everyone. Dongfang Wuhan said solemnly. Qin Feiyang said, okay, let's go down and explore the situation first. When the people of the Kong state come, you directly instigate them to go down. You guys be careful. Dongfang Wuhan nodded. As long as we don't fight, even if we stand in front of them, they can't touch a single hair of mine. Qin Feiyang sneered, and took Dong Jingyang and Wolf King down. So, the two men and one wolf came to the foot of the mountain, using the dense trees as cover, silently sneaked towards the lake. After a while, Wolf King, who was lying on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, suddenly said, Little Qin Zi, with the people of the Kong state taking the lead, is it necessary for us to inquire about the situation? Dong Jingyang also had a puzzled look. Of course. Firstly, both sides are very strong. Their destructive power must be terrifying. We must ensure the safety of Ren Wushuang and the others. Secondly, I don't trust Dongfang Wuhan. I have a feeling that this matter isn't that simple. Qin Feiyang whispered. You're saying that Dongfang Wuhan has other plans? Dong Jingyang frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I also don't know. Dongfang Wuhan is more scheming and astute than Murong Xiong. It is very difficult to figure out what he is thinking. Right now, I only hope that I am thinking too much. Wolf King coldly snorted, if he really dares to scheme against us, I promise to send him to hell this time. Dong Jingyang's eyes also flashed with an astonishing cold light. A moment later, two people and one wolf lurked beside the lake, lying on top of a small hill and looking at the lawn beside the lake. What? 2. Qin Feiyang silently counted in his heart, and in the end, he couldn't help but frown. There were actually 36 people on the other side, and the word Yu was embroidered on their chests. It was obvious that these people were from the Yu province. Wolf King whispered, Dong Jingyang, what is their cultivation level? Dong Jingyang carefully observed for a moment, then transmitted his voice. 5-1 Star War Sect, 10-9 Star War Emperor, and 28 Star War Emperor. 5, 10, 20? Wolf King lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment, then said, Isn't this only 35? What about the other one? Dong Jingyang said, There is one more that I can't see through. He should be a 2 Star War Emperor. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were bewildered. Dong Xingyang pointed to a certain place by the lake, his expression solemn. A man and a wolf looked over and saw a large round stone by the lake. A red-haired young man in white was sitting cross-legged on the stone. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a high nose bridge. His eyes were as dark as ink, and his thin lips were faintly curved, giving him a cold and aloof feeling. The aura emitted from his body wasn't strong, but Qin Feiyang and Wolf King could feel a trace of threat. Without a doubt, this was a sleeping lion. By the time he woke up, even this land would be trembling. Suddenly, the red-haired young man seemed to have sensed something, and turned his head to look at the place where the two men and the wolf were. The two men and the wolf immediately lowered their heads, using the dense wild grass in front of them to hide their figures. The red-haired young man glanced at the forest, a trace of doubt creeping into his eyes. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked up at the sky. At this time, it was already noon. The red-haired young man's gaze gradually became sharp, and said, "If no one comes to save them before dark, kill them directly." The other 34 people looked at the red-haired young man at this moment and respectfully replied. Immediately, the red-haired young man closed his eyes. Although he didn't say much, it was enough to let people see his character clearly. He was a decisive and swift person. Dong Xingyang's pupils shrank, and said in a deep voice, "They are indeed using Ren Wushuang and the others as bait." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the red-haired young man, and then looked at Ren Wushuang and the others and said, "Think about it, is there any way to get close to them? They are only 100 meters away from the red-haired young man, and there are 4 people guarding them. These 4 people are also 9-star combat emperors. It won't be easy to get close to them. However, I can send them a message." Dong Xingyang whispered. Qin Feiyang angrily slapped his head. Why didn't he think of this? Dong Xingyang was a combat master. As long as it was within a certain range, he could directly transmit his voice to the other party's mind. Qin Feiyang said, "Immediately send a message to Ren Wushuang. Tell them not to be nervous." Dong Xingyang nodded. However, just as Dong Xingyang was about to send a voice transmission, Qin Feiyang reached out his hand to stop him. He shook his head and said, "Let's forget about it. If they find out that we're here and reveal some flaws, it will ruin our plan." Wolf King said, "Then what should we do now?" Qin Feiyang said, "You guys keep watch here, I will go to Dongfang Wuhan's place to take a look." "Be careful," Wolf King warned. Qin Feiyang nodded, slowly retreated down the hill and turned back. Soon he arrived at the top of the hill again, but he did not show his face. He hid behind a bush and watched Dongfang Wuhan from afar. About half an hour passed. A group of people climbed up the mountain and walked to Dongfang Wuhan's side. It was Murong Xiong, Feng Hua, and the others. "Where's that pervert? Why don't I see him?" The twin sisters looked at the lake below and frowned slightly. Dongfang Wuhan shook his head. "Qin Feiyang hasn't found this place yet." A burly young man frowned. "Then why did you call us here?" "It's because Qin Feiyang hasn't come that I called you here." Dongfang Wuhan smiled and pointed to Ren Wushuang and the others, saying, "Do you see them?" The twin sisters nodded. Dongfang Wuhan said, "They are the other people of my spiritual state. These people have a very good relationship with Qin Feiyang. As long as we get them, we don't have to worry about Qin Feiyang not appearing." "So it's like that. Feng Wuxia, take people down and get them," the twin sisters said. Xuaning Shuowei. Feng Hua hurriedly stopped them, then seriously looked at the lake and shook his head. "We can't go." Xuaning asked, "Why?" "They're obviously being held captive in there. And the group of people who imprison them are not weak, they should be people from other states. If we go down now, I'm afraid we'll get into trouble." Feng Hua said. "What are you afraid of? No matter how strong they are, they can't be stronger than us." The twin sisters showed a look of disdain. Feng Hua said bitterly, "Two great aunts, we are indeed very strong, but you have to know that there is always someone stronger." "That makes sense." The twin sisters nodded. But before Feng Hua could breathe a sigh of relief, the girl called Xuaning said, "If that's the case, then let's all go down and beat them up." Feng Hua suddenly felt like he was suffering in silence. unable to say anything. What? With the two of us here, you still don't dare? Feng Hua, when did you become so cowardly? The twin sisters looked at him with disdain. Feng Hua said helplessly, "This has nothing to do with cowardice." Before he finished, the girl called Shuerhua said, "Then what does it have to do with?" Feng Hua was speechless for a moment, finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you and go." "That's right. Let's go. Follow us to snatch people." The twin sisters waved their hands and walked down in high spirits. Murong Xiong also instinctively followed, but he was stopped by Dongfang Wuhan, who shook his head and signaled him not to go. Seeing this, Feng Wuxia said unhappily, "What are you doing? Hurry up and follow." "We won't go. After all, we are from the spiritual state. If Ren Wushuang knows that we are accompanying you to snatch them instead of saving them, when we return to the spiritual state in the future, the mansion master will definitely not let us go. So, I hope that you can understand." Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said with a trace of pleading between his brows. Feng Wuxia raised his eyebrows. "Don't say any more, just let them stay here. Anyway, it doesn't matter if they stay or not." "That's right," the twins said without even turning their heads. Their tone was full of contempt. After the group of people disappeared from sight, Murong Xiong suddenly said angrily, "How dare they say that about us? They are too much." "Why are you angry? The one who can laugh in the end is the real winner." Dongfang Wuhan sneered. Murong Xiong was slightly taken aback and whispered, "What are you planning?" "Of course, it's to provoke them to war. Now that Qin Feiyang and the others are also down there, when the people of the Kong state go down, the three sides will definitely have a bloody battle. When the time comes when both sides are injured, we will go down and annihilate them all." Dongfang Wuhan said, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang, who was standing behind the bush, couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. He guessed that Dongfang Wuhan might be planning something, but he didn't expect that Dongfang Wuhan would actually play such a big game of chess. At the same time, Murong Xiong was also shocked. After a while, he recovered and said, "Aren't you afraid that the mansion master will settle accounts with us?" "Afraid of what?" "As long as we do it cleanly, who will know that we killed Ren Wushuang and the others?" Dongfang Wuhan smiled confidently. Murong Xiong shook his head and said, "It's too crazy. Aren't you afraid that the plan will fail? If it fails, we will be digging our own grave." "Don't worry. Qin Feiyang and the others don't know my plan. If the plan fails, we will go down and help Qin Feiyang and the others kill the people of the Kong state and that group of people. In this way, when the time comes, Qin Feiyang and Ren Wushuang may even be grateful to us." Dongfang Wuhan chuckled. "It turns out that you have a backup plan. Brilliant." Murong Xiong suddenly realized and immediately gave Dongfang Wuhan a thumbs up. "Brilliant?" Qin Feiyang, who was standing behind the bush, couldn't help but purse the corners of his mouth with a trace of ridicule. "Want to be the Oriole? Let's see if you have the ability." Chapter 584. On a hill, Dong Xingyang and Wolf King were closely monitoring the situation of the people from Yuzhou. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a piercing sound. They thought it was Qin Feiyang, but when they turned their heads, they found that it was Feng Wuxia and the others from the Kong prefecture. They immediately lowered their heads and hid in the grass, restraining their aura to the extreme. Feng Wuxia and the others didn't restrain their aura at all and rushed toward the lake. The people of Yuzhou also sensed their auras as soon as they arrived. Immediately, everyone rushed up and gathered around Ren Wushuang and the others. "Are they finally here?" The red-haired young man sitting cross-legged on the stone murmured to himself and suddenly opened his eyes. Two bright beams of light burst out of his eyes. A dozen breaths later, Feng Wuxia and the others rushed past the hillside and didn't find Wolf King and Dong Zheneng. They went straight into the grassland and stopped 50 meters away from the people from Yuzhou. The two groups of people looked at each other from a distance, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Feng Wuxia glanced at the red-haired young man and the others and smiled evilly. "So you are from Yuzhou?" On the Yuzhou side, a man in white frowned. "You are from the Kong prefecture?" Feng Wuxia nodded and pointed at Ren Wushuang and the others. Give them to us. Regardless of whether it was his demeanor or his tone, he was clearly overbearing. The people of Yuzhou couldn't help but be enraged. The man in white said in a deep voice, "They are from the spiritual state. What do you want them to do?" Feng Wuxia said, "It's none of your business. Just say it, are you going to give them to us or not?" The man in white looked at the red-haired young man. The red-haired young man remained silent and glanced at Feng Wuxia and the others with a frown. He thought they were from the spiritual state, but they were from the Kong prefecture. And they were all powerful. Ren Wushuang and the others also looked at Feng Wuxia and the others in confusion. What do these people want? Feng Wuxia also looked at the red-haired young man, but he didn't show any fear. My patience is limited. I advise you to make a decision quickly. The Kong prefecture and the spiritual state have formed an alliance. The red-haired young man asked. His tone was still calm, without the slightest ripple. Alliance? The Kong prefecture's people were stunned. The group of people roared with laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Feng Wuxia said proudly, "Do they have the right to form an alliance with the Kong prefecture?" Ren Wushuang and the others immediately glared at Feng Wuxia. Am I wrong? I've met most of the people in the spiritual state, and none of them are good enough. Feng Wuxia said disdainfully. You have? Ren Wushuang was shocked and asked, "You've seen Qin Feiyang?" Of course. Feng Wuxia nodded. Ren Wushuang's heart sank. Where is he now? Feng Wuxia smiled. He's already dead by my hands. Kill him. Ren Wushuang's body and mind trembled, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Wu Yan and the others were also filled with despair. If even Qin Feiyang was killed, wouldn't the spiritual state be completely finished? At the same time, the people from the Yuzhou prefecture couldn't help but frown. On the hillside, Wolf King retracted his gaze and turned to look at Dong Xingyang. Look at what's in the sky. Dong Xingyang looked up and frowned. There's nothing. Wolf King said disdainfully, Are you blind? Can't you see the cows flying in the sky? Dong Xingyang was speechless. At this moment, Qin Feiyang lurked over and lay beside Wolf King. He looked at Feng Wuxia and the others by the lake and asked in confusion, Why haven't they started fighting yet? Wolf King pursed his lips and said, They're bragging. Bragging? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Dong Xingyang shook his head and smiled. Just now, the people from the Kong prefecture said to Ren Wushuang and the others that you have died in their hands. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. No wonder Ren Wushuang's face was filled with anger. So it was because of this. Dong Xingyang whispered, Should we send a voice transmission to Ren Wushuang and tell him that you're safe? No need, it's more realistic this way. But why aren't they talking now? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The people from the Kong prefecture are pretending to be profound to scare Ren Wushuang and the others. As for the people from the Yuzhou prefecture, Wolf King glanced at the red-haired youth and the others and shook his head. I don't know either. They were talking a lot before, but when they heard that you were dead, they all fell silent. There's only one explanation for this. As soon as Wolf King finished speaking, Dong Xingyang's voice sounded in their heads. What explanation? Wolf King looked at him suspiciously. Dong Xingyang didn't answer. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I believe you've guessed it too, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Hey, do you think I'm air? Wolf King said angrily. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, I think the people from the Yuzhou prefecture should be coming for me too. Wolf King was stunned. You're really narcissistic. Wolf King rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He looked up at the people from the Yuzhou and Kong prefecture. A moment later, the red-haired youth from the Yuzhou prefecture moved. He looked at Feng Wuxia and asked, Did you really kill Qin Feiyang? Of course. Feng Wuxia nodded. If that's the case, the red-haired youth's eyes flashed coldly. He turned his head to look at the burly man in white and said, They have no value anymore. Kill them all. Understood. The burly man in white nodded. Wu Yan and the others also turned pale and looked at Ren Wushuang for help. Can you have some backbone? It's just death, what's there to be afraid of? Ren Wushuang shouted. So fierce. Unfortunately, you're not from the Yuzhou prefecture. The burly man in white shook his head regretfully. His eyes suddenly surged with coldness as he shouted, "Do it!" Immediately, the aura of the people surrounding Ren Wushuang suddenly erupted. Bastard! Seeing this, Dong Jingyang cursed and rushed towards Ren Wushuang and the others. But Qin Feiyang grabbed him and whispered, "Don't be impulsive, the people from the Kong prefecture won't let Ren Wushuang and the others die." As expected, just as the burly man in white and the others attacked, Feng Wuxie took a step forward and his aura erupted like a volcano, rolling in all directions. "Don't you dare touch them without my, Feng Wuxie's, permission?" His tone was extremely domineering. It seems that the Kong prefecture wants to start a war with the Yuzhou prefecture. The burly man in white suddenly turned around and an aura that was not inferior to Feng Wuxie's erupted. "Start a war? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Feng Wuxie snickered and didn't hide his disdain. "So arrogant? Then I'd like to see how long you can last under my attack." The burly man in white waved his hand and a golden battle chi surged out like a tide, dyeing the land within a few thousand meters with a layer of gold. But at this moment, Feng Hua, who had been silent, put his hand on Feng Wuxie's shoulder and looked at the red-haired youth. During this time, he had been observing the people from the Yuzhou prefecture. He found that although the red-haired youth didn't talk much, he was the key figure in the Yuzhou prefecture. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" The burly man in white sneered. "Afraid? To be honest, although you're strong, it's not to the point that I, Feng Hua, am afraid. I just don't want to fight with you too early. How about this? Let's make a bet." Feng Hua smiled faintly. The burly man in white said with disdain, "Do you think it's necessary?" Feng Hua nodded and said lightly, "If we really fight now, both sides will suffer, which is not good for anyone." "You're that confident?" The burly man in white sneered. Feng Hua smiled. "If I don't even have this much confidence, would I dare to come to the Nine Nether Underworld?" The burly man in white's eyes turned cold and a murderous aura surged out of his body. But at this moment, the red-haired youth said, "Fu Shan, let him continue." The burly man in white frowned and seemed dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to disobey. He looked at Feng Hua with a gloomy expression and said, "Speak." Feng Hua smiled. "We'll each send one person and decide the winner in one battle. The people of the spiritual state will belong to whoever wins." "You're too calculative. The people of the spiritual state are now in our hands. Do you think such a bet is fair?" Fu Shan was so angry that he laughed. The others were also furious. Feng Hua smiled faintly. "If you're a confident person, you definitely won't discuss whether it's fair or not." In other words, he was saying that Fu Shan was not confident. "This person's mind is a bit scary." Qin Feiyang whispered. This person called Feng Hua was too good at scheming and would very likely become a strong opponent in the future. "I'm not confident?" Just based on your words, I agree to your bet." Fu Shan laughed out loud and took a step forward. He glanced at the people of the Kong state and said coldly, "Who will fight with me?" "Of course it's me." The corner of Feng Wuxie's mouth raised, he turned to look at Feng Hua and the others and asked, "You guys don't have any objections, right?" "Do we dare to have any objections?" Feng Hua shook his head and smiled bitterly. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi surged and condensed into a barrier that enveloped the people around him. At the same time, the red-haired youth frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied with Fu Shan's decision, but he did not say anything. He also condensed a barrier to protect Ren Wushuang and the others from the Yuzhou state. Seeing this, Dong Zhengyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang. "If they really decide the winner in one battle, wouldn't our plan be ruined?" Qin Feiyang nodded, thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, let's see the situation first. Let's begin." At this time, Feng Hua's voice sounded. Boom. Before his voice faded, Feng Wuxie and Fu Shan took a step forward at the same time and charged towards each other. Their auras soared into the sky. I don't know if you've heard of the saying, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You belong to this kind of person. As he approached, Feng Wuxie opened his mouth and laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The previous repeated provocations had already made Fu Shan very angry. Now that he heard this, how could he not be angry? Because Feng Wuxie was mocking him. He looked strong on the outside, but in fact, he was weak on the inside and could not withstand a single blow. Arrogant bastard, go to hell. Fu Shan clenched his 5 fingers and with a roar, he threw a punch at Feng Wuxie. You're not strong enough. Feng Wuxie chuckled, but his eyes flashed with a scheming smile. He did not dodge and slapped out with his palm. In the blink of an eye, the fist and palm collided. Chapter 585. Boom. Swoosh. The surrounding mountains and earth collapsed crazily. The lake beside them also shattered instantly. The lake water turned into torrents that flooded in all directions. The small hill where Qin Feiyang and the others were on did not escape the fate of being destroyed and turned into ashes in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang reacted in time and brought Dong Xingyang and Wolf King to hide in the castle. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. Inside the castle, seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Shenlong asked, "When are we going to make our move?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Shenlong and Jiang Wei. The aura emitted by the two of them was completely different from before. It was obvious that they had broken through. Don't worry, it will be our turn to counterattack soon. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and he appeared outside with Dong Xingyang. The place was shrouded in dust. The two of them concealed their auras and used the dust as a cover. They quickly retreated to a safe distance and stood on a big tree, silently watching the battlefield. Is this all you've got? I'm a little disappointed. Suddenly, Feng Wuxie's evil laughter came from the dust. Immediately after, a gust of wind appeared on the battlefield, sweeping up all the dust and turning it into a sandstorm that surged into the distance. At that moment, everything was revealed. Feng Wuxie and Fu Shan both took a few steps back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths, but their expressions were different. Feng Wuxie was still as evil as ever. Fu Shan was like an enraged beast, his eyes bloodshot. Dong Xingyang glanced at the two of them and said with a voice transmission, "It seems that their strength is on par." Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed, but Feng Wuxie has a higher chance of winning. Dong Xingyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why do you say that?" Qin Feiyang said, "Before the battle, Feng Wuxie said that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It was not just a casual remark." "What do you mean?" Dong Xingyang frowned. "If you want to attack a person, you have to attack their heart first. The reason Feng Wuxie said that was to infuriate Fu Shan. That's because once a person enters a state of rage, their judgment and battle awareness will deteriorate. And obviously, Feng Wuxie has achieved his goal." Qin Feiyang said. Dong Xingyang carefully pondered over these words and nodded. That's right. When two people of similar strength fight, the mentality is especially important. Once the mentality is out of balance, it will inevitably end in defeat. I just don't know if Fu Shan has realized this. Qin Feiyang muttered. If he calmed down now, it was not too late. But if this continued, the final winner would be Feng Wuxie. In the blink of an eye, the enraged Fu Shan once again charged towards Feng Wuxie. "With your strength, I really don't understand how you have the guts to participate in the Great War of the 9 States." Feng Wuxie continued to taunt. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the two clashed. However, Feng Wuxie only defended and did not attack. Occasionally he would taunt him. On the other hand, Fu Shan was getting crazier and more irritable. He was almost losing his mind. The evenly matched situation gradually lost its balance. Unknowingly, Feng Wuxie began to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, when Feng Wuxie retreated, he did not notice that there was a crack behind him. He stepped on empty air and his body staggered and fell backward. Good chance. Fu Shan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation he pounced forward. Battle chi gushed out of his palm and he slammed it towards Feng Wuxie's chest. But did Feng Wuxie really not notice the crack? He did it on purpose. Just as Fu Shan pounced forward, the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Fu Shan's lower abdomen. Immediately, Fu Shan let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. His entire body was directly kicked out and slammed into the ground not far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His rough face was incomparably pale. At the same time, Feng Wuxie jumped up like a carp and stood firmly on the ground. He looked up at Fu Shan, who was buried in the mud, and laughed. "Do you see that? This is the difference between you and me. How dare you plot against me? I'll tear you into pieces." Fu Shan roared. His eyes were instantly bloodshot. He then turned over and got up. He stretched out his hand in the air. Battle chi poured out from his body like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, above his head, a golden axe appeared out of thin air. It was as big as a millstone and emitted a dazzling light. "Yo, are you sure you can do it? Why are you using your battle art so soon?" Feng Wuxie let out a strange cry. "Bastard, go to hell!" Fu Shan roared hysterically. The veins on his neck popped out. As he waved his hand, the giant axe above his head released a terrifying aura and slashed towards Feng Wuxie. "It seems that this person is bound to lose." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although Feng Wuxie had been using words to provoke Fu Shan still had a trace of rationality before he was plotted against. But now, Fu Shan was completely blinded by anger. However, he was puzzled. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Why didn't the people from Yuzhou remind Fu Shan? Taking a step back, even if the others from Yuzhou didn't realize this, wasn't there still the red-haired youth? To be able to become a key figure in Yuzhou, this person must be extraordinary. He should have noticed Fu Shan's situation long ago. Why was he silent? Could it be that he was like Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, looking forward to the death of his people? The battle was still going on. Feng Wuxie looked at the golden axe and shook his head. "You want to kill me with such a small axe? Can you stop daydreaming?" As soon as he finished speaking, a flame soared into the sky and formed a sea of fire above his head, shining in all directions. At this moment, Feng Wuxie's long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Flames surged around his body and his face was cynical. He was like a peerless evil god that ruled the world. "Fire Beacon City." As he spoke, two castles appeared in the sea of fire. The two castles seemed to be cast from magma. They were completely red and were more than 100 feet tall. They were like two huge mountains in the sky and had an astonishing aura. "Idiot with developed limbs, take this." Feng Wuxie chuckled and raised his arm. He gently flicked his index finger. Boom! One of the castles suddenly sank down, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, crashing towards the golden giant axe. At this moment, with a deafening sound, the castle and the giant axe collapsed at the same time. "It's not over yet. Continue." "Let me remind you again. This time, the speed is very fast." Feng Wuxie grinned and flicked his index finger again. The second castle suddenly fell and charged toward Fu Shan town. His action was extremely frivolous and he didn't take Fu Shan seriously at all. This made Fu Shan go crazy. However, as Feng Wuxie said, the speed of the second castle was several times faster than the first castle. Fu Shan didn't have time to evolve his battle art to counterattack. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of evolving his battle art. He didn't have any intention of dodging. His eyes were surging with incomparable madness. The castle was surging with waves of fire. At first glance, it looked like a meteorite from outer space. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on top of Fu Shan's head. The ground under Fu Shan's feet couldn't withstand such an imposing aura and began to tremble violently. On the ground, a bottomless black abyss cracked open at the speed of lightning. "Open your eyes and watch carefully. I can crush your battle art with my bare hands." At this moment, Fu Shan roared and clenched his 5 fingers tightly. He threw a punch at the castle. Is this guy crazy? He's really going to fight a battle art with his bare hands? Dong Jingyang was dumbfounded. Feng Hua and the others in Kong State were also shocked. Even Qin Feiyang was shocked by Fu Shan's crazy behavior. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Fu Shan's fist and the castle collided. There was no suspense. No matter how Fu Shan resisted, he couldn't resist the suppression of the castle. In almost an instant, the castle slammed into the ground and Fu Shan was directly blasted into the ground. At the same time, there was a painful scream. He's dead. Dong Xingyang frowned. It seemed that his plan was really ruined. Feng Wuxie glanced at the castle and snorted disdainfully. He looked up at the red-haired young man from Yuzhou and said with a smile, "Accept your loss. Don't go back on your word." The red-haired young man glanced at him indifferently and turned his head to look at the castle in silence. Feng Wuxie shook his head and said, "Don't look. My battle art is a superior one. He can't be alive." The red-haired young man remained silent and seemed extremely calm. "Are you trying to exhaust my patience?" Feng Wuxie immediately raised his eyebrows. Boom! But as soon as he finished speaking, with an earth-shattering bang, the castle suddenly fell apart. A big man drenched in blood rushed out from the ground. Who else could it be but Fu Shan? But at this moment, his clothes were ragged and he looked like a beggar. His body was covered with wounds. The arm that shook the castle had been shattered and blood was gushing out. "That's impossible." Seeing Fu Shan jump out alive, Feng Wuxie couldn't help but frown. Feng Hua and the others also frowned. They couldn't accept it. Is it a fluke that he survived? Qin Feiyang muttered. However, regardless of whether it was a fluke or not, the current Fu Shan was completely different from the previous Fu Shan. Although Fu Shan was heavily injured, there was not the slightest bit of anger on his face. He was calm and collected. Suddenly, the red-haired young man said indifferently, "Fu Shan, do you know your shortcomings now?" Fu Shan nodded and cupped his hands. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Wanqiu." "Reminder?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. When did the red-haired young man remind him? Dong Xingyang said, "You forgot that a battle master can secretly send a message." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He then patted his forehead and smiled bitterly. He always forgot that he had not broken through to the battle master realm. In that case, it was not the castle that suppressed Fu Shan underground. It was Fu Shan who took the initiative to go underground. Because at that time, going underground was the only way out. Only then could he save his life. "Go, let him see your true strength." The red-haired young man spoke again, but his tone was no longer calm. There was a bone-piercing sharpness to it. Fu Shan nodded and took out a regeneration pill and a healing pill. He then turned to look at Feng Wuxie and said, "I've let you be proud for so long. It's time for you to suffer." Feng Wuxie was disdainful. Chapter 586. Boom. The battle between the two began again. But this time, Feng Wuxie did not provoke him. Because he knew that no matter what he said to Fu Shan, he would not be able to provoke him. Boom. The two of them fought from the east to the west, and then from the west to the north. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed and the earth caved in. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Dong Xingyang said, "Fu Shan's combat strength has been fully unleashed. He's quite strong." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Fu Shan did not die in Feng Wuxie's hands, his injuries were very serious and he had lost an arm. Although he had taken the healing elixir and regeneration elixir, it would take some time for him to recover. In other words, Fu Shan was now fighting with Feng Wuxie with serious injuries. And he was fighting with one hand. But even so, he did not show any signs of being defeated and was locked in a fierce battle with Feng Wuxie. Feng Wuxie would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. If Fu Shan had not lost his mind, it would be hard to predict the outcome. Boom. All of a sudden, Fu Shan's aura exploded and a bright golden light rose from his back and rushed into the sky. There was an axe in the golden light. It was the size of a palm and looked as if it was made of gold. It emitted a dazzling light. That was his fighting soul. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths when they saw this scene. Once the fighting soul was activated, it meant that Fu Shan was serious. Who would be the final victor? Kill! Fu Shan waved his hand and the palm-sized axe cut through the sky and slashed at Feng Wuxie. Its sharp edge tore the earth apart. Feng Wuxie looked at the axe and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Chirp! The next moment, accompanied by a shrill cry, a wave of fire rushed out from his back. What? That's his fighting soul? Am I seeing things? Dong Jingyang was dumbfounded. The people from Yuzhou were also shocked. Even Qin Feiyang and the red-haired youth's pupils constricted in shock. Feng Wuxie's fighting soul was a ferocious bird. It was dozens of feet tall and was surrounded by flames. It flapped its fiery red wings and soared into the sky. For a moment, the wind howled in this place, and sand and stones flew everywhere. At this moment, it had turned into a scorching hot place in an instant. Everyone was drenched in sweat. After the ferocious bird soared into the sky, it turned in the air and swooped down like a bolt of lightning. Like a falcon, it used its sharp claws to grab the axe. No matter how big it is, it's just a chicken. Fu Shan shook his head with a wisp of disdain between his brows. Rise. Following closely, Fu Shan let out a low roar, and the palm-sized axe immediately swelled with the wind. In the blink of an eye, a huge axe appeared out of nowhere. It was bigger than the ferocious bird, and its edge was even more terrifying than before. Chicken? However, Feng Wuxie's expression changed when he heard Fu Shan's words. The evil aura of the past had disappeared, and there was a trace of gloominess in his eyes. He glared at Fu Shan and said coldly, "Say it's a chicken again if you have the guts." "Isn't that so?" Fu Shan sneered. "You're courting death." Feng Wuxie's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said coldly, "Innate superpower, eyes of the fire phoenix, destroy." At that moment, the ferocious bird that swooped down blinked its eyes, and two fiery red beams of light burst out of its eyes, like two pillars of fire, and blasted towards the golden axe. "Do you think only your fighting soul has an innate superpower? Innate superpower, heaven-splitting fury." Fu Shan's eyes were like torches. As his voice fell, the golden axe slashed in the air, and a golden blade of light suddenly swept out. Boom! In an instant, the blade of light and the beam of light collided, like two meteorites colliding, and a destructive aura erupted, covering the sky and earth in all directions. The land within a radius of a few miles was instantly razed to the ground. At the same time, the beam of light and the blade of light were in a stalemate in the void, and neither was able to gain the upper hand. No wonder he's the king of two continents. Even his fighting soul has an innate superpower. Qin Feiyang muttered. There were also differences in fighting souls, so not every fighting soul had an innate superpower. In other words, a fighting soul with an innate superpower would definitely be a high-level fighting soul. Dong Jingyang transmitted his voice. "Who will win?" "Without a doubt, it's Feng Wuxie," Qin Feiyang said firmly. This was because Feng Wuxie's fighting soul was simply too shocking. After wandering for so many years, in so many places, other than Wolf King, Feng Wuxie's fighting soul was the only one that made him feel wary. It was just as he had expected. The blade of light gradually lost and was forced back by the beam of light. In the end, with a crack, it shattered into pieces. Fu Shan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Wuxie looked at Fu Shan and spat out these two words in disdain. At the same time, the beam of light collided with the giant axe like lightning. Clang! The giant axe also shattered with a loud bang. For Fu Shan, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. His body trembled violently, and blood gushed out from his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was actually defeated? They were both one-star battle ancestors, and both fighting souls had innate superpower, but why was the gap between him and Feng Wuxie so huge? He really couldn't accept it. Boom! Just as Fu Shan was distracted, the beam of light pierced through the sky, carrying with it an aura of death, and blasted towards Fu Shan's head. The red-haired youth raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Fu Shan!" His voice was like a bell, and it entered Fu Shan's mind. Fu Shan immediately came back to his senses. But at this moment, the beam of light was only 5 to 6 meters away from him, and it would arrive in the blink of an eye. This time, it was really impossible to dodge. Fu Shan gritted his teeth and raised his arm again. Battle chi surged, and he punched the beam of light with his bare hands. During this time, his arm that was shattered by the castle had already been repaired. But even so, What he did was equivalent to courting death. Boom! In a flash, the fist and the beam of light collided. Immediately, Fu Shan let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body flew out. Not only was his arm shattered again, but even his body was covered in bloody wounds. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Even his innate superpower can be destroyed. I have to admit, he is really strong. Dong Xingyang's pupils constricted tightly. The people from Yunzhou, Kongzhou, and Yuzhou were already so strong. Were the people from the other major states as strong as them? Would they be stronger than them? Originally, he was quite confident in the overall strength of the spiritual state. But now, he felt terrified. The huge pressure was like a huge rock pressing down on his heart. It was very heavy. But at this time, Qin Feiyang said, "Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. If it were you, you could do it too." "Are you making fun of me?" Dong Xingyang frowned. Qin Feiyang's face trembled. When did Dong Xingyang's imagination become so rich? Feng Wuxia's battle soul's innate superpower was indeed very strong. If there were no obstacles along the way, it would definitely be able to kill Fu Shan. But before, it first collided with Fu Shan's battle soul's innate superpower, and then with the battle soul, which would weaken most of its power. That was why Fu Shan could shatter the beam of light with one punch. In the blink of an eye. Just as Fu Shan shattered the beam of light with one punch, Feng Wuxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chirp! Accompanied by a sharp screech, the fierce bird hovering above his head spread its huge wings. Suddenly, the wind blew and the fire waves covered the sky as it swooped down towards Fu Shan. And its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it landed above Fu Shan's head. The terrifying power made Fu Shan couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. "I admit defeat," he said without hesitation. Immediately, the people of the Kong state all had bright smiles on their faces. The people of the Yuzhou state all lowered their heads, feeling that Fu Shan's admission of defeat made them lose face. "You shouldn't have left a mark and let Dongfang Wuhan find us." Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang reproachfully. If everything went according to their plan, it would indeed be a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. But now, the people of the two states didn't fight to the death and only used one battle to determine the winner, which put them in an awkward position. Because if they jumped out to save people now, they would definitely face the joint attack of the two states. However, in the face of Dong Xingyang's reproach, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and his eyes flickered. Seeing this, Dong Xingyang couldn't help but be angry and said angrily, "If you don't save them, I will." Because of Fu Shan's admission of defeat, the people of both sides were now a little relaxed. If they wanted to save people, this was the best opportunity. Don't go. Fu Shan's death is already destined. Because the current Feng Wuxia is already angry and will not give him any chance to struggle at death's door. Qin Feiyang stopped him and said in a low voice. Dong Xingyang was surprised. He raised his head to look at Feng Wuxia, and his eyes suddenly burst out with rays of light. At the same time, whether it was the people of the Kong state or the people of the Yuzhou state, they all changed their expressions. They were the same as Dong Xingyang. They thought that since Fu Shan had admitted defeat, the battle would be over. But now, Feng Wuxia had no intention of stopping at all. The ferocious bird was still rushing towards Fu Shan with an aggressive aura. Feng Hu shuddered and hurriedly shouted, "Feng Wuxia, stop." If Feng Wuxia really killed Fu Shan, the conflict between the two sides would be completely intensified. At that time, it would not be good for anyone. But Feng Wuxia did not seem to hear him. The killing intent in his eyes was even stronger than before. Similarly, Fu Shan did not expect this at all and was not mentally prepared at all. And the people of the Yuzhou state wanted to save Fu Shan at this moment, but it was too late. There was no luck at all. Accompanied by a painful scream, Fu Shan died tragically under the claws of the ferocious bird. And it was torn into pieces. It was a tragic sight. Dead. Feng Hu's face was blank. The others were also dumbfounded. The place fell into a dead silence. Dong Xingyang was the only one who was extremely excited. Now that Fu Shan was dead, There would definitely be a bloody battle between the two sides. But at the same time, he was very puzzled and sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang. Why is Feng Wuxie so angry that he wants to kill Fu Shan regardless of the overall situation? Doesn't he know that this will cause a lot of trouble? Qin Feiyang laughed. Of course he knows this, but who asked Fu Shan to humiliate his fighting spirit? A dignified fire phoenix was called a chicken. This Fu Shan is really daring. I see. Chapter 587. That's right. That ferocious bird was the legendary divine beast, the fire phoenix that could be compared to the divine dragon. This battle soul was similar to the dragon soul and was extremely rare in the world. Qin Feiyang only knew one person. That was his mother, the current empress of the great Qin Empire. It was also because of the battle soul of the fire phoenix that his mother was able to successfully ascend to the position of empress. Because from ancient times until now, there was a legend that had been passed down. The emperor was the dragon and the empress was the phoenix. That was why Qin Feiyang was so shocked when he saw that Feng Wuxie's battle soul was the fire phoenix. Due to Fu Shan's death, the scene fell into dead silence. But this atmosphere did not last long. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged, even stronger than Feng Wuxie and Fu Shan's aura. The source of this aura was the red-haired youth, Wan Qiu. Fu Shan has already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to kill him? At this moment, whether it was his expression or his gaze, it was incomparably cold. I'm happy to. Feng Wuxie smiled evilly. Is that so? Then I'm happy to kill you. Wan Qiu waved his hand and a bloody light shot out, sweeping towards Feng Wuxie like lightning. The bloody light was filled with a shocking murderous intent and baleful aura. Two-star combat ancestor. Feng Wuxie's pupils shrank, but then he grinned and said, I've long wanted to spar with a two-star combat ancestor and see how far away I am from a two-star combat ancestor. But before he could finish, the twin sisters scolded, Spar your ass, back off. At the same time, the girl on the left took a step forward and stood in front of Feng Wuxie. Feng Wuxie said unhappily, Xuening, you don't have to care about my business. If I tell you to back off, then back off. Xuening snorted coldly. Alright. Feng Wuxie shrugged helplessly and turned to Feng Hua. At the same time, the girl called Xuening also raised her slender arm and pointed her white index finger in the air. A dazzling battle chi emerged. The battle chi was like water, condensing into a water storm and blasted towards the bloody aura. Boom! When the two met, Wan Qiu and Xuening both took a step back. Xuening calmed down the surging blood and chi in her body and raised her head to look at Wan Qiu. Before they fought, they didn't say anything about not killing each other. Now that you're doing this, don't you think you're going overboard? I went overboard? Wan Qiu's gaze turned even colder. He did not waste his breath and took a step forward. His large hand shot out explosively, bringing along an ear-piercing palm wind. He slapped toward Xuening. He's simply being unreasonable, Xuening said angrily. She reached out with her jade-like hand and slapped out without backing down. Wan Qiu raised his eyebrows. Not only did she say that he was going overboard, she even said that he was being unreasonable? Did she really think that she could be so unreasonable just because she was a woman? Without a doubt. Wan Qiu was furious. Just as the two hands were about to clap together, Wan Qiu suddenly took a mysterious step and strangely disappeared in front of Xuening. Xuening was bewildered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Wan Qiu appeared on the right side of Xuening, as if he had appeared out of thin air, without any warning. He stretched out his arm like lightning and slapped Xuening's right cheek. Slap. An ear-piercing slap was heard, and Xuening was also sent flying, crashing into the ground, and a deep pit appeared. And on her cheek, there was a bright red palm print. Feng Hua and the others were stunned, but then their faces changed color and they all ran towards the deep pit. Feng Hua jumped in and helped Xuening up and asked with concern, Xuening, are you all right? I'm fine. Xuening shook her head, touched her burning cheek, and walked out of the deep pit. She looked at Wan Qiu, who was not far away, and her big eyes emitted a ray of shocking cold light. Seeing the palm print on Xuaning's face, Kong Province's people were furious. One of the 9-star combat emperors said angrily, "You're a man, how dare you hit a woman, don't you feel ashamed? Men and women are segregated in this place, are you here to be funny?" Moreover, senior brother Fu Shan had already admitted defeat, and your people still tried to kill him, and even tried to twist the truth, but senior brother Wan Qiu only gave her a slap. Isn't that too much? I really didn't expect that Kong Province's people would be so despicable. The people from Yu Province immediately sneered. We're despicable? I don't think you're any better. A bunch of pigs and dogs, a nest of snakes and rats. The people from both sides did not want to be outdone, and began to curse at each other, spitting saliva everywhere, like a shrew cursing on the street. Dong Xingyang was stunned. What's going on? If you don't want to admit defeat, then fight, what's the use of cursing? Suddenly, he noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality, and transmitted his voice. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang's gaze was still locked on Wan Qiu, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Dong Xingyang followed Qin Feiyang's gaze and frowned. What's wrong with Wan Qiu? Very wrong. Qin Feiyang whispered and said, he's not simple. What do you mean? Dong Xingyang became more and more suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, the movement technique he used before was a kind of battle art. I know that. Is there a problem? Dong Xingyang nodded and asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, of course there's a problem, because that movement technique is a perfect battle art. What? Dong Xingyang turned pale with fright. He did not expect it to be a perfect battle art. Dong Xingyang hurriedly asked, how do you know? Qin Feiyang said, because the phantom steps that I have mastered is a perfect battle art, so I can recognize it at a glance. Dong Xingyang suddenly felt a little suffocated. His heart also began to feel uneasy. Although everyone present had mastered a superior auxiliary battle art, one had to know that the difference between superior and perfect battle arts was very large. For example, Wan Qiu, with his perfect battle art, had the ability to suppress everyone present. The only one who had a perfect battle art, Qin Feiyang, was only an 8-star war emperor and could not compete with Wan Qiu. In other words, at this moment, Wan Qiu was an invincible existence. The two sides were still arguing endlessly. The words they said were getting more and more unpleasant. Enough. What's the use of talking nonsense? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Feng Wuxie suddenly shouted coldly, and his aura suddenly erupted, charging towards a 1-star war sect of Yuzhou. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The 1-star war sect of Yuzhou sneered, but did not charge forward. He turned his head to look at Wan Qiu, waiting for Wan Qiu to speak. Kill them all. In addition to Feng Hua, the other war sect of Kong State followed behind Feng Wuxie and charged towards the people of Yuzhou. Wan Qiu glanced at Feng Wuxie and the others, his eyes flashing coldly, and said, 8-star war emperor, take the people of Lingzhou and retreat. Senior brother Wan Qiu, Qin Feiyang is dead. Is there a need to keep them alive? An 8-star war emperor immediately asked. Qin Feiyang is not dead. Wan Qiu said. Not dead? Didn't Feng Wuxie say that he had killed Qin Feiyang? The people of Yuzhou were surprised. If he really killed Qin Feiyang, would he still try to snatch Ren Wushuang and the others? If I'm not wrong, they are snatching these people to threaten Qin Feiyang. Wan Qiu sneered. I see. Let's go. Everyone was enlightened. There were a total of 28 Star War Emperors on Yozhou's side. At this moment, they were escorting Ren Wushuang and the others, quickly fleeing into the distance. Because they all knew that Wan Qiu was ready to start a massacre. Has it finally begun? Qin Feiyang murmured. Dong Xingyang's eyes were also filled with coldness. On the mountain ridge, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were also filled with anticipation. After the 28 Star War Emperors and Ren Wushuang left, there was not much difference in the number of people between Kong State and Yuzhou. Kong State had 6 1-star combat ancestors, 10 9-star war emperors and the twin sisters. Yuzhou had 5 1-star combat ancestors, 1 9-star war emperor and Wan Qiu. But because of Fu Shan's death, There were only 4 one-star combat ancestors left in Yuzhou. According to the current situation, Kong State still had a great advantage. Let's do it. Wan Qiu waved his hand. His tone was casual, but his eyes were as sharp as a blade, intimidating people. Boom! At this moment, the 4 one-star combat ancestors and 10 9-star war emperors released a terrifying aura at the same time and rushed towards the people of Kong State with murderous intent. But Wan Qiu didn't move. Feng Hua and the twin sisters didn't move either. Their mission was to restrain Wan Qiu. Because as long as Wan Qiu didn't join the battle, the final winner would be Kong State. After all, Kong State had one more one-star combat ancestor. Boom! Gotcha! In a flash, Yozhou's 4 one-star combat ancestors and Kong State's Feng Wuxie's group of 5 began to fight. The 10 9-star war emperors on both sides avoided the combat ancestor kings and went to a distance to fight. Both sides were unscrupulous and wanted to kill their opponents as quickly as possible and end the battle. Moreover, they were all the best in their respective states, so the battle reached its climax from the beginning. The flames of war burned the land within a 10-mile radius. Battle chi filled the air and battle arts whistled. Mountains collapsed one after another and the earth cracked crazily. The rumbling was deafening. What is Wan Qiu doing? Dong Xingyang was suspicious. The 4 one-star combat ancestors of Yuzhou were obviously at a disadvantage against the 5 one-star combat ancestors of Kong State. Moreover, Feng Wuxie was also ridiculously strong. The fire phoenix hovered in the sky, emitting a monstrous divine aura. His opponent was a burly man with bulging muscles. He was filled with explosive power and looked very valiant. But under Feng Wuxie's hands, this person seemed to be restrained. There were even a few bone-deep wounds on his body. The situation on the other side was even worse. 2 one-star combat ancestors of Kong State joined forces to deal with 1 one-star combat ancestor of Yuzhou. The situation was completely one-sided. Moreover, under the relentless pursuit of the 2 from Kong State, the person from Yuzhou had already lost an arm. But even so, Wan Qiu didn't help and coldly scanned the battlefield. At the same time, Feng Hua also stared at Wan Qiu, his brows furrowed. This person was like a mystery, he was really unfathomable. What was he thinking? Rumble. Gotcha. As time passed, the place was already beyond recognition. It was a scene of devastation. The 10 9-star war emperors of both sides were in the same situation and their injuries were similar. They were evenly matched. However, the 4 one-star war sects of Yuzhou were in imminent danger. Chapter 588. Qin Feiyang's attention was also on Wan Qiu. He wanted to see what kind of amazing means the strongest person in Yuzhou had. Swoosh. Suddenly, Wan Qiu retracted his gaze. When they saw this, Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang, and Feng Hua's group of 3 couldn't help but become tense. Wan Qiu looked at Fire Beacon's 3 people and said coldly, "I'm going to attack." He did not say much but was extremely arrogant. As everyone knew, usually, before facing an enemy, one would think of ways to numb the opponent and catch them off guard with unexpected speed. But now, Wan Qiu did the exact opposite, and openly said it out loud. This was a blatant disdain towards the 3 Fire Beacon experts. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a bitter smile. Compared to this person, his previous arrogance was nothing more than child's play. Without a doubt, the twin sisters were angry, their faces full of frost. But Fire Beacon was relatively calmer. However, his gaze was firmly fixed on Wan Qiu and he did not dare to move at all, for fear that Wan Qiu would suddenly disappear from his sight. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wan Qiu moved and walked towards the man who was surrounded. Obviously, he first had to help the man out of his predicament. And his speed was not fast, but each step was steady and powerful. Fire Beacon and the twin sisters looked at each other and rushed out at the same time, blocking in front of Wan Qiu. Wan Qiu glanced at the 3 people, his gaze extremely cold. He did not have the slightest intention of stopping and faced the 3 people like this. I've never been afraid of arrogant people. Wan, you're very strong, but we sisters are stronger. The twin sisters' lips curled up slightly, with a touch of disdain. Boom! following closely. Their auras erupted like volcanoes. Then, they raised their slender jade arms and slapped towards Wan Qiu from left and right. These two sisters are two-star battle grandmasters? Qin Feiyang looked stunned. Very strong. If it's a head-on battle, the spiritual state has no chance of winning. Dong Xingyang whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded. Two two-star battle grandmasters, 6 one-star battle grandmasters, and 10 nine-star battle emperors. Such a lineup was several times more powerful than the spiritual states. A timid person would be scared to death, not to mention a head-on confrontation. However, Kong Prefecture's current opponent was Yuzhou. Although the overall strength of Yu Prefecture was slightly weaker than Kong Prefecture, they had Wan Qiu as their trump card. It was hard to say who would win. In the blink of an eye, the twin sisters had already arrived in front of Wan Qiu. Their palms were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. However, Wan Qiu did not confront them directly. He took a step forward and calmly passed between the two sisters, continuing to walk towards the burly man. Throughout the entire process, there was no pause at all. How is this possible? The twins froze in place, unable to accept the fact that their palm had missed. At the same time, Feng Hua's pupils also contracted, his face full of shock. Facing the interception of two two-star battle grandmasters, he could still escape so easily. Was this a dream? How could he be so fast? Wasn't he just a two-star battle grandmaster? The twin sisters came back to their senses and immediately turned around to shout at Wan Qiu. However, Wan Qiu did not even look back at them, appearing incomparably cold. Bastard! I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The twin sisters were furious. Two dazzling battle auras appeared and turned into a torrent, carrying a destructive aura as they rushed towards Wan Qiu. However, Wan Qiu still did not look back, as if he did not notice them. However, just before the two battle auras were about to drown him, he took another step forward and mysteriously disappeared from the range of the battle auras. Boom! The battle auras bombarded the ground, instantly creating a deafening sound. A huge sinkhole instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, Wan Qiu was standing at the edge of the sinkhole. His long red hair and white clothes fluttered in the wind, but he was completely unharmed. How could he dodge that? Seeing Wan Qiu, the twin sisters' eyes immediately widened. Feng Hua's eyes also widened in anger, and his heart was extremely shocked. What was going on? His speed was clearly not fast, but why did Wan Qiu's speed become so astonishing at every critical moment? This time, Wan Qiu turned his head and glanced at the three of them, but there was a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. Then, he turned back and continued to walk towards the burly man. Dong Xingyang said, "It seems that they haven't realized that Wan Qiu has mastered a perfect auxiliary battle art. A perfect battle art is too rare. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a legend in the 18 counties of the 9 states. Even if they realize it, I'm afraid that they will directly reject it in their hearts." Qin Feiyang said. "Then how did you get your perfect battle art?" Dong Xingyang asked, his eyes full of expectation. Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. Dong Xingyang pursed his lips and did not ask for a rebuff. He turned his head and continued to pay attention to Wan Qiu. During the conversation, Wan Qiu and the burly man were only 100 meters away. The two one-star battle masters besieging the burly man in Kong province also noticed Wan Qiu and immediately felt uneasy in their hearts. The burly man, however, was wild with joy. He was already seriously injured and his consciousness was about to dissipate, but when he saw Wan Qiu approaching, he instantly became lively. His methods were also extremely crazy. It was as if he didn't care about his life at all as he forcefully restrained the two one-star battle ancestors. Seeing this, Feng Hua's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Quickly go and help." Whoosh! Before he could finish, Feng Hua and the pair of twin sisters had already activated their superior auxiliary battle arts. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, they shot towards Wan Qiu. Feeling the aura behind him that was quickly approaching, Wan Qiu's gaze became colder and colder. "If I want to kill someone, who can stop me?" Suddenly, He raised his head to the sky and roared. His speed suddenly increased greatly, so fast that no one could catch his trace. So fast. He's actually faster than us by a lot. Could he be a 3-star battle master? Feng Hua and the other two were overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, the expressions of the two 1-star battle masters who were besieging the burly man also changed. With this kind of speed, coupled with Wan Qiu's cultivation, wouldn't it be easy to kill them? The two of them immediately had the thought of escaping. However, the burly man had already expected this result and did not give them the slightest chance to escape. Even if the two 1-star battle masters bombarded his heart, he did not retreat a single step. In less than 3 breaths, Wan Qiu entered the burly man's battlefield. It's too late. Feng Hua was burning with anxiety as he shouted at the two of them, "Run!" As for the two 1-star battle masters, they were even more anxious than Feng Hua. They were so anxious that they almost peed their pants. They also wanted to escape, but this burly man suddenly seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Even if he had to risk his life to stop them, he was simply unable to escape. Let's end this. Just as Wan Qiu entered the battlefield, the burly man smiled sinisterly at the two 1-star battle masters and quickly retreated to the side. At the same time, Wan Qiu also made his move. He took a step forward and landed behind the two 1-star battle masters like lightning. Then he extended his hands and bent his fingers like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards the two's heads. The two of them reacted in time, but their speed was completely unable to keep up with Wan Qiu. Just as they took a step forward, Wan Qiu grabbed their heads. Following that, his 5 fingers contracted and his battle chi surged. The heads of the two 1-star battle masters instantly exploded like watermelons, blood splattering everywhere. The two of them died on the spot. Seeing this scene, not to mention the Kong province's Feng Hua and the others, even Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. One had to know. Those two were both 1-star battle masters and the kings of a province. In Qin Feiyang's opinion, even if the two of them couldn't defeat Wan Qiu, they wouldn't be easily killed. But never had he imagined that in just an instant, Wan Qiu would take the lives of 2 people. This kind of strength was truly terrifying. He was even stronger than Cloud Province's Commander Nye. This person definitely had the qualifications to dominate those of the same realm. He probably even had the strength to fight against a 3-star battle master. My Serene province only has 4 1-star battle masters. Now, your Kong province only has 4 1-star battle masters left. It's fair. At this time, Wan Qiu's voice rang out. Wan Qiu looked at Feng Hua and the twin sisters, his eyes as cold as ever. Feng Hua and the other two were also filled with anger and indignation. But Wan Qiu directly ignored them. He took out a blood-red pill and threw it to the burly man, saying, "Take the heart-protecting pill and continue to fight. In the end, I want to see you win." The burly man received the pill, respectfully replied, and threw the pill into his mouth. Previously, when he was restraining the two 1-star battle masters, his heart was already injured. If he didn't have the heart-protecting pill to repair it, let alone fighting, his life would probably be in danger. Following that, Wan Qiu retreated to the side with his hands behind his back. Like an invincible king, he swept his gaze across the battlefield and had no intention of attacking again. Seeing this, the furious Feng Hua and the other two secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Wan Qiu continued to join the battle, the Kong province would probably be completely annihilated in the end. But the current situation didn't seem to be any better. Xuening sent a sound transmission. Feng Hua will restrain Wan Qiu. You go deal with that burly man. Tell everyone to retreat if there's a chance, don't continue to fight. Understood. Feng Hua secretly replied, then raised his head to look at the burly man and smiled, "Please enlighten me. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why are you so hypocritical?" The burly man sneered. Feng Hua smiled faintly, then immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the burly man. At the same time, Wan Qiu killed the 2 kings of the Kong province with a wave of his hand, which also inspired everyone in the Yu province. At this moment, they were all in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. For a time, the situation began to reverse. The Kong province, which originally had the absolute advantage, was now slowly falling into a disadvantage. What a terrifying enemy, Qin Feiyang muttered. With the power of one person, he reversed the situation. This Wan Qiu would probably be his most difficult opponent in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were stronger existences than Wan Qiu in the other provinces. At this moment he really felt the pressure. If he didn't work hard, in the end he might become one of the losers. Or even lose his life. However, he wouldn't back down. On the contrary, only with pressure would there be motivation. He was now very much looking forward to the future development. Chapter 589. Action. Dong Jingyang was stunned and frowned. Are you sure now? The battle between Yu Province and Kong Province had just begun. Wouldn't it be asking for a beating if they jumped out now? Because it was expected that as soon as they appeared, the people from the 2 provinces would definitely stop fighting and join forces to suppress them. Just the people from one province was enough to give him a headache, let alone the people from 2 provinces. You misunderstood me. I'm not going to get involved in their battle. I'm going to save people, Qin Feiyang said. Save people? Dong Jingyang was stunned. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 9-star combat emperors and combat masters from Yu Province were now pinned down by the people from Kong Province. Only the 8-star combat emperors were guarding. Although there were 28-star combat emperors, they were no threat to Qin Feiyang. Moreover, they had 3 1-star combat masters on their side. Dong Jingyang, Shenlong and Jiang Wei. With their strength, it was more than enough to deal with a group of 8-star combat emperors. Understanding Qin Feiyang's meaning, Dong Jingyang naturally had no objections. The 2 quietly retreated, bypassing Wan Qiu and the others, and came to the rear of the battlefield to look for footprints. The biggest advantage of the 9 Nether Underworld was that no matter how fast the opponent ran, they would leave footprints on the ground. Even if there were no footprints, there would still be traces. Soon, Qin Feiyang found a large number of footprints. Following the footprints, after a while, the 2 found a small canyon hundreds of meters away. The entrance of the canyon was guarded by 2 men in white. There was a word, Yu, embroidered on their chests. They were the people from Yu Province. Dong Jingyang's eyes flashed coldly and said in a low voice, "You wait here, I'll kill them all." Don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and shook his head. This place is not far from Wan Qiu. If they call for help, Wan Qiu will definitely hear them. So we must kill them unexpectedly and not give them a chance to speak. That makes sense. Dong Jingyang nodded, but his eyes suddenly trembled as he asked in surprise, "You still plan to deal with the people of Yu Province?" He had thought that Qin Feiyang would give up on making trouble for Yuzhou after witnessing the power of Wan Qiu. But now, listening to Qin Feiyang's words, it seemed that he had not given up. Because if he gave up, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have so many concerns. He could just leave after saving the people, and Wan Qiu might not be able to catch up with him. How can we not make them pay a price? Qin Feiyang sneered. Dong Jingyang was stunned. He was right. What did a certain type of person say? Qin Feiyang was precisely this kind of person, knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, but still heading towards the tiger's mountain. How audacious! Alas! He sighed inwardly and said in a low voice, "Then quickly arrange it." Qin Feiyang said, "You wait here. When you hear something in the valley, you immediately take action." Dong Jingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the valley. Except for the entrance, the other 3 sides were mountains, which could be hundreds of feet high. Ancient trees were lush and weeds were overgrown. Qin Feiyang went to the foot of the mountain on the left side. Like an agile monkey, he quickly climbed to the top of the mountain, stood behind a bush, and looked down. The situation in the valley immediately entered his sight. The valley was very small, about 300 or 400 meters wide. There were a lot of stones piled up inside. Some green weeds grew between the gaps of the stones, swaying with the breeze from the entrance. Ren Wushuang and the others were in the center of the valley at this moment. They sat back to back. Some angrily glanced at the people of Yuzhou, some were silent in despair, and some were whispering to each other. As for the 28-star combat emperors of Yuzhou, Except for the two guarding the entrance, the rest were gathered around Ren Wushuang and the others. Do you think senior brother Wan Qiu and the others can defeat them? I'm also thinking about this problem. Although Kong province doesn't have as many people as Yuzhou, their overall strength is stronger than ours. Yes, especially the twin sisters. I feel that their chi is similar to that of senior brother Wan Qiu. They are probably 2-star combat masters. 3 young men said, their faces full of worry. You are worrying for nothing. Do you know that? So what if they are 2-star combat masters? Don't forget that our senior brother Wan Qiu has mastered a perfect auxiliary combat art. No matter how strong they are, they can only be abused. That's right. Not to mention Kong province, even if there are people from several other provinces, senior brother Wan Qiu can easily deal with them. Immediately, some people disdainfully discussed. Qin Feiyang saw all of this and couldn't help but feel sorry for these people. Because they relied too much on Wan Qiu. If Wan Qiu left or unfortunately died in battle, the others from Yuzhou wouldn't be able to make any waves. However, killing Wan Qiu wasn't an easy task. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Shenlong, Jiang Wei, and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang pointed at the canyon below and said, Shen Mei is down there. Shenlong looked down and saw Shen Mei covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Killing intent suddenly burst out of his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King and said, You hide down there and wait for my orders. No problem. Wolf King smiled and his palm-sized body swept into the grass. Soon, he entered the canyon and hid in a crack not far from Ren Wushuang and the others. About 100 breaths later, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Wei and Shenlong, saying, Be sure to kill them in one blow. We heard the conversation between you and Dong Xingyang from inside, Qin Lai said. Don't worry, but a group of 8-star combat emperors won't give them a chance to speak. The two spoke one after another in an extremely cold tone. Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand, shouting, Do it. Whoosh! Shenlong and Jiang Wei immediately took a step forward and shot down. The two didn't deliberately hide, so before they landed in the canyon, the people from Yuzhou and Ren Wushuang had already discovered them. But the difference was, Ren Wushuang and the others were overjoyed. Some were even crying tears of joy. However, when the people from Yuzhou saw the word Ling on Shenlong and Jiang Wei's chests, they were immediately shocked. Why are the people from Ling's state here? Their auras are very strong, they must be combat masters. Quickly call for help from senior brother Wan Qiu. The group of people instantly panicked. But there were a few people who were calmer and immediately called for help. However, the Wolf King, who was hiding in the crevice, didn't give them a chance to call for help. Just as Shenlong and Jiang Wei were discovered, it used the void escape step and rushed out, its 2 small claws grabbing 2 white ribs. The void escape step was a perfect battle art. Now, its cultivation was also a 9-star combat emperor, and it was half a step into the combat master realm. One could imagine how amazing its speed was. In half a blink of an eye, it swept in front of the 2 8-star combat emperors and raised its ribs to knock their heads. Crack! The ribs could even tear the defense of a combat master, let alone an 8-star combat emperor. There was no suspense. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the heads of the 2 exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. After killing the 2, it immediately attacked the people next to them. At this moment, Shenlong and Jiang Wei also arrived at the same time, attacking mercilessly like 2 death gods, crazily harvesting lives. At the same time, the 2 people guarding the entrance immediately turned and ran inside when they heard the commotion inside. Wait. But suddenly, in the forest ahead, a cold voice sounded. Who is it? The 2 of them were shocked. They saw a white figure rushing out of the forest and heading straight for them. And it was very fast. With their eyesight, they couldn't capture the person's true appearance. In the blink of an eye, the white figure was only a dozen meters away from them. This time, they finally saw the person's face clearly, and also saw the word on his chest. It was the word Ling. It was actually someone from the spiritual state. The 2 of them were instantly shocked and were about to call for help. But that person didn't give them a chance. His hands stretched out like eagle claws, grabbing their necks and twisting hard. Crack. Their necks were broken on the spot. Bang! The two of them fell to the ground, dead. That's right. This person was Dong Xingyang. After killing the two of them, Dong Xingyang didn't stay for a moment and directly rushed into the canyon. The battle in the canyon had also ended. The 18 eight-star combat emperors were all lying in a pool of blood. Most of them had their heads blown open. The bloody scene made one's hair stand on end. Without a doubt, this was definitely Wolf King's masterpiece. What a ferocious fellow! Dong Xingyang muttered in his heart. He ran to Ren Wushuang and the others, glanced at everyone, and asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" Everyone shook their heads. Shen Mei lowered her head and blamed herself. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for you." Hearing this, the others also lowered their heads, their faces full of apologies, including Wu Yen and Su Yang. However, there was one person who was calm, and that was Lu Xingchen. Shen Long said, "The people from Yuzhou are too strong. There's nothing we can do about it. You don't have to blame yourselves." Shen Mei looked at Shen Long in surprise. Shen Long also smiled at her. Shen Mei was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? This cousin who usually didn't want to look at her was actually smiling at her at this moment? Ren Wushuang, who was next to her, also looked at Shen Long strangely. Obviously, she knew about the matter between Shen Mei and Shen Long. Looking at the two women's reaction, Shen Long secretly sighed, walked to Shen Mei, and said with a smile, "Little sister, I was wrong in the past. Brother apologizes to you. I will definitely protect you in the future." This, Shen Mei couldn't react for a moment. What was going on? Shen Long's attitude changed too much, right? Let's go to the side and talk. Shen Long smiled bitterly. If he didn't explain clearly, he was afraid that this cousin would suspect that he had ulterior motives. Shen Mei looked at Ren Wushuang for help. "Go!" Ren Wushuang patted her shoulder. Although she didn't know the reason, Shen Long's change was a good thing for Shen Mei. The brother and sister went to the side and whispered. Ren Wushuang glanced at Dong Xingyang and Jiang Wei, then turned to Wolf King and asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang? It's us who saved you. Why don't you ask us first? Tell me the truth. Do you have any ulterior motives for little Qin Zi? Don't blame me for not telling you. Little Qin Zi already has a family. It's impossible for him to like other women. Of course, if you insist on getting close to him, I'll support you. After all, we should keep the goodies within the family." The Wolf King chuckled. Family? Chapter 590. Dong Xingyang and the others were also shocked. Qin Feiyang had a wife? Why hadn't they heard of it? Looking at Ren Wushuang's reaction, Wolf King had a strange look in his eyes and said with a wicked smile, "Don't tell me that you really like little Qin Zi. What are you talking about?" Ren Wushuang blushed and scolded, "Do you want a beating?" "Ha! It seems that little Qin Zi has a lot of luck with women." Wolf King laughed sinisterly. "Believe it or not, I'll seal your mouth if you keep talking nonsense." At this time, Qin Feiyang rushed down from the top of the mountain and landed in front of everyone, looking at Wolf King angrily. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness," Wolf King muttered discontentedly. "Can't you see that I'm trying to set them up? Such a beautiful girl is right in front of you, but you don't take action. What a blockhead." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, looked at Ren Wushuang and the others, and said with a smile, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How are you? Are you hurt?" Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that the so-called wife was just a joke. They almost believed it. It's just some superficial wounds. It doesn't matter. Ren Wushuang shook his head and asked, "When did you come?" Qin Feiyang said, "We arrived early in the morning, but we didn't find the time to rescue you. You've been tired." Lu Xingchen sighed and said, "Brother Qin, you're the one who's tired. We're just a bunch of burdens." The others also lowered their heads, looking ashamed. They all thought that they were doomed this time. They even thought that even if Qin Feiyang came, he would probably leave them alone when he saw the strength of Yuzhou. But it turned out not to be like that. Not only did Qin Feiyang not care about the past, but he also tried to save them. It would be a lie to say that they were not grateful. But the more grateful they were, the more guilty they felt. I shouldn't have targeted Qin Feiyang like that in the past. Compared to Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, Qin Feiyang was sincerely helping them. Alright. Can you all stop being so pretentious? Hurry up and arrange how to kill the people from Yuzhou province and Kong province. The Wolf King waved its claws impatiently. Now is not the time to be pretentious. We have to avenge those who have died. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. Dong Xingyang said, revenge is a must, but your strength is far from enough. Everyone fell silent again. To be honest, the strength of the remaining people was pretty good. Most of them were 6-star combat emperors and above. But compared to Yuzhou and Kong province, the gap was too big. Dong Xingyang pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, as long as they are well arranged, we can fight with all our might. Can you let everyone hide in the castle first? Heard about it. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Although they knew nothing about the castle, Qin Feiyang could rely on the castle to run rampant, which was enough to show that the castle was a very safe place. But Qin Feiyang was still hesitating. Wolf King said, no, the castle is too small to hold so many people. Dong Xingyang said, I have been to the castle. It is about 10 feet. 20 or 30 people can squeeze in. You talk too much? Wolf King looked at him unkindly. Dong Xingyang sighed, if there was another way now, I would never put forward this suggestion. Brother Qin, please consider it seriously. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, his eyes flickering. Little Qin Zi, if these people are worth protecting, I will definitely not object. But look at how they treated you before. No matter what, I will not agree. If you don't listen to me, we will break off our friendship. Wolf King glanced at Wu Yen and the others, his eyes full of disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yen and the others all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Wolf King. Although these words were unpleasant, they were also the truth. If it were them today, they would not let anyone enter the castle. But now they had no choice. Only by entering the castle would they be safe. Otherwise, they would die in the 9 nether hell sooner or later. Looking at Wolf King's determined attitude, Dong Xingyang could not help but frown. For a moment, he was at his wits' end. Alas! He sighed inwardly and transmitted a message to Wu Yen and the others, I can't do anything now. Whether or not we can enter the castle depends on your performance. Everyone was silent for a while. Suddenly, everyone bowed down in unison and lowered their proud heads. Senior Brother Qin, we really know we were wrong. Please be merciful and help us. Only you can help us now. Senior Brother Qin, I, Su Yang, swear that whether it is now in the 9 nether hell or when we return to the spiritual state, I will never go against you again. Well, as long as we can leave here, you will be my great benefactor in the future. I will definitely repay you well. Please rest assured that we will not act recklessly after we enter the castle. If you find someone with evil intentions, you don't have to do anything. I, Wu Yen, will be the first to kill him. Everyone begged one after another. Especially Wu Yen and Su Yang, the two of them knew that they had a deep grudge with Qin Feiyang, so they were particularly uneasy. Now you know how to beg? What have you been doing before? Wolf King said disdainfully. Ruffian wolf, can't you be more magnanimous? Ren Wushuang looked at him with dissatisfaction. Am I not magnanimous enough? If it weren't for you, I would have killed them all. Would they still have the chance to stand here and talk? Wolf King snorted coldly. Ren Wushuang raised his hands helplessly and nodded. Yes, you are magnanimous. I am narrow-minded. Is this okay? Wolf King said, don't flatter me. It's useless. In short, I don't agree to let them go to the castle. At this time, Qin Feiyang, who had been silent, shook his head and said, I don't agree either. Not to mention the importance of the castle, just Lin Yi and the others, he was worried about letting Wu Yen and the others in. As soon as this remark came out, the people present suddenly showed despair. Suddenly, Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, do you remember our bet last time? Qin Feiyang frowned. Dong Xingyang said, I am now using this bet in exchange for their opportunity to enter the castle. I don't think this request is too much, right? It doesn't violate your principles, right? It's not too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head and then said, but are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure. Dong Xingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang said, okay, I will let them in, but you'd better restrain them. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as driving them out. Dong Xingyang snorted coldly, I believe they don't have the guts now. It's better this way. I will go in and arrange it first. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Xingyang meaningfully, then took Wolf King into the castle. Wolf King immediately said with dissatisfaction, Little Qin Zi, why did you bet with him at that time? Aren't you looking for trouble for yourself? How would I know that Dongfang Wuhan is so spineless? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Fatso looked at the man and wolf, rubbed his chin, pondered for a while, and said, actually, Fat Lord thinks that it is a good thing to let them come to the castle. Wolf King said angrily, this is a good thing? Was your head kicked by a donkey? You're the one who was kicked by a donkey. Fatso glared at Wolf King fiercely. Think about it. The old man has great expectations for us in this 9 prefectures great war. And you know the old master's character and temper. He has always been on the side of reason and not family. Fairness and justice are his principles. If we ignore them now, when we return to the spiritual state, the old master will definitely be dissatisfied. At that time, it might be difficult for Boss to enter the imperial capital. Let's put aside the old master and focus on Ren Wushuang. As the granddaughter of the mansion master, it is obviously impossible for her to ignore the life and death of others. But at the same time, with her relationship with us, she can't force us to do anything. So she is now caught in the middle and is in a difficult position. You have to understand her, right? Fatso said. These words were so reasonable that the Wolf King was rendered speechless. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I didn't expect you to see it so clearly. Fatso immediately became proud and said, of course, Fat Lord's brain is no worse than yours. He just doesn't like to use his brain usually. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Can't you be more reserved? Fatso chuckled and pointed to the altar, saying, where are you going to put those things? On the altar were the 6-word divine formula, pill scripture, for Qiankuan bags, and a jade box. Inside the jade box was the fire of life. The 4 Qiankuan bags contained the potential pill, 9 Chu yellow dragon pill, and crimson fireglass pill. Because there were too many of them, the jade box could no longer hold them, so they were all stored in the Qiankuan bag. The 6-word divine formula could not be moved, and was locked in the iron box, so there was no need to worry. But the other things had to be found a safe place to put them. And keeping them in the Qiankuan bag was undoubtedly the safest, but there was also a big hidden danger. If the Qiankuan bag was shattered in the process of battle, then all the things would also turn into nothingness. To Qin Feiyang, this was something that absolutely could not be allowed to happen. After all, any one of these pills could cause a bloodbath if taken out. Suddenly, he locked his gaze on the iron box containing the 6-word divine formula. This iron box could only be opened with his blood. In terms of safety, other than the ancient castle, it was definitely the iron box. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and took out an empty Qiankuan bag, putting the jade box, pill scripture, and all the pills on the altar into it. He bit his fingertip, opened the iron box with his blood, put the Qiankuan bag inside, and closed the iron box. Looking at the iron box, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a faint smile. This time, he could finally rest assured. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Fatso, and warned, when they come in, you must keep an eye on them, especially Lu Xingchen and Xiang Xiaolong. I always feel that the 2 of them are not ordinary. Fatso nodded. Swish. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared outside with Wolf King. Without any superfluous words, he directly sent Wu Yan and the others to the ancient castle. Here, only Jiang Wei, Ren Wushuang, Dong Xingyang, Shen Long and Shen Mei were left. Shen Mei walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said, thank you for letting us bury the hatchet, and also thank you for giving my brother the pills. Qin Feiyang smiled, took out a 9 Chu yellow dragon pill and handed it to Shen Mei. So the extra pill was prepared for her. Wolf King muttered, At the same time, Dong Jingyang and the others' eyes shone brightly. But Shen Mei looked suspicious and puzzled. What kind of pill is this? Shen Long hurriedly said, Little sister, it's the kind of pill I told you about just now. What? Shen Mei's eyes trembled, and she quickly waved her hand. It's too precious, I can't accept it. Ren Wushuang smiled. Just accept it, don't be polite with him. Anyway, he has a lot. Besides, it's also my credit that he can have these pills. A lot. Dong Jingyang and the others felt that they were about to suffocate. It was not an exaggeration to say that this kind of pill was a peerless treasure. They always thought that Qin Feiyang did not have many, but they did not expect Ren Wushuang to say that he had a lot. He really wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. But they did not understand Ren Wushuang's last sentence. How could it be Ren Wushuang's credit? Wolf King impatiently urged, Can you hurry up? If you delay any longer, the people of Kong State might all run away. Shen Mei finally came back to her senses, trembling as she reached out and took the 9-chew yellow dragon pill, and said gratefully, Thank you. No problem. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Shen Mei was now a 6-star war emperor, and a 9-chew yellow dragon pill with 4 patterns was enough for Shen Mei to break through to the War Master realm. In this way, the strength of the spirit state would undoubtedly soar by a large margin. Qin Feiyang did not waste any more words, and sent Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei to the ancient castle. He turned to look in the direction of Wan Qiu and the others, and said coldly, Let's go, it's time to settle the score with them. Whoosh! Immediately, 4 people and 1 wolf turned and quickly left the canyon, plunging into the forest and disappearing. Chapter 591. When Qin Feiyang and the others arrived at the battlefield, the battle between Yu Province and Kong Province had not yet ended. How do we deal with them? Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Let's observe the situation first. Qin Feiyang scanned the front. There was a small hill dozens of meters away, covered with shrubs. Let's go. Qin Feiyang called out and walked towards the hill. When they arrived at the foot of the hill, the 4 people and 1 wolf did not stop. They climbed up the hill and stood in the bushes, overlooking the battlefield. Wan Qiu still did not make a move. He stood there with his hands behind his back, like a king looking down on the battlefield. Not far away, the twin sisters stood side by side. They looked calm, but there was a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Around the 3 of them, the 1-star battle sects of Yu Province and Kong Province were fighting fiercely. Further away, the 29-star combat emperors of the 2 provinces were also fighting fiercely. Deafening rumbles were incessant. Everyone was covered in blood, as if they were bathed in a rain of blood. A tragic aura enveloped the world. Didn't you say that the people of Kong Province were already thinking of retreating? Why do they look like they're ready to fight to the end? Jiang Wei retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Jingyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, With Wan Qiu here, it's not that easy to retreat. Wan Qiu was too fast. Even if they wanted to retreat, they had to find the best opportunity. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to escape safely, but they would also accelerate the destruction of Kong Province. Because once they started to retreat, their fighting spirit would be greatly reduced. On the contrary, the fighting spirit of Yu Province would be greatly increased. At that time, under the leadership of Wan Qiu, they would chase after them and the Kong Province would face the risk of being completely wiped out. Therefore, the Kong Province did not dare to retreat easily. Then what should we do now? Shenlong asked. What should we do? Of course we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The fiercer they fight, the more serious their injuries will be. It's more advantageous for us. Wolf King smiled sinisterly. Jiang Wei said, What if they fight and the other side compromises? Dong Jingyang's pupils contracted as he said in a deep voice, We really can't rule out this possibility. They might even form an alliance. Immediately, Shen Long and Jiang Wei's hearts became heavy. If one side was already so strong, who would be able to stop them if the 2 sides formed an alliance? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Your concerns are not without reason. We do need to take precautions. Dong Jingyang asked, Do you have any ideas? Shenlong and the other two also looked expectantly at Qin Feiyang. In terms of brains, everyone here admitted that they were no match for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and smiled bitterly. Don't have too much hope for me. I really don't have any ideas right now. The three of them looked at each other. As you all know, benefits outweigh everything else. In the face of great benefits, no matter how deep the hatred is, it can be temporarily put down, just like me and Dong Xingyang. Qin Feiyang said. The three of them nodded. What Qin Feiyang was talking about was the phenomenon of this era. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. In a cruel place like the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, even if the blood between the two sides was as deep as the sea, it was still possible to become friends in the next moment. In the face of the current situation, all plans were in vain. Wolf King glanced at the four of them and shouted impatiently, "Do you need to worry about this and that? If you want me to say, just go ahead." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "White-eyed wolf is right. If you can win, then go ahead. If you can't, then run. It's not that complicated." "Okay, then let's go." Dong Xingyang and the other two nodded, their eyes flashing with a sharp light. "Let's split up and kill all the 9-star combat emperors in the 2 provinces first. If there's a chance, continue to kill the combat masters. If there's no chance, then come closer to me and be ready to enter the castle at any time." Qin Feiyang warned. At the mention of the castle, Dong Xingyang and the others were full of confidence. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 4 men and 1 wolf immediately split up and sneaked in different directions. The location of the 29-star combat emperors was still some distance away from Wan Qiu and the others. As long as they were quick, they could kill them all before Wan Qiu and the others arrived. Qin Feiyang went to the right side, where there were dense weeds along the way. 200 meters ahead, the 2 9-star combat emperors were in a killing frenzy. In addition, Qin Feiyang deliberately concealed his aura, so the two of them did not notice him at all. Qin Feiyang lurked near the 2 men, hiding in the bushes. At the same time, Wolf King, Dong Xingyang, Shenlong and Jiang Wei were already in place. Their eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a loud shout and leaped out from the underbrush like lightning. "Who's there?" This shout immediately alarmed everyone. One by one, they all turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "It's that pervert!" The twin sisters suddenly exclaimed. "Pervert? Is he Qin Feiyang?" The people of Yuzhou were all bewildered. "That's right. I'm the Qin Feiyang you're looking for." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and his aura suddenly erupted. "How dare a mere 8-star combat emperor come out and cause trouble? You're courting death." The 9-star combat emperor from Yuzhou immediately abandoned the 9-star combat emperor from Kong province and turned to attack Qin Feiyang. Peeping at the 2 ladies bathing is an unforgivable crime. Surrender now and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. The 9-star combat emperor from Kong province also immediately attacked Qin Feiyang. Courting death? Surrender! I really don't understand. Who gave you the courage to say such words? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Boom! When he raised his arm, a terrifying invisible force surged out from the tip of his index finger and rushed toward the 2 men. Pumph! The 2 men snorted coldly and activated their battle arts at the same time. They were very confident in their strength, because in their understanding, there was an insurmountable gap between a 9-star combat emperor and an 8-star combat emperor. But the result was something they could not bear. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the invisible force crushed the 2 battle arts like a hot knife through butter and drowned the 2 of them. Screams suddenly resounded through the sky. The 2 men did not even have time to react before they were torn into pieces by the invisible force. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the soil red. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and attacked another battlefield. What a powerful combat strength! Seeing this scene, the pupils of the people from Yu province and the people who controlled it shrank. Even Wan Qiu's expression changed. At the same time, Wolf King, Dong Xingyang, Shenlong and Jiang Wei also appeared and killed the 2 9-star combat emperors near them. Dong Jiang and the other two were one-star combat masters. Their cultivation was stronger than Qin Feiyang's. Killing 9-star combat emperors was like child's play to them. Of course. The most violent one was Wolf King. He used the void escape step and each of his claws grabbed a rib. Wherever he went, no one could compete with him. Moreover, the two 9-star combat emperors who died under his hands had their heads split open. It was extremely bloody. After killing their targets, they did the same as Qin Feiyang. They didn't delay for a moment and charged towards another battlefield. In just a moment, 10 9-star combat emperors died tragically on the spot. The combat masters of the two provinces were caught off guard by this unforeseen event. In addition, Qin Feiyang's strength shocked them. When they came back to their senses, Wolf King, Qin Feiyang and the other two had already entered the next battlefield. Looking at the aggressive 4 men and 1 wolf, the remaining 10 9-star combat emperors, whether they were from Kong Province or Yu Province, had the first thought in their minds was to escape. However, Qin Feiyang, the other 3, and Wolf King came prepared. Moreover, whether it was in terms of speed or strength, they had an absolute advantage. They had no chance to escape. Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the remaining 10 9-star combat emperors died one after another. All of this happened slowly, but the whole process took less than 3 breaths. A total of 29-star combat emperors from the two provinces were all killed. 4 men and 1 wolf each killed 4 9-star combat emperors. At this moment, Wan Qiu and the others had already come back to their senses, but it was too late. All they could see were the cold corpses. At the same time, Dong Jingyang and the other two, along with Wolf King, moved closer to Qin Feiyang while sizing up Wan Qiu and the others. They wanted to see if there was a chance to kill 1 or 2 more combat masters. Suddenly, Wolf King's eyes locked onto a certain place. There were 2 young men in this place. One was from Yu Province, the other was from Kong Province. Both of them were combat masters. These 2 men were only 50 meters away from Wolf King, but they were more than 200 meters away from Wan Qiu and the others. It's them. Go. Wolf King roared and rushed towards the 2 men without hesitation. His character was like this. He would do what he said without any nonsense. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang, Dong Jingyang, Shen Long, and Jiang Wei also immediately turned in the air and rushed towards the 2 men. You killed them and still want to kill us? You're courting death. When the 2 1-star combat masters saw the 4 men and 1 wolf rushing towards them, they were immediately enraged and rushed towards them without dodging. At the same time, Wan Qiu, the twin sisters, Feng Hua and Feng Wuxia. In short, the combat masters of the 2 provinces moved out together, aiming at Qin Feiyang and the others. They all mastered superior auxiliary battle arts and were extremely fast. Especially Wan Qiu, who had mastered perfect auxiliary battle arts, it was as if he had crossed time and space. In the blink of an eye, he had closed half the distance. Not good. 3 2-star combat masters and 8 1-star combat masters. We can't beat such a lineup. It's better to retreat as soon as possible. That's right. We've already killed all the 9-star combat emperors. We can be considered to have avenged everyone. We can't kill 2 1-star combat masters. Dong Jingyang and the other 2 secretly transmitted their voices to Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Wolf King shouted, "Don't be afraid. Brother and little Qin Zi are here. You just have to give it your all." "All right, we'll go crazy with you." The 3 of them gritted their teeth and began to perform their battle arts. Fiend God Seal. White Tiger Art, Tiger out of the cage. Quicksand Art, Sandstorm. In the blink of an eye, 3 great battle arts appeared. Dong Jingyang's battle art was a palm-sized square seal that emitted a pitch-black light. It was as if a peerless demon had appeared in the world, emitting a gloomy and cold aura. Shen Long's battle art was a white tiger that was more than 300 meters long. It was like a mountain in the sky. Its ferocious aura was earth-shattering. Jiang Wei's battle art turned the surrounding soil and gravel into sand, forming a giant sandstorm. The wind whistled and released an astonishing destructive force. Kill! As soon as the 3 great battle arts were formed, Dong Jingyang and the other 2 shouted. Their long hair fluttered in the wind and their aura was overwhelming. Boom! Immediately. Chapter 592. Seeing this, the pupils of the two one-star combat grandmasters constricted and they were somewhat hesitant, because they could tell at a glance that Dong Jingyang and the other two were using superior battle arts. If they fought head-on, 2 against 3, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. But when they thought of Wan Qiu and the others who were rushing over to help, they were confident. Although the other party was a one-star combat grandmaster, they were also one-star combat grandmasters. In a battle of the same level, they would at most be injured. It was impossible to say that the battle arts of the three would kill them on the spot. And as long as they delayed for a while, when Wan Qiu and the others arrived, these people would undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, the two of them did not hesitate and began to use their battle arts, preparing to give it their all. Clang! However, at this moment, a deafening metallic sound reverberated between heaven and earth. A pitch-black chain, like a giant python, streaked across the sky and coiled around the two people before the three battle arts could reach them, binding them together. That's right. This was Dong Jingyang's fighting soul. Shen Long and Jiang Wei were overjoyed when they saw the fighting soul. Obviously, they also knew the power of this fighting soul. But the two one-star combat grandmasters showed a disdainful look. A mere iron chain wanted to bind them, it was simply a fool's dream. But immediately after, their faces changed color. Freeze! With a low shout from Dong Jingyang, the iron chain suddenly shone brightly and emitted an obscure aura. And the two of them were immediately frozen in the air as if they were frozen, unable to move at all. The two of them were scared silly. What kind of iron chain was this? How could it have such a terrifying ability? In the blink of an eye, the three battle arts arrived and slammed into the two people with overbearing momentum. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the two of them suddenly screamed. In just an instant, the two of them were dripping with blood. Damn it! Seeing this, Wan Qiu and the twin sisters' eyes turned cold. Boom! Almost at the same time, the three of them raised their arms and struck out with their palms. 3 terrifying waves of battle chi rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others like a tide. Retreat! Dong Jingyang shouted. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he looked at the two one-star battle ancestors. Although the two of them were struck by the 3 great battle arts, they didn't lose their lives and were still breathing. If he didn't completely end their lives, the two of them would be full of energy again very soon. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang hardened his heart and shouted, "White-eyed wolf!" Understood. Wolf King roared as he grabbed 2 ribs and rushed towards the 2 men. Lunatic! Dong Jingyang and the other 2 cursed loudly. Wan Qiu and the twin sisters had already made their moves. Anyone with a bit of rationality would have chosen to flee immediately. However, these 2 fellows actually made such a crazy move. One had to know that this was equivalent to gambling with their lives. You guys go to the castle first. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice entered the 3 people's ears. What? The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang wanted to fight against 3 two-star battle ancestors alone? Wasn't this nonsense? Absolutely not. Because in the current situation, Qin Feiyang was an indispensable key figure and must not have an accident here. However, without waiting for them to speak, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 3 of them felt their bodies lighten. The next moment, they appeared in the castle. Bastard! There must be a limit to your nonsense. Isn't this courting death? Immediately, the 3 of them were so angry that they stomped their feet in the castle. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang turned to face Wan Qiu and the twin sisters, his face as calm as water. You guys were still fighting fiercely before. Why are you all united against a common enemy when you see me? I'm really puzzled. Where did I offend you guys? Is it because I'm too outstanding that you feel threatened? His tone was also very calm. But in the ears of Wan Qiu and the other 2, it didn't sound like this. They all felt that Qin Feiyang was teasing them. Shuerhua said fiercely, "You damn pervert, I must dig out your eyeballs today." Sigh, I really didn't peek at you guys bathing. Why don't you believe me? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his right hand and a bright golden light burst out like a torrent, colliding with the battle chi of Wan Qiu and the other two. Boom! At this moment, the earth trembled. Qin Feiyong spat out a mouthful of blood and his arm shattered on the spot. Even his body was cracking, and the bloody wounds were shocking. The 3 two-star combat grandmasters were too powerful. He had a feeling that if he didn't find a way to stop it, his body would definitely be torn apart. Fight. Without hesitation, he decisively activated the battle formula. His eyes and long hair instantly turned blood red. Endless fighting spirit shook the sky. The cracks on his body also stopped abruptly. Although they didn't heal, they didn't continue to crack. That was really dangerous. Qin Feiyong felt a lingering fear and raised his left hand again. Because the previous palm strike didn't reflect the battle chi of Wan Qiu and the other two. Boom! The golden light appeared again and turned into a bright waterfall that pounced on the battle chi. The two met again. Qin Feiyong's left hand was also shattered on the spot, flesh and blood flying everywhere. But this time, Wan Qiu and the other two's battle chi was finally reflected. Although this change was a bit sudden, Wan Qiu and the other two's reaction wasn't slow. They quickly used auxiliary techniques and quickly retreated to the side. Ah! It was also at this moment. 2 screams sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Wolf King waved his ribs and mercilessly smashed the heads of the 2 one-star combat grandmasters. They died tragically on the spot. I'm going to kill you. Wan Qiu and the other 2 were completely enraged. 10 9-star combat grandmasters and 1 1-star combat grandmaster. This kind of loss was simply a disaster for Serene State and Kong State. Kill us? I might as well tell you that this is just the beginning. Whoever dares to touch the people around me, Qin Feiyong, will pay a heavy price no matter who it is. Remember my words, the next game will be even more fun. Qin Feiyong grinned and took Wolf King directly to the ancient castle. Where is he? Wan Qiu and the others from Serene State were suddenly surprised. He disappeared into thin air just like last time, damn it. The twin sisters were furious. Last time? Wan Qiu looked at them suspiciously. Xuening said, not long ago, we fought with him, and he used this method to escape. Wan Qiu said, it seems that I underestimated him. Although this person is only an 8-star combat emperor, his temperament and methods are extremely powerful. He is likely to be our biggest enemy in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. I have a suggestion, let's form an alliance. At this moment, Feng Huo rushed over and said to Wan Qiu. The burly man from Serene State said, impossible, if it wasn't for your Kong State, how could Qin Feiyong have the chance to kill so many of us? If it wasn't for you, Qin Feiyong wouldn't have been able to kill so many people from Kong State. Feng Wuxie snorted coldly. Wan Qiu glanced at the 3 one-star battle ancestors on his side, then looked at Feng Wuxie and the others and said, we can form an alliance, but the benefits we obtain in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, we each want half. Of course. Feng Huo nodded and extended his hand with a smile. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Wan Qiu just glanced at him indifferently and then turned his head away. His expression was full of disdain for Feng Huo. Feng Huo resentfully retracted his arm, but he wasn't angry. He turned to Feng Wuxie and said in a deep voice, go and call Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. I feel that there is something fishy about this. The burly man from Serene State frowned. Who are Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong? Feng Huo said, they are the kings of the inner palace of the spirit state. They were the ones who brought us here this time, and they were also the ones who instigated us to snatch the people of the spirit state. Heard of it? Wan Qiu's pupils shrank slightly. Could this be a conspiracy? A cold light flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the burly man and said, you go too. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Understood. The burly man nodded his head heavily. Following that, Feng Wuxie and the burly man rushed towards the mountain ridge. All of this was clearly seen by Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong who were on top of the mountain. Murong Xiong retracted his gaze and looked at Dongfang Wuhan angrily. This is your plan? Tell me, what should we do now? I also didn't expect things to turn out like this. Dongfang Wuhan sighed deeply and nodded. This matter is indeed my fault. I neglected Shenlong and Jiang Wei, but I can't figure it out. When did they break through to the War Master? If Shenlong and Jiang Wei had not broken through to the War Master, then it would definitely be a different situation. Murong Xiong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The people of the Kong State and Yu State did not understand Shenlong and Jiang Wei, but they understood that it was absolutely impossible for them to break through to the War Master so quickly. This was because only a year had passed since the two of them broke through to the 9-star War Emperor. Suddenly, Dongfang Wuhan's eyes flashed, and he said, I think it must be related to Qin Fei Yang. It has something to do with him? Murong Xiong frowned. Dongfang Wuhan said, back then, when Qin Fei Yang and Dong Qin fought in the Inner Palace, have you heard of it? Murong Xiong said, of course I've heard of it. At that time, Qin Fei Yang was only a war king, but for some reason, his cultivation suddenly began to soar. Dongfang Wuhan continued, there's one more thing that I don't know if you've noticed, but anyone who has a good relationship with Qin Fei Yang, their cultivation will suddenly increase by a large amount in a period of time. Is there such a thing? Murong Xiong frowned. In the past, when he was in the Inner Palace, he was basically in closed-door cultivation. As for the matters outside, as long as it wasn't a particularly big matter, he wouldn't ask about it, nor would he be interested in knowing. Although I'm also in closed-door cultivation, I've always had people inquire about Qin Fei Yang. For example, Yan Nanshan, Lu Yun, Fan Jian, and Yin Yuanming. Especially Yin Yuanming, he was only a 5-star war emperor before, but ever since he met Qin Fei Yang, not long after, I heard that he had already stepped into the War Master. Dongfang Wuhan said. Murong Xiong was extremely bewildered. This was too strange. I have a bold guess. Qin Fei Yang must have some method, or some pill, that can raise someone's cultivation level in a short period of time. Dongfang Wuhan said in a low voice. Hearing this, Murong Xiong's eyes immediately lit up and asked, then, should we continue to follow the people from the Kong province, or should we go find Qin Fei Yang and the others? It's no longer feasible to continue following the people from the Kong province. After all, they're not fools. They're probably already suspecting us. So we can only go find Qin Fei Yang and the others. Firstly, our safety is guaranteed if we're with them. Secondly, we can also take the opportunity to investigate what method Qin Fei Yang used to make Shenlong and Jiang Wei break through. Maybe, after we build a good relationship with him, he'll even help us improve our cultivation. Dongfang Wuhan laughed. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, brilliant. Murong Xiong gave a thumbs up and laughed sinisterly, but suddenly frowned and said, we were still scheming against him before, are you sure he'll accept us again? Only we know that we're scheming against him, he doesn't know. If we really find him, he might even thank us. After all, we've also contributed to killing so many people from the Kong province. Dongfang Wuhan said with a chuckle, as if everything was under his control. Murong Xiong nodded and laughed. That's true, if we didn't bring the people from the Kong province here, it would be difficult for them to save Ren Wushuang and the others, let alone kill so many people. Let's go, Feng Wuxie and that big man should be coming for us, we can't let them catch us. After Dongfang Wuhan finished speaking, he turned around and jumped down, quickly disappearing into the jungle below. Chapter 593. In the castle. Although it was crowded at the moment, it was unusually quiet. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Fei Yang and Wolf King, full of disbelief. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have time to run in the face of the situation just now. Dong Jingyang and the other 2 were the best examples. They didn't have the courage to fight at all. But this man and wolf didn't retreat at all and insisted on killing those 2 people. In the end, not only did they succeed in killing those 2 people, but they also escaped safely. Who in the world could compare with such amazing means and courage? It was no wonder that Qin Fei Yang and Wolf King could have today's achievements. Wolf King glanced at the crowd and said proudly, do you think I'm very handsome now? You all want to be my little followers? Some people were stunned. Some people shook their heads speechlessly. Wolf King chuckled and said, if you want to, just say it. Don't hold it in. It's uncomfortable. Speaking of this, he changed the topic and said disdainfully, but I don't want trash like you even if you want to pay. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately stared at him angrily. What? Have you forgotten whose territory this is? The Wolf King stood up like a human and swept his gaze over everyone in an overbearing manner. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. Brother Wolf, don't be angry. Yes, you are so wise and handsome. It's too degrading to argue with small people like us. It's not that we don't want to be your little followers. We know ourselves well. We don't have the qualifications. Yes, we don't even deserve to carry your shoes. Someone went up and smiled flatteringly. That's more like it. Wolf King laughed and was beaming with joy. He enjoyed the feeling of being complimented. Qin Feiyang at the side couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw this. Dong Jingyang looked at Wolf King with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's hands were shattered and his body was covered in blood, he frowned and said, "Are you okay?" "It's nothing serious." Qin Feiyang softly smiled and deactivated the battle character tactic. Immediately, he felt dizzy and his body wobbled. Previously, with the support of the battle character formula, he didn't feel anything. However, as soon as he stopped using the battle character art, he felt extremely weak. Seeing that he was about to fall, Wolf King hurriedly stepped forward and supported Qin Feiyang. He roared, "Fatso, quickly give me the pill." Fatso quivered and quickly took out the regeneration pill and healing pill. He stood up and stuffed them into Qin Feiyang's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a majestic energy that surged towards Qin Feiyang's limbs and bones. Qin Feiyang immediately felt that his body was like a dry desert, crazily absorbing this energy. His condition was also gradually improving. He shook his head forcefully and looked at Fatso and Wolf King. "I'm fine now. You guys go and cultivate. Don't waste time." "Then be careful," Wolf King reminded. He turned into the size of a palm and landed on the altar. While cultivating, it was also convenient for him to monitor everyone. Qin Feiyang also sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly recovering from his injuries. Lu Xingchen walked up and sat next to Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, "Brother Qin, you guys are really awesome this time. Not only did you save us, but you also killed so many of them." Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at Lu Xingchen. He said lightly, "Then shouldn't you do something? After all, I'm your savior now." "Do something?" Lu Xingchen laughed and shook his head. "You owe me for now. Who knows, you might need my help one day." Qin Feiyang smiled. "If that day really comes, I just hope that Brother Lu won't take advantage of me. Am I that kind of person?" Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled. "People's hearts are in their stomachs. Who knows?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. His words were somewhat meaningful. Lu Xingchen nodded. "That's true. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future." The two of them fell silent. One of them cultivated, while the other recuperated. But Dong Jiang and the others looked at the two of them suspiciously. Why did this conversation sound so awkward? Was there something between the two of them that no one knew? However, everyone was tactful enough to not ask. A moment later, suddenly, a surprised voice sounded from outside. "Why are you guys the only ones back? Where are Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong?" It was Feng Hua's voice. "They're gone." Feng Wuxia's voice sounded with a bone-chilling coldness. "It seems that it really is a conspiracy. A mere spiritual state played you guys like a fool. Your Kong state is really a joke." It was Wan Qiu's voice, full of mockery. Feng Wuxia snorted. "We were indeed too careless in this matter, but your Yuzhou state is no better. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen through their conspiracy until now." Wan Qiu said expressionlessly, "I don't talk to brainless people." "Who are you talking about?" Feng Wuxia raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Do you want to fight again?" "Enough, stop arguing." Feng Hua shouted at this time, looking quite angry. But it was not directed at Feng Wuxia, nor at Wan Qiu. It was because they were schemed against by Dongfang Wuhan and felt very uncomfortable. Feng Hua said, "Although we were schemed against this time, we still have chips in our hands." "Chips?" Feng Wuxia and the others were stunned. At the same time, Qin Feiyang in the castle also had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Dong Jinyang and the others also frowned. What chips did these people have? Our chips are Ren Wushuang. Wan Qiu, you may not know, but this Ren Wushuang is the granddaughter of the spiritual state mansion's mansion lord. As long as we hold her firmly in our hands, Qin Feiyang will come to us sooner or later. Feng Hu said. The mansion lord's granddaughter? Wan Qiu was slightly taken aback and nodded. This is really an unexpected surprise. Let's go and find them, they should be nearby. So the group turned around and looked in the direction of the small valley. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. So this was the chip that Feng Hu was talking about. When they find that valley and see the situation there, their expressions will be very interesting. Shen Long smiled slyly. Jiang Wei said, how about we go out and take a look? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. After coming to this castle, they couldn't leave as they wanted. Only Qin Feiyang could send them out. Don't go and join in the fun. Although we won a great victory this time, the Kong state still has 2 2-star battle sect and 3 1-star battle sect. The Yu state also has 1 2-star battle sect and 3 1-star battle sect. And the Cloud state. Mo Wuxian and Yen Tianfeng are both veteran battle sect masters and can break through to 2-star battle sect at any time. As for Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sanshi, although they have just broken through to 1-star battle sect, their strength cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that the people of these 3 states all have irreconcilable enmity with us. Our current situation can be said to be besieged on all sides. It is extremely bad. Therefore, time is very important to us. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone's faces were also filled with worry. Qin Feiyang continued, of course, it's not like we don't have a chance of winning. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. In this situation, they really couldn't find any hope of winning. But why did Qin Feiyang dare to say such a thing? Qin Feiyang said, I don't want to say much, but I can tell you with certainty that the final victory will definitely belong to us, the spirit state. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. But gradually, the flames of hope burned in their hearts. They would doubt the words of others, but the words that came out of Qin Feiyang's mouth seemed to carry a magical power that made people involuntarily believe it. Qin Feiyang, if I don't kill you, I, Wan Qiu, swear that I am not human. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from outside. Obviously, Wan Qiu and the others had already found the canyon. Ren Wushuang frowned and sighed. It seems that the enmity between us and the Yu state is already irreconcilable. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, it doesn't matter, sooner or later, either you die or I die. Ren Wushuang said, then what do you think we should do next? What we need to do now is to hide our strength and bide our time. Although this way, we will fall behind the other 8 states, but there is also an advantage. The people of the Cloud state, Kong state, and Yu state have appeared one after another, which means that the people of the other states may have also entered the death swamp. At that time, as long as they meet, a battle will be unavoidable. Qin Feiyang said, you want them to fight first, and then we go out and take advantage of them? Dong Jinyang asked. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and sneered. As long as you want to go to the imperial capital, no one will be able to escape unscathed. In fact, his real purpose was to wait for Wolf King. As long as Wolf King broke through to the War Master realm, even Wan Qiu, who had mastered perfect auxiliary battle arts, was nothing to worry about. Ren Wushuang pondered for a moment and said, all right, we'll listen to you. Let's hide our strength and bide our time. Everyone was preparing to go into seclusion, but at this moment, a familiar voice sounded from outside. Qin Feiyang, are you there? It was Dongfang Wuhan. Dongfang Wuhan had some understanding of the ancient castle, so after Wan Qiu and the others left, he brought Murong Xiong to the place where Qin Feiyang had disappeared. What is he doing here? Dong Zhengyang immediately frowned. Shen Long and Jiang Wei also had looks of disgust. Even Wu Yan and Su Yang had faces full of anger. Someone sneered, I think they must have run back to us because they have nowhere else to go. Senior brother Qin, back then they heartlessly abandoned us and killed so many of our people. Now we don't care about their lives and let them fend for themselves outside. Another person followed. Jiang Wei and Shun Long both nodded in agreement. Because they all knew Dongfang Wuhan's ambitions, they definitely could not let these two get close to everyone. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No, I think we can let them in. What? Are you stupid? Shen Long and Jiang Wei looked at him in disbelief. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said to the two of them, I'll go out and meet them first. You guys tell everyone about their conversation on the mountain so that everyone can be mentally prepared. What conversation? Ren Wushuang and the others were suspicious. Shen Long smiled coldly and said, The people from the Kong region were brought here by them. Their plan is also very good. They want to take advantage of the situation and kill us all. Shen Long and Jiang Wei took turns to narrate the story to everyone. At the same time,